What's up, guys? How's it going? Welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Who's here? Who's here? Who's here? Hello, friends! Oh, yes. The party's just getting started. My goodness. What's here, What's up, Walrus? What's up, Zebra? Mr. Mayonnaise? Steph Brown? Steph Brown is a mad creature of the universe. She knows why. I don't need to tell her, but she knows it. Goof Trip, Ace Adventurer, what's up, Dramatic Timing? How's everybody doing? I'm good. Hey, 6 Cent. Hey, James Wood. Squid, love to see you. Is everybody having a good night? I hope so. Oh, I hope so. Kel Quinn, hello. You got cider? Good. I'm glad you have some cider. Okay, everybody calm down for a second. Guys, hello and welcome. Welcome to the stream. Who's new? Raise your hand if you're new. Whose first time is it here? Show yourself. Welcome, Mr. Mayonnaise, Matthew, Pix, Jackie Broom, Walrus. Everybody be nice to the new folk. The Duke of Cats, Green Destroyer, Average Delta. Hello. Sebda. You have a new item? Hell yeah. Gab, Trotier, you're new as well. Welcome. The Original Nun, first time on stream. Love it. Bildo, how's it going, buddy? You're not new, but you're classic. Classic Bildo. All right, guys, you know the rules. You know how we do this, right? So, who wants to explain the rules to the new guys? Should I do it? I guess it would make sense if I did it. Probably, right? I feel like it would make more sense if I did it. You know? Okay, so here's the rules. Hello and welcome to my stream. My name is CinderBlocksally. You might know me from some dumb shorts on the internet. On my stream, we like to talk about D&D homebrew. We like to talk about shenanigans. We like ice cream, and we like sandwiches. When we review homebrew, every single stream starts with some homebrew review. And Sunday night, which is tonight, is usually the night that we spend the most time on homebrew review. But truth be told, I end up spending a lot of time on it most nights anyway because I like it. But if you are somebody that wants to send homebrew to me to be reviewed, you can use the channel command there, and it will put you in the wheel for this upcoming week. And any day that I'm streaming, you might find me reviewing your stuff if it's up in that wheel. And if you are giving feedback, if you're watching stream, we have to remember some things. Also, for new people that might be a little nervous, that might be a little scared to share. It's reasonable to be scared. You know, it's a scary world out there. But you do not need to fret. You do not need to be scared. Because we're here to grow. We're here to grow and we're here to change. We're trying to be the best we can be, you know? Hey, tax collector. You want a speed brew ice cream elemental? I don't know if we're going to do a speed brew ice cream elemental right now. But, you could probably give it, I would base it off of a water elemental, and I would probably add some sort of dairy aspects to it. I think if you get a little bit of dairy in there, you'll be home set. You'll be home free. You'll be set. You'll be the king of the castle. You'll be so happy. Okay, so if we are reviewing your homebrew, the key is growth. We're trying to help you grow as a creator. Why is this not what I want? The key is growth. We're trying to help you grow as a creator. So I am going to be pretty critical of your stuff. But just know that it is coming from a good place. I'm not here to make fun or poke fun. But also, you get into it what you put into it. So, if I see something that feels half-assed, I'm probably going to be like, that feels half-assed. So don't send me some half-assed shenanigans. Or send them, I guess, if you want. What if your character is vulnerable to lactose? Ooh, they're going to be in trouble against that ice cream elemental. For sure. For sure. Oh boy, I don't have a lot of stuff set up that I wanted to have set up. You guys want to see what the wheel looks like this week? Boop, boop, beep, boop. The wheel. Yeah, so the way this works is if you submit a piece of homebrew, it gets put on the wheel. Oh, that's not the wheel. I was actually looking at some monsters beforehand. The wheel! We have 109 submissions. And after tonight, the wheel starts over. So if your piece doesn't get looked at tonight, you're gonna have to resubmit it. But you can resubmit it in the commands above my head, or the commands above my head. Either one, those ones or those ones. Does all ice cream elemental damage come as a cone? Dramatic timing? Yes, it does. Dramatic timing. Yes, it does. That is fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. Guys, I have to be honest with you about something. We've talked about it before on stream, but I do want to mention it again. One Piece, the Netflix One Piece was good. I really liked it. I really liked it. I might... Here's the thing. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. A lot of people, by a lot, I mean more than 10, have left me comments asking me if I would make One Piece homebrew. And I'm going to be honest. I did not want to do that because I don't really know One Piece that well, and a lot of it seems redonkulously overpowered in a way that it wouldn't really work for D&D. But I think you reasonably could make some D&D homebrew based off One Piece from at least the section that I saw if you ignored the more extreme anime things. So, like, for example, I think you could very easily make a stretchy, rubbery monk character. You would just need to make them not quite as overpowered as Luffy is. Or, like, yeah, the 3-sword fighting style. I think you could very easily make a fighter subclass that's entirely built around fighting with 3 swords. I think it would be easy to do. I don't think it's necessarily easy to do, but I think the idea would flow very naturally. So while I still don't plan on making any One Piece inspired homebrew, at least the part of the show that I've seen, which I understand is the tamer part, because we're still Netflix and we're still very early and there's not a lot of crazy devil fruit stuff going on. If somebody threw out a Luffy monk or like a Zoro fighter, I bet they could be legit. Who asked for speed brew? Tax collector did, but I don't want to do speed brew right now, and I'm in charge. We just got here. We just started. The show hasn't even begun yet. Maybe we'll do some speed brew in a little bit. Ice cream elemental. I can speed brew an ice cream elemental. Fine. Here's an ice cream elemental. It's not going to be that. I'm not going to write it down because I'm just going to show you how to do it. It's going to be easy. Oh, I need to change my screen so you can see what I'm doing. So you're going to start with the water elemental. Tax collector, this is for you specifically. You're going to start with the water elemental, okay? Boom, look at that beautiful sensual beast. You're going to take away its resistance to acid damage. You're going to give it immunity to cold damage. You're going to make its damage type cold damage. Instead of this explosion grapple water restrain thing, you're going to make it like a blast of... You know what you might even do? You might even base it off of like the spell Sleet Storm, where it creates like a heavily obscured area of sticky and cold. And I probably would not do water form or... freeze could definitely be on, but I don't know. You get rid of freeze. Here's what you do. You get rid of freeze. And you make it so... Or you change freeze, so its movement speed is reduced by a lot less. No, it's just immune to cold damage, so you just get rid of freeze. And then instead of water form, because in case it's ice cream, I might have like big chunks of stuff in it, you do something like hardened shell, where while they're immune to cold damage, they can, if they are in the area of effective cold damage, or if they're hit with anything that does cold damage, their AC goes up for a round. And if they're hit with anything that does fire damage, their AC goes down for a round. And I do not think this stacks. So it would be like at any point that they take cold damage, their AC goes up until either the start or end of their next turn. And anytime they take fire damage, their AC goes down until the start or the end of their next turn. And it's just a one-time effect. So there you go, tax collector. There's your speed brewed ice cream elemental. Boom! He still got it. Ba 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 ba. Yazikan. That's a cool name. All right, let's put on some. We're gonna start with a little bit of a different music today. We're gonna be in Middle Earth for a little while. We're gonna start calm. We're going to start calm, friends. Okay? Can you eat an ice cream elemental? You could certainly try. I mean, that's not that silly of a question. Is that question, honestly, is the question, can you eat an ice cream elemental, any sillier than can you drink a water elemental? It's not an unreasonable question for a monster that already exists. Y'all ever eat strawberries with a knife and a fork? No, I've never eaten strawberries with, maybe I have. I've eaten strawberries with a fork and I've eaten strawberries with a knife, but I don't know if I've ever mixed them together. Sometimes I'll have a bowl of cut strawberries amongst other things. You know, the player will ask, yeah. I mean, have any of you ever had players ask if they can drink a water elemental, though? Because it literally is the same logic. You know? You eat your strawberries with a spoon, you're out of control. You've lost your goddamn mind. Okay, so guys, here's the way stream's going to go tonight. This is basically the nuts and bolts of it. I am going to be reviewing the homebrew that was submitted throughout this week. If you want to submit homebrew for the rest of the week, meaning Monday, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Oh, let's talk. Before we start, let me just tell you what my schedule is going to be for this week so you guys know. So, I'm streaming tonight. I'm going to be streaming on Monday. Tomorrow, what we're going to be doing is for the first part of stream, we're going to be doing homebrew review, sort of like this. And the second part of stream, we are actually going to be looking at a bunch of old homebrew that I have made. People have been asking to look at my homebrew for a long time, so I'm going to be sharing a bunch of my homebrew tomorrow, that is Monday night. And specifically, I'm going to be sharing a homebrew that I wrote that was designed to create monstrous options for player characters. You're on the wheel and you shouldn't be. All right, well, I'll cross you off if you come up. Don't worry about it. So I made like a siren bard. I made a golem fighter. I made a sphinx sorcerer, a chimera druid, a beholder wizard, all of these things. And I don't really know if they're good. I haven't looked at them in a long time. They are all available right now on my Patreon, but on stream, what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to look at them, we're going to reevaluate them, and I think we're going to rewrite a bunch of them, if not most of them, or just trash the ones that we think are not good. And then they'll be updated and they'll be nice and new, and you guys can see some of the stuff that I made. Ooh, so that'll be tomorrow. Wednesday, we're going to be Tuesday, I'm not streaming. Wednesday, we are going to start with more homebrew review, surprise, surprise, and then we are going to be looking at a special compendium that you guys made, people in our Discord. So, for folks that don't know, in my Discord, which you guys can certainly join if you want, some of the mods like to put on like writing prompt activity events where they do like projects together. I think we've done two or three so far, and this upcoming one is all about nautical stuff. So I have no idea what the pieces are. I asked if they could give me a highlights. So basically, they made a bunch of stuff. So we're going to be looking at 2 subclasses, 2 monsters, and 2 magic items, I think. And then if we have time, we'll look at some more. But then we'll also share the compendium so everyone can look at it. So that's Wednesday. Thursday is going to be the member review stream. So if you are new to the channel and you're like, ooh, I want to support this guy monetarily, then you can become a member on YouTube or a patron. And if you do, then you can submit stuff for the Thursday night stream. And the special thing about the Thursday night stream is that I bring you onto stream if you are available to talk about your piece. So if you come to the Thursday night stream, if you go into the stream Discord rating room, I pull you in and we can talk about your homebrew. So that's the schedule for the week. So yeah, today I'm streaming, Monday I'm streaming, Wednesday and Thursday. And I think it should be a pretty fun week. But what I was going to say, hello, Matthew Robertson. You're going to DM for your first time soon, and my videos really helped you. That's very kind of you to say. I'm glad it's helpful. But if you submitted today, that means I'm going to be looking at your pieces either Monday, Wednesday. I'm going to be looking at your pieces Monday or Wednesday or next Sunday. One of the three. Oh yeah, I'm also going to be streaming on Sunday again. What was I saying? I don't remember. Yeah, nautical. It's going to be good. Oh, this is what I was going to say. So while we're reviewing pieces, though, if you have questions you want to ask in the chat, if you want to distract me to go on a tangent or ask just D&D questions or whatever, please feel free. I'm easy to get distracted, and I enjoy getting distracted. Hey, NZ, what's up? Oh, shoot, we got a new member. Halaboomba. Let me get my, I gotta get my little applause open. I don't even have my applause open. Oh, pretty cool. Pretty cool, Halaboomba. Pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, feel free to ask questions that are not related to what I'm talking about. I will on occasion answer them, and I'm happy to. And then the other thing is, please, please, please feel free to give feedback while I'm reviewing the homebrew. I keep the chat up in the video specifically because I know people like to review the tape, and you would be surprised how often people say the chat feedback is as helpful, if not more helpful, than my feedback. So please be encouraged to give feedback. Don't be a dick, though, or you're going to get, kicked out of here. The tax collector with 10. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. You're crazy. What did you say? I want a cryomancer subclass for a fighter, so I could just be Sub-Zero, but after attempting an Oath of Dragon Slayer, I realized I'm not very good at homebrewing stuff. I'm going to tell you, I feel like I'm going to be honest with you, tax collector. I would also like a ice-themed fighter. I feel like an ice-themed fighter, I don't know why, sounds cooler to me than a fire-themed fighter or any other element other than maybe acid, because that would be a weird one. I would love to see an ice-themed fighter. I feel like an easy way to do it, which would be kind of jank and cheating, would be to take something like... the Psy Warrior and change all of its extra damage to cold and to sort of reflavor its abilities as, like, ice projectiles and stuff, but that might be kind of lame. Honestly, you could do the same thing with the Battlemaster if you did that. But yeah, I would love an ice fighter. We've seen a couple ice fighters in the subclass before that have been, in the channel before that have been pretty good. Ice cream fighter. I would love an ice cream fighter. Wait, I want to turn off the sound. I hate the sound on the wheel. All right, I have to wait till it's done. I have to wait till it's done. We're starting with Taylor Swag Art. Where's the... One second. Where's the fucking volume? There you are. Mute yourself. All right, Taylor Swag Art. Oh my goodness, NZ with the 5. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. What did you ask? Unrelated question. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unrelated question. Pizza Hut, Papa John's, or Domino's? You know what? I used to not have an answer to this question, and now I do. The answer is Domino's, I think. I say that with some certainty. I think Domino's is just wins. Couldn't an acid fighter be a xenomorph that just throws its blood everywhere? That's a cool idea. Although I will tell you, Jamie Woods, one of the pieces of homebrew that I wrote that we're going to be looking at tomorrow is a xenomorph-based monk. Because I think doing the alien from Aliens, the xenomorphs, I feel like these guys work better as monks than they do fighters. Because they're so fast, you know? All right, let's take a look at Taylor Swag Art's piece. First piece of homebrew, deck of mostly... First brew, this is known as the deck of mostly magic. I believe I looked at this piece already. I did. I believe I looked at this piece already, Taylor. So we are going to say thank you, and we're going to move on. Weird just got a notification for a Cinder video during his stream. Do I watch it? Did I post a new video during stream? I don't know. Thank you for the 5, though. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it very much. You're more of a Marco's kind of guy. I don't really like dominoes that much. I just like it more than the other ones. Xenomorph is Beast Barbarian for sure. If you are not using Homebrew, Tradosio, I agree. But if you are using Homebrew, you could do some really cool stuff with taking advantage of Step of the Wind. Very briefly, turning Step of the Wind into a pounce mechanic. Turning Flurry of Blows into a little special mouth ejector thing. At higher levels, getting like acid splash blood. I feel like it could work really well for a monk. Anyway, let's look at Yes's piece. Hey, Cinder, I'm starting up as a DM and was wondering if you had any tips for new DMs. The best advice that I can give you is make sure that, don't worry about doing anything correctly. Worry about making sure everyone is having fun. That's probably the most important thing. If possible, try to pay more attention to your players than you do to the module during the session. Like, you don't want to be looking down with your nose in the book for too long. You want to be looking up at your players and talking to them. And don't be afraid of going against the module or including your own stuff. So, like, if a player wants to try something crazy or unexpected, don't hesitate to let them try it just to see what happens. There's nothing wrong with breaking against the normal module, and a lot of the fun of D&D is that improvisational space. And then the other thing that I would say is prepare as much as you want, but I would not prepare so much that you are not having fun preparing. Does that make sense? You don't want to be in a situation where you are feeling like stressed about preparing. Squid, thank you for joining. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Very nice. All right, let's take a look at Yes's piece. I was designing an item after a 2-year hiatus. Oh, cool. As such, it may be somewhat rusty. I also was designing this with helping necromancers in mind, as necromancy is somewhat weak. Necromancy is medium weak. It really depends on how much your dungeon master and players like doing like paperwork stuff. If people are really down to do a lot of like paperwork stuff, necromancers are pretty strong. It's just that a lot of their stuff is like not it's not super active. It's a lot of like prep work. Remember that you're not there to fight / be against the players. Oh, this is advice for the new dungeon master from NZ. Thank you again for the 5, NZ. You are incredibly generous. Remember that you are not there to fight, be against the players, unless one of them brought shit snacks. Then it's fine to try to kill them. That's really good advice. The dungeon master, you're sort of the cheerleader of the players in a lot of ways, and that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Tradosio with the 5 also. Let's get some applause in there for all these generous people. Oh my goodness. Tradosio and NZ coming in clutch. Helping me pay my rent next month. I genuinely appreciate it. I'm going to be submitting when I get home. What would you like to see? A couple feats or your take on the Draconic Warlock? Tradosio, I'm going to be honest. I'm more interested in feats in general. But here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it to you. I like seeing feats in general because I see so few of them. But if you genuinely think your take on a Draconic Warlock is unique and has a very different spin on what it means to be a dragon-inspired character, I'm curious to see that. I would love to see a dragon-inspired subclass that didn't feel like the other dragon-inspired subclasses. I'm also probably going to forget that I said this, so don't feel any pressure in any direction. Alejandro Rodriguez, also with the 5. Thank you so much. A fellow colorblind person. My man. As a fellow colorblind person, I wanted to ask, how would you mechanically play a colorblind character? I'm going to be honest, Alejandro. I do not think being colorblind affects my life. Let me phrase that, because it affects my life quite a lot. But I don't think it affects things in the life of an adventurer nearly as much as it affects things in the life of a normal person in the real world. So I don't know how much I would make mechanics for it, if at all. Because I genuinely think in D&D, the ability to not differentiate between a couple colors or even see mostly in black and white wouldn't dramatically affect you unless something was very specifically color-based. Like if there was a color-based puzzle, maybe. But if there wasn't something like that, I probably wouldn't worry about it. What I would do is I would let the player decide how much of a hindrance they wanted it to be, and then that's how much it would be. I wouldn't encourage mechanics on top of it if they didn't. Immunity to color spray? Look at that. Oh my god. First of all, you guys are so funny, and you guys had the same joke. Philip, Faye, and Squid had the same joke at the same time. Oh man. Okay, that means it's a good joke, I think. All right, let's look at this punky spirit. You'll submit the dragon warlock? Okay, cool. Because I do like the idea of dragon subclasses. I just think a lot of them feel very samey. Like, it's like, oh, you pick a dragon type. You get resistance to that damage type. You get some special ability to breathe that damage type. Or spells are enhanced with that damage type. Oh, you get to fly. Oh, you get tougher skin. Oh, you get some fear. It's like, that's what you get. They're all that. So it's fine, but it's just a lot of the same. You can't tell which chromatic dragon you're facing? Would it not affect perception? Like against camo and the like, even in the forests of full green might be a positive or a negative. So NZ, fun fact, in World War II, they used to use colorblind people to look at aerial photos to try to find camouflaged tanks and stuff, because it was thought that colorblind people were not as affected by camo. So that was a thing that was a true belief that was held by militaries. But I don't actually think it's true. I think it turned out that it was not nearly as pronounced a difference as people thought it was. The one thing that I will say that I think is true about colorblindness in my experience, I don't know if it's true about it in everyone's experience, is that my eyes adjust to seeing in the dark very quickly. So I don't think I have better vision in the dark than other people have in the dark, but I think that when it becomes dark, I shift into like dark vision mode very quickly. That being said, I don't know if I do it more quickly than other people, and it's like if you're sitting in the dark with somebody, how do you say, hey, can you see that tree? You know what I mean? So, because basically when you have, depending on the type of colorblindness you have less of the type of things that see like light and clear and right in front of you, but a lot more of the things that take in dim light and like movement. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at this punji of the spirit. Dark vision over time. Yeah, maybe. That's actually a kind of a fun idea. But you would need there to be a negative to balance out the dark vision over time. Like, okay, so the mechanic for dark vision over time would probably be something like if you are in darkness for 1 minute, you get, 15 feet of dark vision. If you're in darkness for 10 minutes, you get, 30 feet of dark vision, something like that. But you would need a counterbalance that wouldn't be so broken in a good or a bad way either. Because it's not that strong. I mean, to be fair, that's like a really annoying version of dark vision, if anything. Like, that would be a mechanic that would be like I almost think it would be more annoying than it would be fun. But that's how I would do it if you didn't want to put it into a mechanic. Bamboozled, I'm happy to help, my man. I have trouble reading too, my guy. Reading is not fun unless you're at the beach. The beach is the only place that I have an easy time reading. Or if I'm reading monster stat blocks. Okay, let's take a look at this punji of the spirit. Am I pronouncing that right? Probably not. It's a rod. It's very rare. A small flute-like item that is carved from the spine of a bone naga. Playing this item... Oh, I have to send it to you guys too. Might be. Here it is. Go take a look at it. Playing this, it can be heard playing this item can cause a sound that can be heard by undead from 600 feet away. While attuned to the item, you can play it to perform a ritual to create a bone naga. This is a very powerful creature to be able to summon for a very rare item. Let's see how often you can do it. It takes an hour and requires some scales and stuff. Those are all pretty easy to get. And the brain of a caster that was slain within the last 2 hours. Huh. Okay. The ritual itself takes an hour, and at its conclusion, you must succeed on a DC 15 Arcana check. Otherwise, the ritual fails, and the components and the components and then the punji are destroyed. Only one bone naga can be created at a time. The bone naga is friendly to you and obeys your commands. You can telepathically communicate with it from any distance so long as you and it are on the same plane of existence. So let's take a look at the bone naga for a second. So a very rare item is the kind of thing that I would probably be giving players by like level 8. Maybe level 9 at the latest, but they're going to have at least one very rare item probably by level 8 or level 9. So, yes, this is a hard thing to do, right? You need to accomplish a lot of goals to do this. But how do we feel about being able to have a bone naga? I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure. There's these. I don't feel like it's completely overpowered, but giving somebody a spell casting minion is a little bit of an intense thing, I think. Here's the question. You're a half human, half dragonborn. Do you still get breath weapon? Because if you do, you have an amazing idea for a character. There is a book called An Elf and an Orc Had a Baby, which talks about how to like do all sorts of mixed lineages. But in non-homebrew D&D, being a half human, half dragonborn isn't a thing. CR4 servant with the spells is a bit strong. I agree. I'm going to be honest. I feel like you said you built this with the intention of making a necromancer stronger. I feel like the best way to make a necromancer stronger is to do kind of what D&D started to do already, where instead of focusing on summoning a lot of things, summoning a couple strong things. And this is a strong thing, but I think that specifically the bone naga is not the move. Just because I think it would be a lot I think it would be a lot easier to run the game, like it would be a lot less of a slog if it was more of a straightforward creature where its main thing wasn't picking between a bunch of different spells, because that really is the bone naga's main thing, is its spell casting. I would like, if you're a necromancer, you should be this, but in my opinion, you should be the spellcaster, and your pets should be the big muscle-bound undead that are smashing stuff. If you want to do that, you have liches and demons and stuff that can summon things, you can go in that direction, but I feel like that's a thing that you probably shouldn't be doing until very high level, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think it works really well in D&D. It just makes things take so much time. How about an ogre zombie? Yeah, I mean, I kind of go in those directions. I mean, even something crazy like a beholder zombie, I think would not be that complicated, because it's just shooting an eye ray. You're just rolling a die and picking an eye ray and shooting it. I like the idea of a magic item that helps you summon a particularly powerful creature, though, and I think it's fun when magic items have a more interesting mechanical requirement to them, because it becomes sort of like a plot point in and of itself, and that's pretty cool. So I do like all of that. I just don't think the bone naga, specifically because of its spellcasteriness, is the mood here. I also feel like it makes me feel like this is like, I feel like this complication is almost not complicated enough or not limiting enough to make me feel like this is a very rare item. You'd let them pick one of 3 options. Variety is the spike of life. It's also the spice of life. It's the spike and the spice. This could be fun for a high-level item, but make sure your wizard is good at picking their stuff in combat before their turn. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was that you're going to have to really be optimistic about your necromancer knowing what they're going to do on their turn so they don't take 25 minutes. All right. Thank you, yes. Very nice. Very nice. There's a good webcomic that has an assassin necromancer, which is neat. An assassin necromancer is a neat idea. Get some zombies to go out and do some slaying for you. Shadow with the 10. Oh my goodness. Let me give you a little round of applause too, buddy. Your shorts are great. Question. I'm making bleach swords, aka swords with a 2 of transformations that are activated. So you're workshopping them where they cost spell slots to activate and keep active. You didn't ask a question. You just said what you're working on. I'd love to answer your question, though. Thank you for the 10. That's very kind of you. But you didn't actually ask anything. I guess that's okay, though. We don't always have questions to answer, you know? Okay. You just wanted an opinion on the idea? Are the weapons intended to be used by spellcasters? Because if you don't have, like, when I think of a big cool sword, I think about wanting to be a fighter or a barbarian and wield a big cool sword. And not all fighters and barbarians are spellcasters. So if it was based on spellcasting, there'd be a lot of people that wouldn't be able to use it. You know? I would also say if you're basing something off of an anime like Bleach, which I know is very hype powerful, your item shouldn't be as powerful as it is on the show Bleach. Otherwise, it's going to be overpowered and it's not going to work. Or maybe it'll work for you, but it'll be the kind of thing where it's like maybe not that much fun to actually run for like most people. All right. Wait, where's the wheel? There it is. Probably wanted to ask if you could help balance it out. I mean, I can't really balance anything. Balance it if I'm not looking at it, you know? Because it really depends on like what it does. And I've never seen Bleach. But in my experience, whenever anyone bases anything off of anime, it's overpowered. So I was assuming that it was going to be overpowered. Sean, I feel like I looked at your thing already. Let's see. Sup, man? Love what you do. This piece is supposed to be a crossbow wielder based. I read this already, Sean. I looked at it on Thursday, I think. Not or maybe not Thursday, but one of those days. Bye, Butt Poncho. Yeah, you continue. No, see, it's entirely homebrew. I'm gonna have a system where everyone gets a certain number of spell slots a level. However, you get a level in spellcaster, you get more slots. I mean, then it's gonna be really hard for me to judge if it's not intended for D&D. If it's your own system, then you're gonna have to really compare it to your own system. Do you know what I mean? You'd love to make a Resident Evil homebrew as a celebration for Separate Ways DLC being announced, but it's probably wouldn't be good. I'm out of my element here. I played Resident Evil on the PlayStation 1. I played Resident Evil, and then I played Resident Evil 2. And those are the only 2 Resident Evils that I ever played. So I don't really know what those things are that you're talking about, but I think you could definitely make some Resident Evil homebrew. You just make much more intense versions of zombies. You know what I mean? Or make liquors, or Mr. X, or that thing that's like a big monster face slime. It's always fun to make such weapons. Your weapon glows with full might of the sun. Light shines for miles. You swing, doing an extra 1d4 fire damage. You know what's so funny? That is weirdly accurate a lot of the time, because most powerful weapons in D&D don't really do shocking amounts of damage every hit. So as much as that's very funny, NZ, it's also very, very accurate. Also, you guys are ridiculously generous, and I appreciate it. Okay, said that wrong. I meant more the idea of spell slots and adding them homebrew, but it's heavily rooted in 5e. If you're giving every class homebrew, if you're giving every class spell slots, you're doing something that's radically different than 5e, in my opinion. Or at least, let me rephrase that. You might be not doing something that's radically different than 5e, but you're doing something that there's no way that I could review realistically, because it's completely balanced. The balance is completely different than it would be for 5e. And in my opinion, I don't like. I mean, maybe there's a reason that you have for it, but I don't understand why you need to do that. Like, if you want to give characters resources that they spend to use abilities in the same way that spellcasters use spell slots, that kind of exists for D&D already. Like, most classes come with some sort of baked-in resource or subclass with some sort of baked-in resource. And most magic items are designed in such a way that you can use charges. So it's like, I use a charge to do a thing. So they can come with their own baked-in resource too. So unless there's like a specific reason why you want every class to specifically do spell casting, I'm not sure. I don't follow the logic of giving everyone spell slots. Battle Masters for fighters, rage on. Yeah, exactly. This is a monster that isn't really meant for combat, but is instead meant to manipulate NPCs. Interesting. Hey, Cinder. Hey, that's me. My party is a group of monster hunters, and I'm going to make them run into an old evil party. I want them to complement each other's combat-wise, but I'm worried they'll be too OP. Can you help? What do you mean? What do you mean they'll be too OP? Who will be too OP? The people there, are they fighting these guys? Why? Who's going to be OP? Listen, Bamboozle, the main feedback that I can give you is that if you are going to have a enemy adventuring party, you should not have the enemy adventuring party use full character stat blocks. You should make monster stat blocks for them. Maybe those monster stat blocks can emulate things that characters have, right? Maybe they have rage-like abilities or things like that. But I would not give them their own. I would not give them their own stat block. That's going to be too complicated. It's not going to necessarily be too complicated, but it's going to make running the game like a lot more complicated to run. Can someone submit homebrew that uses third-party content? I plan on a travel shop, mostly Griffin's Saddlebag, and would love input on pricing. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to be able to help you with that, but I appreciate the 5 very much. Unless you yeah, I'm not really going to, I mean, I feel like I could give you suggestions on magic item pricing for levels of rarity or types of magic items, but that is going to be solely dependent on your specific game world, because the value of gold is radically different in a game depending on how much gold you give out in your game. So, like, an item being 500 game in your game might be radically different than an item being 500 gold in my game. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a look at this thing. The Mori fragment. But also, thank you for the 5. Also, just so everybody knows, all of you lovely, lovely supporters of the channel, whenever you I gotta slow this down a little bit, or speed it up, I mean. Whenever you donate money or whatever to the show, I put you in the end credits. Ooh, isn't that nice? Okay, Mori fragment, tiny elemental. So this is designed to be specifically a non-combat monster. Hey, Cinder, can't stay in chat, but thought you'd come say hi. Hey, Drew, nice to see you. Sad to see you go. All right, let's see. Mori fragment. It's a tiny elemental. 19 AC, 22 hit points. It's reminding me of like it's got very similar like will-o-wisps vibes. 19 AC, 22 hit points. I wonder if the stats are exactly the same. Is this just a will-o-wisp? These stats are exactly the same. Oh my god. First of all, chat, can you guys just be impressed with how encyclopedic my brain is sometimes, that I saw the stats and I knew it was exactly the same as a will-o-wisp. Like, that's pretty cool. I was like, I'm pretty sure those are will-o-wisp stats. And I looked, and they were just exactly a will-o-wisp. Like, come on now. Come on now. See, this is why you pay me the big bucks. All right, is everything the same? Let's see. All the resistances, immunities. The immunities are a little different. Are the resistances different? So, there is absolutely nothing wrong at all with designing a monster based off of a monster that already exists. At all. In fact, I would argue it is probably the best way to start homebrewing if you haven't done homebrew before. Or if you have an idea of what you want your monster to be, and an aspect of it is very similar to another one. If you're trying to build a really big, scary, brutish monster, starting with a giant is not a bad idea. If you're trying to build a really intense, hectic monster that can fly and has like a big, flashy, one really crazy, scary move, a dragon is not a bad idea to build it off of. But I am going to say that I do think that if you are designing something based off of something that already exists, it's very important to make sure that you still make it your own thing. That's really, really important. So what I'm going to be looking for as I'm reading this is how different is it from will-o-wisp? I want to make sure that it is quite different. But I also know kind of what you're going for. You're going for like a little kind of sprite thing. So just things to keep in mind. There's nothing wrong with basing something somewhat off of something that already exists, especially if it's for your home game. If it's not for your home game, then you really got to make sure it's different. Just for like copyright purposes. But if it can be a great starting place for writing homebrew. NZ with the 10. Oh, my goof. Thank you, thank you. You're crazy. My DM really hated how gold worked, saying how could a farmer make 1 gold per year when a sword is 40, so we changed the cost for everything, making everything cheaper and also reducing the money we got. I'm going to be honest, NZ. I feel like that is kind of the only way to make D&D work well if you want to include realistic prices, is you have to like rebuild it. So give your dungeon master a pat on the back, because that is a lot of work to do. And it's a lot of work that I think can often go unthanked, but it is a big part of making a game world feel realistic. I am, I guess, lucky, knock on wood, that my players don't spend a lot of time thinking about money in the game. So I don't usually mess with gold costs that much because my players aren't usually buying things that often. But I think that if I was ever playing with a group of people that did really want to do like lean into the economics of the game, I would have to do the same thing, and it would be a lot of work. All right, let's see. So it can't wear or carry anything. It has incorporeal movement and has living memory. So it has living memory. I mean, right now, so right off the bat, we have two things that are exactly the same. We have this guy normally has consume life and variable illumination. What do we have? We don't have variable illumination or consume life. We have living memory. It can appear as any humanoid that a target creature may know from the past. If a creature uses its action to examine the image, the creature can determine it is an illusion. Okay, so basically, this probably needs to be an action that it takes in combat. I would probably not have it be a... Well, one of two things. Either it's an action that this thing intentionally takes, where it's like the mori targets a creature that it can see within 100 feet, and it becomes an illusory image of a creature that creature knows. Or you make it like a passive thing, and you say whenever a creature looks at the mori, they see an illusion of a creature that they are familiar with from their past. Period. And then you continue, they can use it, they can examine to determine if it's an illusion or not. But I would describe it more, you have to describe sort of the action of how it's interacted with. It seems like it just permanently looks like someone you know. Yeah, I think that's the point. So I would phrase it in that way. Do you have any ideas for a miscellaneous one piece homebrew? We were talking about this at the beginning of stream. I only really am familiar with the Netflix One Piece, but I did like it a lot. And I would say the best way to do best way to do One Piece homebrew is to make it way less powerful than it is in One Piece, and to you gotta make it way less powerful. I think you could very easily do a gum rubber monk. I think you could very easily do a 3-sword wielding fighter. But I would probably, I don't know much more than that. I think if you wanted to do like a chop guy, that would be hard, but you could probably do it. You'd have to limit it somewhat. Okay, but that's a cool feature. I like that a lot. And Will-O-Wisp has shock and invisibility. This guy has a bunch of features. They have daze, mind jolt, invisibility, and spellcasting. It can target a creature it can see within 5 feet that is not charmed. They have to make a wisdom saving throw or have disadvantage on wisdom saving throws for 1 minute. It can make an attack that deals psychic damage. It can be invisible, and it can cast some spells. All right, I mean, this is a pretty cool monster. I think that if I were you, I would lean harder into the living memory thing, and I would drop a lot of the Feywild, or the wisp stuff. I don't think this thing needs to be incorporeal or ephemeral. Mind Jolt is too, it's just shock. Like, it's just too, it's just too similar in too many places. And I probably would avoid giving it spellcasting, or at least this many spells. It's like a lot. Also, it's a little all over the place with like it's once a day and not once a day. Like Color Spray is a 1st level spell, but it gets that once a day. Hypnotic Pattern is a 3rd level spell, but Suggestion is a 2nd level spell, and it gets that twice a day. So like, there's just a lot of. I'm not sure why these are organized this way, so I probably change that around a little bit too. It's definitely a neat idea for a monster, though. My main feedback is don't make it so similar to a wisp, because a lot of these features, I think, don't particularly help encourage the lore of the living memory thing, which is really your main thing, and they are more wispy. And you don't need to be wispy. You're living memory-y, you know? All right. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, A Velociraptor. Reminder, guys, there's really nothing wrong with basing something off of something that already exists, but if you do, you need to be very cognizant of all the things you're adding and really make sure that you're changing it. Not just that you're changing it to make it your own, but the things you decide to not change all matter and work towards the goal. Alrighty. How would you go about making an Eldritch Blast and Guiding Bolt into melee abilities? That I would play a Hexblade Warlock. Eldritch Blast is literally just it's just a ranged version of attacking with a D10 weapon. I think that the way to play a non-ranged, no, I'm serious. Like I mean that's like, you could the other way to do it is you could maybe you could just decide that, like, the other way to do it is I would just decide that I probably, if my player like really wanted to do that, I probably would just allow them to make it attack with Eldritch Blast when a creature's within 5 feet of them without there being any penalty, and maybe lower the long range of it. But I do think the answer, more straightforwardly, is just be a Hexblade Warlock. But I could also be like, yeah, sure, you can attack within 5 feet with Eldritch Blast, but instead of having a range of whatever it normally is, 120 feet or whatever, it has a range of 60 feet. They're getting remade for your pseudo-cleric celestial warlock sorcerer that believes they're a cleric. I mean, I also think that there is some benefit to, like, there are certain spells that are pretty intentionally touch and ranged. So, like, again, Guiding Bolt, you could make a touch-based spell if you want to. I don't think it really breaks anything to do that, but I don't think you need to do a lot of work to do that. Hey, Donkey, I'm glad you love my videos. Inflict Wound is the melee Guiding Bolt. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Cinder. I was thinking about making a sorcerer subclass that uses random spell that uses random spells instead of choosing ones like a gambler. What do you think? I think that would be really tedious, and I don't know if that would actually be fun. I think that's the kind of thing that might be really fun in a one-player game, but I think that would be annoying and take up a lot of time in a multiplayer game. I'm Yes from the Wheel. Oh, welcome, Yes. Sorry I wasn't here. That's okay. You're welcome for the feedback. Punji is a snake charmer flute. Ah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I love your videos, Donkey. Oh, Cat, you're up. If folks are curious to see my homebrew, oh shit. I'm in the darkness. Why did my light just turn off? Let me fix that. Give me 1 second. Ugh. Why did you turn off, light? Oh, this thing's not plugged in. Why are you not plugged in? You are plugged in. One second, boys and girls. Un momento, por favor. Huh. Okay, let's try something. Oh, there we go. That should make it work. Let's see. Are you going to start working now? There we go. Okay, lights back. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh my god. People are donating me money while my lights are breaking. Here, give me a second. First of all, Shadow and Arcade Avery, thank you so much for the 10 each. Jeez Louise. Guys. The generosity tonight has been wild. I don't know if I've said this to you guys, but I will say that, and I mean no bullshit here. When I started trying to become a content creator and like quit my job, I genuinely wasn't sure if I was going to be able to afford it, because you don't make a lot of money on YouTube Shorts, and that's like the main way that I've been making money. But, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, it is the Patreon. And it is you folks like you, like Shadow and Arcade Avery and Tradosio and NZ and Crazy Moose and all these people that are like tax collector, all these people that like are donating money that is making it so like I'm paying rent next month, which is fucking crazy. So I genuinely appreciate it. Like I didn't expect streaming on YouTube to become such a big part of what I'm doing, but it is, and I love it. Okay, sorry, I hate talking about money, so I'm gonna stop. Let me read these two comments though. Balancing swords was easier. Since made a whole new cast of homebrew creatures, villains, and many with the sword ability and forms, highly varied and flashy with complex abilities. Thank you for your input. You're welcome. Hey Cinder, I can't stay. Oh, I'm sorry you can't stay. I'm getting ready to play D&D. Fuck yeah. You're playing a fun little crossover one-shot between the two campaigns. Oh my god. That is so much fun. That is such a fun idea. Have you guys ever done that? Have you guys ever... Any dungeon masters in... Okay. I want to hear specifically if you are a dungeon master that has run a crossover event in your campaign, or if you're a player that has participated in a crossover event. I'm curious about either of those. Because I've never done that, but I think it would be so much fun. Please don't ever say I like your videos. Okay, I won't. I won't ever look at your videos. I promise. Or I won't say I like your videos. Your posting channel almost got shut down at one point? Why? What kind of stuff you posting? You did that as a DM? No, you didn't. You're going to be playing level 20 Battle Royale next Monday? That's hectic. You're looking to make Eldritch Blast as your character's version of multi-attack? That's literally what it is. It gets turned into a melee ability, to be clear. Clara, I love you, but I told you what I thought already. Just make it not ranged, and then boom, it's a melee attack. You don't need to make it any more complicated than that. The thing is, it's already going to be really powerful just by the fact that you're going to be getting as much multi-attack as a fighter. So you don't need to really give it anything else. It's just already going to be really strong. So just make it melee instead of ranged, and then you're done. You've done crossovers? Man, yeah, I want to do a crossover at some point. This isn't your homebrew. All right. But you want to see if it needs changes? It's a monk subclass about body horror. I'll take a look at it, but I'm going to be less... I guess it can be just really fucking harsh then. Whose is it? I'm so curious. Accept your meager contribution. Oh, I will. Thank you very much, Hold Action. You are too kind. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tredosio says, my old group... Oh my god, Tredosio with the 10. You're crazy. My old group was in a constant rotation of different games of nearly every player as a DM. Oh, that's really fun. You had a giant game night that was 8 hours long where every party came together to fight a giant monster. I don't know... That sounds like so much fun, but it also would require, like, a great deal of patience. Everyone would really need to be down to, like, sit for, like, an hour between turns. But if everyone's down and, like, having a good time, like, at the party, that could be amazing. That could be amazing. All right, let's take a look at this. Pokeniner, 3 months. Pokeniner, you've been around longer than 3 months, but I appreciate you being a member for 3 months. Pokeniner's, like... Pokeniner's been around for a long time. I will never escape you, Pokeniner. Alright, fine. I know, I was gonna say, it's been at least a year. Pokeniner, you were one of the people that was watching my stream when there were like 10 people watching my stream. Did I catch that this is Pointy Hat's review? Homebrew? No, I didn't. Does that mean I should be nicer or more mean? I should probably be nicer, right? All right, let's take a look at it. It means you should be. All right, I'll be. Just tell just if you listen, if I'm really nice, make sure to tell Pointy Hat, and if I'm not nice, make sure not to. The Way of the Flesh is a monk subclass that seeks to bring a wildly different flavor to monks, focusing instead on very literal interpretation of one of the design pillars behind monk's class, using body as a weapon. The Way of Flesh monk can be played following the somewhat traditional idea of a monk, but it can also be very easily be used for very unorthodox monk characters. The monk of the Way of the Flesh could be a scientist that irreparably changed their... Okay, this is mostly just... All right, let's just dive in. We're going to just dive in. We're just going to dive in. They're talking game design. I trust Pointy Hat. Let's let... The thing is, as with all of you, we must let the work stand for itself. So let us let the work stand for itself. At 3rd level, we get Flesh and Bone. Tredosio, thank you for the 10. Oh my goodness. Every DM player kept track of their party's initiatives, and you had a DM initiative. And you had a DM initiative. The vibe was very Avengers Endgame. Oh, okay, cool. So it was almost like mini moments happening together. That's really cool, Tredosio. I like that a lot. That sounds complicated to run, but again, it would be so much fun. And if you had a bunch of people working together, oh my god, that'd be so much fun. Wait, let's take a look at this Flesh and Bone. You have unnatural command over your body and can use it as a tool and a weapon. You can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing. I love that. You are also able to quickly grow bone, extricate it from your body, and use it as a weapon against your foes. I like that too. You gain the following key features. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 key point to produce a melee monk weapon. This can take the shape of any weapon that counts as a monk weapon for you. Okay? As an action, you can spend 1 key point to eject a small piece of bone, such as a phalange. Oh my god, I'm so bad at reading. To make a ranged attack. This ranged attack counts as an unarmed strike for you and has a range of 30-20. Or 31-20. Huh. I don't think this is strong enough, if I'm being honest. I think this is underpowered. Am I being crazy? A bonus action to get any weapon is potentially useful. I would want at higher levels for it to count as magical. But an action to make 1 ranged attack that counts as an unarmed strike, the only benefit to this, here's the only benefit to this. The only benefit to this is that that means you can do stunning strike from a distance, which is pretty strong, but you're not getting it at 3rd level. You're not getting that until like 5th level. Oh my god. Pokeniner, I didn't know monk could be humorous fighter. Yeah, that hurts to read. So yeah, I think both of these are cool. I think all 3 of these features are cool. I just don't feel like it's necessarily enough. Like, I feel like we should be able to get something else out of that weapon that we use, and maybe it breaks. Like, what if the weapon that you summon, what if the bone weapon that you summon gets some extra feature, but breaks after a certain amount of uses? But I think both of these are cool. The ranged stunning strike is going to be intense later, but at 3rd level, it's not that strong. I like everything. I just want a little bit more oomph behind them. Bone weapons should do something weird. Maybe they'll do something weird at higher levels, but even for 3rd level, I just want a little bit more oomph. Just a little, just a dash more oomph. Let's see what we get at 3rd level, at 6th level. At 6th level, you have control not only of your body, but also its movements, allowing you to twist it in seemingly impossible ways to give you an edge on the battlefield. When you make a melee attack on your turn, your reach is 5 feet greater than normal. Okay. Additionally, you cannot be grappled, and stand up from prone condition does not cost you any extra movement. Okay. I would not say you cannot be grappled. I would say you are immune to the grappled condition. But... and I like standing up for free. I mean, this is fine for 6th level. I almost want it to be stronger. Like, what about this? What if at 6th level, your melee attacks have a reach of... your melee attack reach is extended by 5 feet. When you use a flurry of blows, your melee attack reach is extended by 10 feet. Even just something like that. Just a little bit more. Immunity to grapple's big, but again, I feel like for a monk, it's not that strong because monks are so dexterous anyway. And a lot of the time, monks end up being really good at acrobatics. So it's like, it's nice, but it's not crazy. And the standing up for no movement is cool, but it's also something that you could get in a feat if you really, really want it. So I want a little bit more, oomph in here. If you're making any attack count as an unarmed strike, I forget the level, but it would pick up a feature that unarmed strikes are considered magical. Yes, that is true. It does that. But the bone weapons still aren't considered magical, but they should be. Let's look at the 11th level feature. Yeah, 6th level is when unarmed strikes become magical. Yeah. At 11th level, we get blood flow mastery. Starting at 11th level, your control over your body extends to being able to increase the blood flow to any wound, allowing you to heal yourself unnaturally fast. When you receive any healing, you can spend 1 key point as a free action to receive... So, this is annoying, but technically the phrase free action doesn't exist in D&D. So you would say you can spend 1 key point, no action required. It's annoying, but whatever. To receive the maximum amount of healing instead of rolling a die. That's quite strong. For example, when you consume a potion of healing, you can spend a key point. Okay, cool. Very strong 11th level feature. But I think it fits the vibe. I don't actually think any changes are necessary. You could maybe limit its use, maybe, because it is pretty potent, but I actually think it's probably fine. 10-foot reach is pretty good, but it's not crazy. Like, you could get a 10-foot reach by being a bugbear. 17th level, House of Bone. You have attained mastery over your body, turning it into a deadly weapon against all who dare come near it. When a creature enters the reach you have with your unarmed strikes or makes a melee attack against you, you can spend a key point as a reaction to make an unarmed strike against them by producing bone spikes out of your body. When you do, your AC increases by 1 until the end of your next turn. This is a cool feature too. I kind of wish we had more stuff like this earlier. So my main feedback is that I feel like 3rd and 6th, there's really nothing wrong with 6 at all. 6 is fine, but 3rd needs more. And if you're like in its current state, I don't feel like we're getting enough flash between 3 and 6. We need a little bit more flash. And I think the place to put the flash in is the summoned bone weapons. And letting the summoned bone weapons do something different. Let them function in minorly different ways or have some extra boost or something. You know what I mean? If balance is a concern on blood flow mastery, would advantage on the healing roll be balanced? I think blood flow mastery is kind of fine. I don't actually think it's... I don't think it's... I feel like it's fine. I don't think it's too strong. I like it. For a 3rd level, your bones could become stronger as you level up. I would be hesitant around giving you too much of that kind of stuff too early. I like the idea. I mean, you could go in that direction, but I like the idea, like, just based off of what Pointy Hat said, like, I like the idea of leaning into the, like, you tearing apart and, like, being gross, sinewy, spiky things. I would lean more into that stuff. NZ, my God. 5. You're crazy, dude. All right, so final thoughts for the Pointy Hat Monk subclass. I love the vibe. And I think it's mostly really solid. It's a little underpowered, in my opinion, and I think you could tweak it up in a couple places. But yeah, I like it. Pretty solid little subclass. I wonder if Pointy Hat will ever see this. They are a creator that I really admire. All right, let's give a round of applause for Pointy Hat, who had some of their homebrews submitted on their behalf by Kat. I like the idea of having a bottle monk. The best part of... Okay, my favorite part of this, which is silly, but it is that you can move... You can squeeze through places that are only an inch wide without... Because this is a really cool feature, but it really only works on a monk. Because most characters, even if they have this feature, they're limited by the size of the equipment that they carry. But monks don't actually need to carry any equipment. So you could really take advantage of this a lot with a monk. You know? Big Ben, I know that it says it extends by 5 feet. I'm just saying that I don't think it's enough of a unique subclass thing on its own. I think plus 5 foot to your attacks is cool, but like just to be clear, nothing was wrong with any of the things that were in that subclass. It just the collection, the totality of them didn't feel like enough. So I was just pointing out how a couple things I thought were good, but a little bit uninspiring. Please, blunt hat monk. What are you talking about? You crazy. The wheel does decide the fate. All right, Jackie. You were just saying it would be cool to punch people 15 feet away. Oh, I agree. And I would love to play a monk that was like a body horror monk. I think it's a great idea. The 3rd level key points that weren't key, they need a buff. Yeah, we talked about that already. Antonio is fun and has good ideas. His monsters are way too strong and his player options are way too weak. I am not familiar enough with his homebrew to judge that. But I also will say that I have nothing wrong with monsters being too strong. I much prefer monsters being too strong than anything else. This is a piece from Jackie. This is my first brew you're showing off on the server. Oh, exciting. And it's for one of the first swarming monsters that your players will encounter. The idea behind it is that these small creatures are part of a hive mind, and these are the pack hunters that gather most of the energy their leaders for their leaders. It's also important to know that you're using these for a Gestalt campaign. All right. So these guys are probably going to be a little bit stronger than a normal monster. There it is in the chat if you want to give her a gander. It's a CR1. It has such few hit points. Oh my god, why does it just have 3 hit points and 10 AC? Why is it so weak? The swarm spider gains a bonus to its strength and dex ability scores when it rolls for initiative. This bonus is equal to the amount of allies it has within 20 feet radius to a maximum of +5. The bonus lasts for 10 minutes or until one goes unconscious or dies. Even then, so let's say it gets a +5 bonus to its strength and dex. That becomes 16 and that becomes 11. That becomes, they both become 16. So its AC becomes 13? I don't know, man. 3 hit points for a CR1 monster. That's weak sauce. The one thing that I'm going to point out here that I do think is going to be frustrating to manage is dealing with the math of translating the strength into the bite, into the different things, the dex, into the armor class. And like, I would probably not worry specifically about affecting the strength and dex and worry about affecting the things that they affect, if that makes sense. So like, if you're trying to have this thing's AC increase, its damage increase, etc., all of that should be done. You just explain those things. And Dragonus also brings up a good point, is that a swarm is normally a stat block. So normally if we have swarms of things in D&D, you don't worry about statting the whole thing. So like, for example, here's a spider. Okay? Here's the stat block for a single spider. But we don't use 100 spider stat blocks. We use a swarm of spiders when it's time. So like here, swarm of... I should probably just write swarm of spiders. So instead of... and look, here's the stat block for now, a swarm of spiders, which fills the space for making a lot of creatures. So I would do that instead of whatever you're trying to do with this. They can do Hunter's Mark and inflict wounds. That's kind of cool that they can cast spells. That's weird. They can use... okay, if a bite attack renders a creature to 0 hit points, I would say drops a creature to 0 hit points. That's fine, though. It can use Parasitic Bond as a bonus action. When one spider is within 5 feet of a creature that's fallen to 0 hit points and is unconscious, it can use an action to begin forcing its way into the creature's body. The creature must make a competing Constitution saving throw. There's no such thing as a competing saving. Okay, you're mixing up your language here. So they could make a Constitution saving throw, in which case you need to give a DC, or they can make a medicine check against the spider rolling a medicine check. Those are different things, though. Don't make those the same things. There's saving throws and there's contested checks, and never the two shall meet. If a creature succeeds, is unable to attempt to bond for 1 minute. If it succeeds, the creature remains unconscious, unable to make death saves as it puppets their body. Then replaces its base strengths and dex with that of the creature. All right, I'm going to be honest with you here. I would probably... I'm not even going to read the rest of this. I would use the possession mechanics for this parasitic bond thing. So I would look up a ghost. And don't copy it exactly, but use possession. Use this language to explain how it controls its body. Again, don't copy it exactly, but use that as a building block. The other thing is I probably would not make it so all it takes is one spider to do this, it's just going to be really really annoying. I would probably make it like a swarm feature, or I don't know, maybe you could make it so one spider does this, but I would not make it so that the spider can't prevent it. I would make it that if the creature beats the check, the creature is immune to it. So it's not like, so if one spider fails, another spider can't immediately apply. It's like if one spider fails, then they just failed, and the creature is now immune to this ability for some period of time. And that's how a lot of these types of effects work. Fireball is often the best option. All right, let's give a round of applause to Jackie. Yeah, the way that monster was written, Fireball would just insta-kill them because Fireball does a minimum amount of damage and those creatures have 1 hit point. That's why you want to make it a swarm. Give them a big swath of hit points. 6 Cent with the 5. Thank you, 6 Cent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's right, actually. It's like the perfect counter to it. Hey, Cinder, how do you feel about making a quest that making quests that lead into bigger plot later down the line? Also, do you still update the wheel every hour? I update the wheel every hour up until Sunday, basically. And then Sunday, I don't, because it's just, we're done for the week. We're about to do a new week. So if you want to submit for next week, you can, but there were already 100 pieces on for this week. So we're not going to update the wheel every hour right now. How do you, and I love quests that lead into bigger quests is the best way to play D&D. Right? The adventure begins. What happens if I type that in? Let's see what pictures we get. Look at that. Yeah. Guys, do you want the adventure to begin with Thomas and friends? The best way to get players invested in the game, I think, is to have them starting on a quest, and then that quest leads to revelations of larger life things, and then them getting involved in those larger life things. I love that. All about it. Talking about swarms gives you PTSD from Pathfinder Kingmaker, and even so from Pathfinder WOTR. I've only played Pathfinder like 3 or 4 times, so I don't know enough about it to comment on that. But I'm sure Pathfinder gets intense with things because Pathfinder sort of seems like that's the whole point of Pathfinder. Moonsetter. Also, again, thank you for the 5. You are out of control. He's wild. He's crazy. It didn't matter. They would have died to minimum damage. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at Moonsetter's piece. Those PC games. What PC games? Oh, they're Pathfinder games? I didn't even know that there were Pathfinder video games. Matthew says they once calculated 700 rat saving throws. And that was fun? Okay. I mean, listen, fun is everybody has a different version of fun, I guess. Stop hovering your piece. Sorry, my bad. Hey, Cinder, this is my first piece of homebrew. This is my first ever homebrew creation. Cool, that you've actually published on D&D Beyond. Nice. It's based on the brimstone item from Binding of Isaac. I have no idea what the brimstone item is. You wanted to test a high risk, high reward option based on losing HP to deal damage, but you're having some difficulties narrowing down the balance. Sure, let's take a look. The adventure begins with Thomas the Tank Engine. Okay, we got some people in the chat that know what the item is. I have never read about it before, so hopefully they'll be able to be helpful. Oh, I should check Discord. I wanted to see if anybody wants to come on stream tonight. I'm going to be doing a stream with the TikToker Latinos Against Spooky Shit on the 25th, I think. That'll be cool. He's a really good creator if you guys don't know who he is. Okay. Reading the other names is always the best part of these. I'm sorry, Kay. I'm not trying to make you sad. Quel que un de otre. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Every time I do, I pronounce it differently, but I always try to put sort of a beauty behind it. So I hope that even though I might be pronouncing it wrong, you still like when I say it. I hope. I hope you're not just like, what the fuck is this guy saying? The brimstone. The flesh vessel's real name is also very hard to pronounce. So I understand. When I tap into its memories, I know. Quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un d'autre. I don't know which country it's from. If I knew what region it was from, it would be easier to pronounce because I would know what silly noises to make. Because I'm pretty good at copying silly noises of different languages, even though I can't speak them. It's French? Oh, okay, so we're talking a little bit like this. Quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un d'autre. It's a little bit more airy. There's a little bit more H's in there. Quelqu'un d'autre. If it was Arabic, I would say like it's like quelqu'un d'autre. Quelqu'un. Actually, if it was Arabic, it would be quelqu'un d'autre. It would be the Ryan, so it would be like ayin. That's a hard noise to make. Okay, let's take a look at this brimstone item. It does read like Elvish. That's why I was like, all right, man, let's just fucking go. Yeah, an eye and up. We got some Middle Eastern folk in here. I speak a tiny bit of every language, but I do speak a little bit more Hebrew and Arabic than the other ones. And I guess a couple other ones that are sort of lost to you guys. But they don't count because you guys don't remember them either. Okay, the brimstone is a sigil of the Leviathan, cross engraved with a sacrificial stone. It's an artifact, and it must be attuned by a barbarian, paladin, or fighter, or monk with the evil alignment. Ooh. We be an evil up in here. Gangamel, what's up, buddy? Gangamel was the person that made the sigil monk that we looked at on stream on Thursday. That was one of the first monks that has like stacking mechanics that I thought wasn't jank, which I was impressed with. Whenever people give things mechanics that can stack, I'm always a little hesitant because it's hard to keep track of that shit. Okay, when attuned to this artifact as an action, you can choose a number of sigils to expend up to double your con modifier. Does this thing have a maximum number of sigils? I would probably put this first. I would say it has 8 sigils. That would be the first thing I would say. You take 1d6 necrotic damage for every sigil spent, so you take up to a maximum of 8d6 damage. As a crimson laser made of boiling blood quickly shoots out of your mouth. That's fucking cool. Every creature 30-foot long, 5-foot wide thing must make a con saving throw. Magic items don't usually base their saving throw off of you. I would give it a number. And since it's an artifact, it should be really high. On a failed save, the creature takes double the necrotic damage you took and is cursed not to regain hit points for 1 minute. Very strong. On a successful save, the creature takes the same damage you took and isn't cursed. It has a maximum of 12 charges. You gotta link the charges earlier up. So what is it? It's an action? Okay, wait a minute. So what does this actually do? So basically, in the briefest of nutshells, if we're taking this thing to the maximum extreme, as an action, you can take 8d6 necrotic damage to deal 16d6 necrotic damage to all creatures in a 5-foot by 30-foot line. Good night, Squid. Have a good one, buddy. You hope the member stuff comes through on Discord? It usually does. If your Discord is linked to your YouTube account. It's better than low-grade lightning because it's dealing more than the damage. It's dealing double damage. The minimum damage it deals is how much you took. I mean, here's what I'll say. It's in a weird position. It sits in a weird space. Because, in my opinion, it's not nearly enough to be an artifact. This is, like, it does one thing. Like, that's not an artifact, in my opinion. Artifacts should do 20 things, or at least 3 or 4 things. That being said, the amount of damage output it has does merit it being incredibly rare. Like, I don't know if it merits it being an artifact, but it merits it being incredibly rare. I probably would make it a legendary. I think it dealing double damage is a little bit much. I probably would put language in here so that you can't prevent the damage you take in any way. Because if you're like an Azamar or something, you could just be taking half damage on this. If they take half if they save, and they can't heal if they don't. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's very strong. I mean, honestly, the way to balance it, I think, would have it be so maybe you take 1d6 necrotic damage for every charge that you spend, but you deal 1d10 necrotic damage for every charge that you spend. So it's not actually just doubling it. It's just you're using a different dice. And then still do the same thing where it's like if they fail, they take half damage, and then, don't do... Just make it sort of more in line with other area of effect damage features. You just really want to hear me say a sentence in minion? I can never say a sentence in minion because I'm not a minion. And I never will be. And I never have been. I've had minions. I don't really have them anymore, though. If I'm in any pyramid, I'm at the top of it. You know what I mean? As written, wouldn't the damage to the enemies go down if you prevented any to yourself? I guess it would. It's an interesting idea. I wouldn't do double damage, though. I would make it different size dice. That's how I would balance it. You're some of my... yeah, you got... Well, I guess you all are my minions. I do. I take that. I accept that. But some of you are in the Enclave. And some of you are in the waiting room. You have 73... I have 73k minions? Do I have 73k minions? Huh. I guess so. I don't know if I'd call them all minions. I feel like most of them are just, people living their lives. All right, we got to change the music a little bit. I'm getting bored of this. We're going to keep it going cash, though. We're going to keep it cash. We're going on it. Are we going on the carriage? No, I don't want to do carriage. Let's do Oregon Trail. Oh, yeah. Oregon Trail sounds nice. That's my sub count? My sub count. Sup, subs? Y'all my sub counters. Alright, this is a cool parasite lineage you made for the aberrant mind sorcerer. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by lineage, but let's take a look. Oh, it's a new, oh, you mean like a new, is lineage the word we're using now? I'm finally awake. I don't go to sleep, friend. I've never gone to sleep. I was thinking of doing a subathon of some sort at some point, where I just stream forever. But I have to think of like a good activity or event or something. There needs to be something. There needs to be a gimmick to it. I don't know what the gimmick will be. If you guys have ideas for the gimmick, let me know. Baldur's Gate 3? You think the gimmick should be Baldur's Gate 3? A 24-hour Baldur's Gate 3 stream? Bildo, I don't know if people would actually watch that. I don't, because the whole point of a marathon is to make people follow you and to, try to raise some skrills and some followers. You would donate money if I did a 24-hour stream? All right, I'll think about it. I would need to be... It would be a challenge, but I would be down to try. 24 hours of staring at the camera would be also... that would also be tedious. I don't know if people would like... You guys have such nonsense ideas. It has to be something you can hop in on. Exactly. Mix in writing and reviewing Homebrew. Turn the cam off. Chad plays D&D is so tedious. I don't think I have the skills to run that. Everyone that I know that runs Chat Plays D&D is like so much techier than I am. Why do you think is better? College of Metal oh, I'm sorry. What do you think is better? Tax Collector, and again with the 5. Jeez Louise. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. What do you think is better? College of Metal Bard or College of Rock and Roll? I don't think either is better. I do think that College of Metal might be easier to write because it is more specific. I think the more specific you can be in your idea when you have like the, maybe not when you're coming up with the mechanics, but when you're coming up with the vision of the thing, the better the mechanics are going to end up being. So I would go College of Metal because metal is a subcategory of rock, in my opinion. You could disagree with me there. But you could even go deeper than that. You could go death metal, you know? You could be the College of Death Metal. You could be the College of Prog Rock. All right, let's take a look. So the ability scores are ability scores. Age and speed. This is all sort of the same stuff, I imagine. Mental resilience. Resistance to psychic damage. Okay. College of Hard Rock seems like a better catch-all. I don't know if a catch-all is the right move, is what I'm saying, though. I think that sometimes it's better to be more specific. College of Ska. That's very silly. You do a lot of kicking in the College of Ska. All right, let's see what we get here. Oh, we get a lot. Maybe too much. Let's see what we get. This is a lot of things. As a bonus action, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice that you don't already have. If so, you gain an additional amount equal to half your proficiency bonus. What does that mean? Additional amount of what? The ability can only be used before knowing if a skill check succeeds or not. You can use this trait an amount of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all features when you finish a short or long rest. Whenever you use this ability, you see a memory of one of your... Okay, so what is this? So basically, as a bonus action, you can add half your proficiency bonus to a skill you're not proficient in. Is that what you mean? I'm a little confused. Hey, your family and you just wanted to say you love your videos. Aw, that's very nice, Cal Knight. Thank you for the 5. Very generous. Very generous. Tell your family I say hey. Why are parasite races so popular? I don't know. They are popular though, aren't they? I'm a little confused about it is because you say you gain proficiency in a skill, but then you say you gain so it's not really you gain proficiency, so you gain proficiency plus extra? I don't know about that. I'm a little confused by it. I feel like the wording is a little confusing. And I feel like maybe I would just make it proficiency bonus. Okay, let's look at this next part. You just put a new roof on the house. That's exciting. Guys, want to see something crazy? This is what these microphones look like when they don't have a shield on them. Now you know. Does anyone ever show you that before? Okay, due to your aberrant nature, you gain the ability to infect a person's mind and body. The act of taking over someone's brain has some conditions. When you attempt to infest someone's body, your true form pours from your eyes and nose and mouth and can't be reinfected. All right, I'm going to stop you right here. There's no mechanics. We need mechanics. We need mechanics. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? How close do you need to be to the target to do it? I'm a little frustrated by the amount of parasite races I'm seeing that don't give mechanics to these really core component ideas. The ritual to leave your body to infect another host is a casting time of 1 hour. If you succeed, you are forced into a long rest. What does that mean, forced into a long rest? Does that mean, like, you have to not... What is it? How are you forced into a long rest? That doesn't actually mean anything mechanically. During this time, you're enrolled to reload physical stats to keep your mental stats. Oh, man. Okay, I think... I'm going to be honest. I might stop here. I strongly underline, bold, heightened... It would say, do not re-roll stats. Do not do that. I big disagree with that. The fight to infect a person's mind is played as a mental battle. Like... What is happening here? It's a one-on-one fight with only unarmed and spell text. What does that mean, it's a one-on-one fight? I don't understand. Like, are we now rolling initiative and, like, fighting another creature? I just don't understand. Like, there's no mechanics to this. Like, it's very confusing to me. Yeah, we're gonna stop reading it here. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I have seen only one of you have ever created a race that essentially is a little monster that goes into someone's brain and then goes into someone else's brain that works. And the reason why it worked was because it was simple. This can't be a whole mini game with 1,000 different effects and changing everything and all. It's just too complicated. You got to keep it as simple as possible. The best way to do it would be you can target a corpse and you can take it over and nothing else changes. That's the way that I would do it. You got to keep it simple. If you can think of a way to make it unique and add unique features, great. But these extra little mini games that have like no mechanical explanation to them is just going to be tedious. Like, it is not going to be fun to have a feature that requires you to take an hour of time, immediately go into a long rest, and have a one-on-one combat encounter every time you use it. That's too much. That's too much to have to do. Yeah, it shouldn't be more complex than a class feature. Exactly. All right, I do love the idea, but it's I think in its current state, intergalactic milk is just a little too complicated. I would simplify. Thank you very much, intergalactic milk. Are you talking about the one that lets you pick a couple pre-picked abilities from existing races? I don't know. I don't remember who made it. All right, I gotta be honest. This music is not. I don't like all the. We need something that's. I don't want to do. I don't want the wagon. I don't want the wagon. I just want fucking music. I just want some GD music. You know what I mean? Just some chill. On a journey music. Where's the chill on a journey music? We could do Hidden Valley, maybe. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Cowboy dubstep? Not right now. You can hardly hear the music. I made the music quiet on purpose. I guess I can make it louder. But I like it being quiet. I'd look into Symbiotic Entity from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft and the Kalishtar. That's a good idea. Both of those are good examples of things to look at. Oops, that's the wrong thing. You submitted a monster you wrote as a minion for the BBEG. You're concerned with it, with the feel of it, as it's mostly a simple monster. Ain't nothing wrong with a simple monster if it's got a couple cool things going on. I love a good simple monster. Get out of here, Shadow. See ya, buddy. Welcome to... Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so this is the DOS Philos. The DOS Philos. CR6, 13 AC, 75 hit points. It's got a bunch of skills. Why does it have so many skills? It's incorporeal. Spirit protection. Whenever it's hit by an attack that deals damage higher than their armor class, they can use their reaction to increase their armor class to the number of damage dealt for the next minute. Their armor class cannot exceed 25. Oh man, that would be so fucking annoying. I'm sorry if that's my first response, but like a monster whose main power is that its AC just gets really high. Like what's the gameplay loop there? Like what's the joy? Where's the joy in fighting that monster? From the player's perspective, how do you solve that monster? Like, I guess the solution is to only hit it with effects that require saving throws. But even still, that feels like it's just tedious. That's just tedious. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what level the boss is going to be, but it's a lot of hit points for this thing to have 725 AC. And it's going to get that AC really quickly. Because it's basically just going to get this ability every time it is going to be hit with an attack. I would maybe make it get some sort of bonus to its AC like once or like once a round, but not every time. And it has a punch. The punch does almost no damage. So this is a big issue. Okay, here, let's like, can you guys can see this, right? Like this monster has 25 AC. So here's the thing is you want this to be a minion of the boss. There is no incentive to fighting this monster because this monster does such little damage that it's basically negligible. You can just ignore it. And it has such high AC that you're most likely not going to hit it anyway. So the only reason for this monster to exist in the way that it's currently written is as a thing to ignore that is hanging out with the boss. So what I would strongly encourage you to do is make sure that what your monster is doing is something that works with the boss. Maybe it overcomes one of the boss's weaknesses. Maybe it interacts with something the boss does. But there also needs to be an incentive for the players to target it instead of the boss. So that incentive could be it being particularly dangerous. It could be it doing some feature that combos with the boss feature in a particularly unusual way. But this current monster just sort of feels like a very hard to hit target that does very little. And it can stun a creature, but again, it's like, eh. For people who might not be grasping the gameplay loop, think of it as an action that a player does which feels satisfying. You should be able to do this action over and over and it won't be boring. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I'm a moron. Oh man, I hate saying your name. There is a Pokemon that like that, and it's really annoying. The ability is stamina. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so like Quasar, if you're trying to build a minion for a boss, the thing that you got to be thinking about is like, what is the goal of that minion? And that goal is going to be different depending on what the boss is. So you're going to want to tie it in. All right, let's give a round of applause to Quasar. All right, actually, you know what, guys? I think we just need to change the music a lot. I'm losing. I think we need a little bit. We just need a little bit more beauty in our world. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Just some friggin' chill-ass tunes. The AC boost says it can be suppressed by anti-magic field or similar magic. Maybe the boss does something with that. Maybe, but it like, again, that's tedious. It's like, would you waste a dispel magic or something similar to make that monster's AC low enough to hit it when, again, it just does 1d6 plus 3 damage on its attack? That's similar damage to like a kobold. It's like not that different than a kobold. Ross, you gotta pet. You gotta pray to the gods. Oh, it's Nathan. So if the AC boost becomes an aura damage dealt around it, it becomes a horrific threat that needs to die fast, dealing 25 damage around. You could do something like that too, but I don't know. I mean, just again, you're just be making it sort of something different. I would say like the core idea, you need to just focus a little bit. Nathan says hello. Hello, Nathan. This is one of my first creations. I wanted to make a storm-themed ranger with a lot of control tools at high level. I tried to keep the features as simple as possible, but versatile enough to use in a variety of situations. The 11th and 15th level features are probably too strong, but I hate when subclasses give all the best features right away. Anyway, enjoy. All right, let's take a look. Somebody was talking about how they wanted a storm, lightning. No, they were talking about a cold. Someone was talking about how they wanted a cold-based fighter, not a lightning-based fighter. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to go pee before we look at this next one. Because I need to pee. I'll be right back. Don't leave. Don't you go anywhere. Stay here. Here, I'll play more intense music while I'm gone to hype you guys up, okay? How does that sound? Does that sound good? Good. I'll be right back. back. Everybody calm down. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? Did you miss me? Could you learn to miss me? Of course he returns. I wouldn't leave you in the lurch. Alright. We're changing the music up a little bit. Hope you guys are down. New Ranger subclass. Yeah, let's take a look. Did anything crazy happen while I was away? Did you guys come to any new realizations? You did? Dang. Alright, I'm sorry I missed it. Okay. You discovered the meaning of the universe. Dang, the wheel cleric. You found the One Piece? That's cool. I could spoil so much of One Piece to you guys right now because I've been getting a lot of TikToks about it lately, and I don't care about spoilers, so I know so many late game things that I don't really understand what they mean, but I could repeat them, and if I do, it'll be spoilers, and it's very funny that I have that kind of power. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not mean. I do like that one person was immediately like, no, and one person was immediately like, do it. The dichotomy of the universe. All right, let's take a look at this. In the heart of tempestuous maelstroms, where the heavens clash and thunderous roars harmonize with jagged lightning, you are half a word away from using so much flavorful language that it's coming off as annoying, just so you know. You're very close. You're dancing with overdoing it here. Harmonize is where you really push it over the edge. The Skybringer emerges as a master of nature's most electric and tumultuous forces. Yeah, cut half these adjectives out. These rangers are forged in the crucible of lightning-lit skies, their bond with the elements as unbreakable as the storm's relentless fury. With every step upon the earth, they draw upon the wrath. Don't use upon and upon right next to each other. Come on now. The wrath of thunderclouds, guiding the arcing lightning bolts and commanding savage winds. The battlefield is their canvas, and they are the tempest conductor, orchestrating chaotic. Okay, I'm going to stop reading it here. This is plenty of really nice, flavorful language, but it's all too much of the same. You're kind of making the same point over and over and over again. Like, this point is kind of the same as this point, is kind of the same as this point, is definitely the same as this point, and is certainly the same as this point. So as much as it's like all kind of evocative, flavorful language, it gets very monotonous feeling because it's just saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over. I'm going to be honest, Name. I know for a fact that the One Piece is not the friends they made along the way. And I could tell you why I know that, because I literally watched a TikTok about this today, but I can't because it would spoil things. But the One Piece is not the friends they made along the way. I will say this. Oda, the guy who wrote it, was very explicitly asked that question, and he very explicitly answered and said no. And he said it would be like disappointing to the fan base if it ended up being something like that. All right, let's see what we get. Storm Strike. You learn to augment your weapons with the force of the storms. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you deal an extra 1d6 lightning or thunder damage to the target, and up to one other creature within 15 feet of the target. The damage die increases to 1d8 at 11th level. Okay, so two things here. One, I absolutely love the idea behind this feature, that you're hitting somebody and then it's jolting to somebody else. The problem is that these numbers are too high for this not to require something in the action economy. I agree with Zach the Lit. This should do 1d4 damage. I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. It should just do 1d4. And it can increase to 1d8, or not 1d8, it can increase to 1d6, but started at 1d4 and increase to 1d6. Zach the Lit said it before I could get it out. Thunder and lightning damage are different in D&D. Thunder damage is a lot more powerful traditionally because it is a lot less creatures resist it, and there are actually quite a few creatures that are vulnerable to it. Have a good time in the session. But yeah, normally if you're doing between 1d6 and 1d8 extra damage around, it has to sort of start eating into the action economy. So especially if you were going to be doing 2d6 extra damage, it certainly would have to eat into the action economy. So if you don't want it to eat into the action economy, make it a d4, make it a d6. But I love a jumping lightning ability. I kind of feel like thunder jumping doesn't make sense. I might just limit it to lightning, but I could see why you would want to include thunder so that it feels like it's going to be effective against creatures that are, you know, resistant or immune to lightning damage. But I don't know. Thunder is the sound, so that's a vulnerability for constructs. Yeah, thunder is like concussive force. A warlock whose patron is a Discord server? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. It's not a great idea, but it's not a bad idea. They used to call it sonic damage. Yeah, but then that fucking hedgehog got in the way. Hot take. Every ranger subclass gives you extra damage per turn is kind of boring. Well, they don't all. Well, then how do you feel about the Gloomstalker ranger? They don't get extra damage once per turn. They get extra damage once per combat. We get absorb elements, shatter. I'm not sure why we get shatter. Lightning call, elemental bane, maelstrom. I feel like thunder wave would make a lot more sense in here. I feel like, does shatter deal force damage or thunder damage? Oh, I guess it deals thunder damage. I feel like I would probably put thunder wave here instead of absorb elements. I guess shatter kind of makes sense. Call lightning. I probably wouldn't put call lightning. I probably would either put lightning bolt or thunder step. I feel like I would not put call lightning because call lightning is a concentration spell, and the rangers are already struggling for concentration. I wouldn't make this a concentration spell. Hey Kat, I reviewed the pointy hat homebrew you submitted earlier. Overall, my feedback was I like the flavor and it was not strong enough. Dealing damage to another creature is unique for sure. Okay, let's take a look at the other third level feature. You gain resistance to lightning and thunder damage, fine. In addition, you can attempt to hide even when you're only lightly obscured by foliage, heavy rain, snow, blah, blah, blah. You don't suffer disadvantage on perception checks result from being lightly obscured. Also, why don't we have fog cloud? Why is it absorb elements and not fog cloud? I don't know. I don't know, man. This is not... I don't think this is cool enough, if I'm being honest. Like, I get it. It's like, oh, you're better in the storm. But we have no natural way to create a storm. And even call lightning doesn't really make a storm. Like, it makes a cloud overhead, but it wouldn't affect this feature at all. Not suffering perception checks, relying on sight as a result of being lightly obscured is interesting, but it's also one of those things that, like, Dungeon Masters barely use this feature. So I probably would make this... I don't know. I would try to mess around with this to make it a little bit less situational. And then the other question that I would ask you is... how... Okay, actually, let's pull back. Let's pull back a second. After this fucking crazy, explosive subclass description, why on earth is one of your main features you're better at hiding? Makes no sense. Like, if anything, give this at a higher level. We need to really feel like our subclass early. I don't know, this just doesn't speak... This just does not feel like a Storm Ranger thing. This feels like a... You know, Storm Rangers are big and loud and explosive. If the patron is a Discord server, it's not a warlock, it's a streamer. All right, fair, respect. Let's take a look at Eye of the Storm. You said you think this seems goofy? I don't know if it seems goofy. I like the Stormbringer a lot. I just feel like the main feature it has doesn't really feel like a friggin' doesn't match the vibe of the flavor text. Eye of the Storm at 7th level. At home in thrashing winds and howling thunder, you're able to remain composed even amongst the most natural performer. Proficiency in con saving throws. I mean, that's really good. It's not particularly exciting. What I would do is, I mean, it's fine. A lot of rangers get stuff like this at level 7. I think the Gloomstalker basically gets this. Right? Isn't that what the Gloomstalker gets at 7? Yeah, they get proficiency in wisdom saving throws. So, I don't know. I mean, it fits, but, like, I don't feel like we get enough at 3rd level to merit this being this lackluster. Let's look at 11th level. The blinding force of your lightning dazzles your enemies. Whenever you deal lightning damage to one or more enemies, you can use your reaction to attempt to blind them. They must succeed on a con saving throw or be blinded until the start of your next turn. That's pretty cool. I like that. I think that's a neat idea. What do you mean one or more enemies? Does that mean that you can affect multiple enemies at a time? You need to clarify, like, the instances of damage, right? Because technically, I don't really understand what you mean. I think what you want to say is, like, if you hit a creature with this, you can get 2 creatures, and if you hit a creature with lightning, you can get a bunch. If I was going to do that, you got to clarify the language. So you have to say, like, 1 instance of lightning damage, or maybe to do with all creatures that you deal lightning damage to on a turn or something. The other thing is that this probably should be somewhat limited in use. It probably shouldn't be infinite use. It feels like it doesn't embrace the roaring thunder and chaos of the storm with the ribbon features. There's a bit of thunder in the class for some pizzazz. I did not review the Vulpine yet. Welcome back, name. Crash of Thunder. The roar of your thunder leaves your enemies stunned. When you deal thunder damage to 1 or more enemies, again, you're going to need to rewrite your language so it's clear what the fuck you mean by that in the same way you did with the 11th level feature. Is this just you can just stun them? These are kind of lackluster, my guy. They're not that evocative. You can blind and stun creatures. I don't know. Like, on one hand, I want to say that, like, this is kind of cool, and this is kind of cool, but they don't build, right? Like, if you're using one or the other, there's almost never a reason to use blinding when you can stun. So you're sort of in this situation where, like, why would you ever try to blind a creature when you can stun them? I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I would completely rewrite the 15th level feature. And I would probably put a lot of work, put some serious work into the 3rd level feature. I would completely get rid of this, put something else, and I would make this wisdom. I would make this, you know, wisdom modifier times, and probably make it wisdom modifier times per short rest as opposed to long rest. They should both be acquired at the same level. If they're going to be acquired at the same level, with the worst condition having a save, less monsters have than a. I wouldn't, if you're going to put them at the same level, I probably would just not make it stun. I would probably make it a different condition for thunder than for lightning. I would just, and I wouldn't make it as powerful as stun. I would make it something, try to make it more similarly balanced to blinding. But I agree. I feel like you could mix Crash of Thunder and Flash of Lightning into one feature, make it wisdom modifier times per day, and that would be a really solid 11th level feature. But we need a lot more early, and we need just a new 15th level feature. It's a neat idea, but we need more Storm. Considering this is the Stormbringer, it doesn't feel like it's bringing that much Storm. All right, Nathan, thank you very much for sharing. I like the idea quite a bit. I just think it needs a little bit more oomph early. Yeah, looking at spells like Thunderwave for knocking creatures back and stuff I think is a good idea. I mean, Deafen would make a lot of sense with thunder damage as opposed to Blind, which is more situational, but maybe could still have an effect. Do something slightly different. Reckless, thank you for the 5. Reckless says, hey, Cinder, do you have a favorite character you've played and brought back? You're writing a book about your current character. You love the stream. What do you mean by brought back? I don't have a favorite character that I've played. I really like the character that I'm playing in my podcast right now. If you guys haven't seen my podcast, it's called Unbalanced Encounters. It's on all the things, YouTube, Spotify, whatever, Apple. I play a big robot named Guard. I really like playing Guard. I've been Guard for about a year now, and that feels pretty cool. But I don't know if he's my favorite character that I've ever played. He's probably the character that I've played the longest, though. I played a character named Casanova Frankenstein. I will say that all the characters that I've played that I've liked the most have all been Warforged. All of my favorite characters I've ever played have been Warforged. So that's a little bit of a pattern. I love Warforged. They're my favorite race, I think. They're my favorite one to be. I also just really like being non-humanoid things. Like things that really feel alien. Or like, not alien necessarily, but like, you know, alien in a true sense of alien. Not where like they're from other planets, but from like they're just different. Very balls. Okay. What a name. Race for a small D&D project. It started as a joke. Now it's very balls. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be something I actually want to read or if I just quit immediately. Sometimes you guys make jokes that just land, that just don't fucking land. Y'all are cringe as fuck. Okay, let's see. Oh, it looks like it doesn't look super cringy. Oh, it's got a lot of stuff going on, but let's take a look. Yeah, Casanova Frankenstein. Casanova Frankenstein I loved him. He was great. I loved Casanova Frankenstein. What's up, Knight of the Sun? Welcome to the stream. Does the weakness of my flesh disgust me? Well, I would say no. The weakness of my flesh vessel kind of disgusts me, but my flesh is mostly made of sinew, feathers, fur, and like ozone and stuff, so I'm very non-fleshy most of the time. But when I'm in this human form that I sort of embody to talk to you guys, I don't love it. It's very limited, but it does certainly make it easier to communicate with you guys. So I appreciate it for the purpose that it serves. I respect that it serves a good purpose. You know. This is the pigkin. You're gonna head out soon. Guessing you can't ask to review. No, we're doing the wheel, Pokeniner. Come on, man. You know how it goes. When it's member review night, if you guys are in the stream and you want me to review a piece before you go to bed because you're going to hop on stream, I'll make an exception because it's member review night. But for the open night, we got to just trust the wheel. Oh, I'm about to start getting burpy. The pigkin. If you could, man, why did you? I'm gonna be honest, Very Balls. Why did you send it to me if you didn't finish it? I'll review what's here, but I'm never gonna look at it again. You can only ever send something to me once. So don't send it to me if it's half done. That's silly. The pigkin are humanoid race of people that heavily resemble pigs. They tend to live in halfling societies, since a big part of their population prefer a more laid-back lifestyle. Tough they look. I think you mean tough as they look. Tough they look and they look tough and act. Tough as they look. What the fuck? Tough they look and act very friendly. I think you mean they look tough, but they act very friendly. No, I don't do re-reviews anymore. They're not fun. And to be very frank, most of the time when you guys send me stuff to re-review, you don't change half the things that I ask you to change. And I don't remember what I said last time. So a lot of the time, the feedback just turns into me repeating myself, and it's not helpful for you, and it's me just genuinely being annoyed. Because I'm like, why the fuck did you send this back? You didn't change half the shit I told you to change, and I just get upset with you. And that's not fun. Or I tell you to change something that's contradictory to what I said before because the way that you changed it is, like, too much in a direction. It just doesn't make sense. A good way to think about this is I'm not your fucking editor. I'm your guide. And your guide doesn't do revisions. Your guide helps to guide you and then sends you out into the world. I wouldn't say they look tough and they are very friendly. I would say they look tough, but they are very friendly because those two pieces don't feel like they inherently, like, sit together, you know? They just get ability score increases. Okay, starting at level 1, because you have a very thick hide and durable skin, you get add a d4 to your AC for 5 minutes. Okay, so, alright, I'm just going to give you some straight-up feedback right here. Nothing in D&D, no lineage, races, or species in D&D get powers after 5th level. If you want to get a little improvement at 3rd level and then a little improvement at 5th level, you can do that. But you got to stop it there. Nothing else gets it. It's not your class, man. It's not your class. Also, like, what the fuck does this mean? You have to, how does this activate? So starting at 1st level, you can do, how do you add a d4? Is it a reaction to someone hitting you? Do you use your action to make your hide tough? And then you get an extra d4 to your AC for 1 minute? Does that mean you roll the d4 every time someone tries to hit you? Does that mean you roll the d4 and that number is added to your AC? Yes, and somebody said that that is way too strong. I also agree, because that means you could potentially add a +4 to your AC for 5 minutes, which is fucking crazy. So, a good example of this is the Warforged, which we were talking about earlier, gets an ability where it just gets a +1 to its AC. It's like the main thing it gets, and it doesn't really get much else. So if you're going to be doing stuff that adds to the AC, you got to be real thoughtful about it. And personally, what I would do is most races that get a thick-skinned feature or a natural armor, it doesn't actually increase their armor class. It gives them a natural armor class. So what you could say is, thick-skinned, because of your thick skin, you have a natural armor class equal to 10 plus your constitution modifier, or 10 plus your dexterity modifier, or whatever. Turtles have a natural armor class, yes, because they have a big shell, but they also can't use other armor, so it kind of balances it out. But also, that 17 AC as their natural armor is like the only good thing they get. It still sits in the action economy, Alejandro. Like, it's, look, you're talking about tabaxi? When you move on your turn in combat. Very, very, very specific place it sits in the action economy. Also, it's a pretty significant downswing. Also, there's a good argument for all of their other abilities being pretty mediocre. Yeah, so I'm going to stop reading it here. We're not going to worry too much about the subclass, subraces. If I were you, I would spend a little bit of time and look at how races are written. Make sure that you are being very specific on how these features work. And I see you were starting to do subraces. You said you're very new to Homebrew. If you are really excited about coming up with a bunch of subraces, I guess do it. But I would strongly encourage you to try not first. Just try making a just solid race. Don't worry about subraces. Don't add that level of complication to that you need to. Just make a pigkin. Boom, pig person. Just go. You're also doing, like, at level 2. Don't do any of that. No. Don't do any of that. Yeah, all this stuff happening at other levels. They're not a subclass, my guy. They're a race. You should get a couple things at level 1, and that's it. Maybe get a thing at level 3. Maybe a thing at level 5. Maybe. But this is a race. This is not a subclass. It shouldn't be constantly expanding. That's just not the way that they're designed in D&D. All right, let's give Very Balls a round of applause for their pig person. You think removing dark vision for OST classes would be better? Funny idea. Make players need torches? I don't know, man. I feel like they like fucked dark vision back and forth so much. Who cares? Like, I get so annoyed when, like, I don't know. I just don't even, I feel like the whole system needs a rework, if I'm being honest, if we want dark vision to matter. All that stuff needs like a massive rework. Like, there's so much tedious shit from early D&D that just isn't incorporated into most games anymore. Squid, you said I looked at your piece already? All right, so we're going to skip you then. A lot of the spell casting, a lot of the races that get natural spell casting will get like a once a day casting of something at level 5. Ozma. Oh, it's our French friend. Is it our French friend or is it a different French friend? I'm completely new to Homebrew and D&D, but I'm quite proud of this. It's a warden monk subclass made to reliably control enemies and enhance unarmed strikes as you zoom around the battlefield. All right, let's see. We've looked at so many fucking monks lately. Oh my god, you guys forgot how much I'm tired of monks. The key with this is we have to make sure that it's not just, this is a monk, but better. But that it feels like something distinct and unique, and that it's adding new pieces to the game, not just making a monk better. We don't want it to just be making a monk better. Tax Collector with the 2. Thank you, Tax Collector. That is very generous of you. How could I make a Kensai? How could I make Kenshi from Mortal Kombat? Isn't Kenshi the blind guy? Right? Kenshi is the blind psychic monk, right? He's the blind psychic guy, right? Mortal Kombat, yeah. Oh, this is really easy. You just go fighter, blind fighting style, and then you do Psi Knight, and then you have him. That's actually super easy. I'll show you really quickly, actually, because it'll take 2 seconds. You just go fighter, boom, I'm a fighter. It's level 1. I pick my fighting style. You go to the optional class features. You pick blind fighting. Now you're a blind fighter. Boom. Now you pick your subclass. You pick Psi Warrior. Boom. You're done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Super easy to build. One of the most accomplishable characters in D&D. All right, let's take a look at the Way of Pressure monk. Also, now that we know that you're French, we know that this isn't written in your first language. So everybody that speaks English as a first language and has worse grammar than this person, for shame. No, you're not. Tax Collector, you're not dumb, my guy. Don't even worry about it. Everybody's dumb. Actually, Tax Collector, I'm going to be honest. You might be dumb, but that is okay because I am dumb. Everybody is dumb. The thing about the world, and this is actually a thing about Homebrew in general. Actually, let's pull it back. This is not about Homebrew. This is just about being a person that exists in the world. You get so caught up in your own perspective, whether it's the life you're living, whether it's the issues that you're facing, whether it's the writing that you're doing, whether it's the characters that you're creating, that you can sometimes get like super tunnel visioned and you can't see the things around you, which is why talking to other people, asking other people questions, getting feedback is so helpful, because sometimes the thing that you need most is like right next to you, but it's just out of your vision because you're so focused. So you're not dumb. You're just a human person. Okay, let's take a look at this. We as a community are dumb, and that's beautiful. Amen. I do not recommend just listing your name as name on the wheel. Pick some additional bit so that the Control F doesn't get like 60 things. I don't know what you don't know. Exactly. Intelligence was your dump stat? Oh, man. I don't know what mine is. Probably most of them at this point. Monks that go down the way of the pressure learn to cripple their enemies by attacking their weak points. They are enforcers of their very own beliefs and often take prisoners when they feel like the authorities are slacking. That's a very specific detail that I feel like should maybe come later. The fate of those who dare challenge them is a secret, well kept, but rumor has it that they end up as lab rats. So both of these are very like world specific. I would not include world lore specific stuff immediately. If you want to give examples of world lore specific stuff in your flavor text, put it at the end. The first stuff should be like, what does it feel like to play this guy? What do they look like when they're running through the battlefield? What's a cool sentence that describes them? Those who follow the way of pressure might be part of a local militia, keep bandits and citizens in check. Some may be known as merciful warriors, sparing the lives of those left. You're sort of repeating yourself now in this part. Also, I feel like this last part is like very dark and evil, so I'm not sure why you're talking about merciful warriors here. You're a little all over the place. It's almost so all over the place that there's not a strong vibe at the end of it. Like, are they merciful warriors that spare lives of loved ones, or are they people that turn people into lab rats? And if you're like, well, they're all of it, then that's not really anything. So it's not worth mentioning any of it. All right, let's take a look at what we actually get. You did not say what levels we get this at. Where is the third level? You say third level here. I know this is the third level, but you need to say it in the feature. Paralyzing pressure. The effects from this class last a number of rounds equal to your wisdom modifier with a minimum of 1 and ending at the start of your turn. What the fuck is this talking about? However, they end at the end of a target's turn if they choose not to take any actions on said turn. What the fuck is this talking about? What effects? What are we talking about? As long as an enemy is under effect of one of the class abilities, additional effects will end on the same... I'm going to be really honest. I have no idea what this means. Get rid of it. If this is a core part of the class, this is not the way to explain it. This is confusing me. As the reader, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. You're explaining all of these mechanics for mechanics that I don't know what they are and how they stack. It's like you've lost me before I've started reading the piece. So I would strongly encourage you to just drop this. If you want to have effects that last over a long period of time, make them work the way that they should work normally, probably. Wouldn't that mean that Stunning Strike would last for up to 5 minutes? I don't fucking know, because I have no idea what this is talking about. And no, I think it would be 5 rounds, not 5 minutes, because it says a minimum of 1. 1 round, not 1 minute. But I'm going to be honest, I'm just going to completely ignore this part, because it's nonsense to me. Doesn't mean anything. Ephemeral Strike. Starting when you choose this tradition at 3rd level, you can condensate. Condensate is not the word here. You can condense, I think is the word you want. You can condense your key into debilitating low strikes. What do you mean by low strikes? Does that mean literally you're like punching people in the legs? When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike from Flurry of Blows, you reduce the walking... Oh, it literally is. You're punching people in the legs. You reduce the walking... Okay. When you... You're going to have to rewrite this. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike from Flurry of Blows, you reduce the walking speed by 5 feet if their size is medium or less, and by 10 feet if it's large or more. Why? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't... Why? I guess it's... never mind, fine. It's maybe fine. Hitting the same enemy multiple times or later turns with his ability increases the speed penalty. I wouldn't do this. I would drop this. I would drop this. I'm thinking about starting a new... Derek says... Derek, thank you. 3 members, my guy. Derek, you've also been around longer than 3 months, but I'm happy to have you be an official member for 3 months. I'm thinking about starting a new campaign soon. What should I name it? I don't have a vibe, so if you could just give me some ideas, that would be great. How about Withersby Silverspire and the amalgamation of cheese? How about Donald Parkle? How about the Blood Rain? How about Alabaster Sunshine? How about Snow? How about The Snow Stops Falling? How about Found? How about 3 dogs and a cat. How about the tree that wouldn't grow? How about ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream? Okay, so I think what you want to say, but I think the way that I would rewrite this if I were you is whenever you hit a creature with an unarmed strike from Flurry of Blows, you can reduce that creature's walking speed by 5 feet. If the creature is large size or larger, their movement speed is instead reduced by 10 feet. This movement speed penalty lasts until the end of their next turn. Something like that. I would probably not have it stack, though. So I'm going to be honest. This is not enough for 3rd level. This is like there's not enough. We need something else at 3rd level. Getting to reduce a creature's movement speed is cool. It's not enough. So I don't know enough about what this subclass is supposed to be to tell you what I think you should put here. But we need something else at 3rd level. Ulnar Strike at 6th level. When you start to target the upper body of your opponents, As a reaction, when an enemy within 5 feet of you targets you with a melee weapon attack, you can choose to spend 1 key in order... Okay, so this is like missile snare, but for melee weapons. Okay, so I'm going to say 2 things to this. I'm going to read the second part in a second. I'll read the second part now, actually. If you reduce the damage to 0, you make an unarmed strike as part of the same reaction. On a hit, you can choose to not roll damage and paralyze their attacking arm, giving disadvantage on all attack rolls and checks using that arm. I think that's interesting. But it is... I probably wouldn't use the word paralyze here, because paralyze is an effect in D&D, so that would imply some things. So I probably wouldn't use the word paralyze. I probably would say, like, you can choose not to deal damage and to weaken their arm and making them... And I probably wouldn't do disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks. That's a lot. I probably would make it on the next attack roll or ability check they make with that arm before the end of their next turn. Something like that. Yeah, they shouldn't call it paralyzing if there's a paralyzing condition, actually. So here's what I'm going to say. I think a melee version of Missile Snare or whatever that 3rd level monk ability is called is fine. I don't think it's crazy. But I will say that I have seen it on at least 5 different monk subclasses that people have sent to me. So it's not particularly evocative of anything. You think it's crazy, actually? They locked you in a room? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, if they don't have arms, that's true. Yeah. That's why I would say don't make it about arms. Just make it about attacks, and just make it their next attack has disadvantage. Just 1. I also think that it probably should cost more than 1 key point to make that extra attack. Like, if you reduce the damage to 0 hit points, you can spend another key point to do this, potentially. But yeah, I don't know. So far, my guy, I'm going to be real honest with you here. This doesn't feel like... This just feels like Monk Plus. I want more specific features. I kind of like the movement reduction thing. I wish there was more stuff like that. But like by 6th level, we should really feel like we understand what the subclass is. And I still don't really feel the flavor of the subclass. I feel like I can make things slower and I can stop attack. I'm just monk but better. And I don't want to just be monk but better. I want to feel specific. And I think the way to do that is to give us a little bit more at 3rd level that feels a little bit more evocative. Deflect, yes, but Alejandro, you're missing the point. This is not Deflect Missile. This is a totally different feature. And being able to do it on a melee attack is, I feel, pretty fucking strong compared to... It's like, I would argue that it's in many ways stronger than the ranged version. Exactly. This will come up more. Exactly. All right, looks like somebody in the chat was getting into trouble. I wanted to capture the I hit pressure points and leave enemies without options, then lean into that more, but you gotta be... But, like, I'm not feeling that by 6. Then why aren't we getting any of that at by 6 level? Is it stronger because melee is more common than ranged? I think it's stronger because you are going to be hit with melee a lot more than you're going to be hit with range as a monk most of the time. Yeah, think about what features exist for monks already, too. They already kind of get, like, they get Stunning Strike. They kind of get a little bit of paralyzing stuff already. I would just, I don't know. You gotta, like, I would spend a little, like, for example, what I would probably do, actually, I don't know what I would do, to be honest, because this, if I were you, I would be like, to me, this feels like it could be kind of a different version of the Way of Open Hand Monk, where, like, when they use Flurry of Blows, they can do one of these 3 things. I sort of feel like you should just go with that, something like that, and then the 3 things it can do are a little different than these 3 things, but you don't want to just be a Way of Open Hand Monk, so you still got to make it different. It feels like it wants to be an acupoint thing where you see in a lot of I don't know how to pronounce that word, stuff, stealing abilities. I don't feel like it's stealing abilities. But yeah, it's not, like, we're not getting that much flavor yet. All right, let's look at 11th level. Plexus Strike. At 11th level, you unleash your ki into your enemy's weak points. We already do that. You're repeating yourself. When making an unarmed strike, you can use 1 ki point to strike their plexus, silencing them, giving them disadvantage on con saving throws. When you use your flurry of blows, you can replace one of the unarmed strikes with a use of this feature by spending a ki point for the effect. What does that mean? So does that mean when I use flurry of blows, instead of doing damage to them one time, I can just impose this condition? So there needs to be, like, saving throws on these things. This can't just happen. And I don't think none of this should replace one of your flurry of blows. And this really doesn't feel like an 11th level feature. Like, I feel like you could kind of tone this a little bit down, maybe, and this could just be a 3rd level feature. You know, when you hit a creature with flurry of blows, you can impose a certain saving throw. If they fail, they have disadvantage on bullshit until started. I don't know, stuff like that. Like that feels like it could just be part of 3rd level. I beat you to the open hand thing. Yeah, this does kind of feel like an open hand monk, at least in terms of, like, what it's trying to do, but a little different. You're super new. Love your videos. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Dabman. Monk seems pretty rough to make subclasses before. You can only punch so many different ways. I disagree, Jamie. Here's the problem, and I mean no offense to anybody that's doing this. If you make a monk that's kind of just like a monk, then it's gonna feel like that. But, like, that's why you should make a monk that's like a snake monk, or a lightning monk, or a Pikachu monk. Like, make your flavor text, make your lore, make your subclass something very specific and not something that you kind of can just fill with the flavor of it already. This is what I always say when I'm like, don't just make your thing subclass plus. You need a core gameplay loop or flavor loop or something to cinch the idea. Matthew has a potential idea for a 24-hour stream. Get viewers to vote on 24 video games and play each one for an hour. I don't know if that would actually draw attention because, to be honest, people, whenever I play video games on stream, I get like 20 viewers. Nobody watches when I play video games on stream. People have zero interest in it. The thing is that the whole class would want to gradually reduce an enemy's speed to 0. Then you... Okay, then build that in here more, my guy. Like, I don't feel that. That's in one feature. That's one 3rd class feature. That's here. You accomplish that with this. You don't need... You know what I mean? Also, like, what... Like, that's not enough of a gameplay loop, in my opinion. Personally. Why not make a monk that instead uses hip thrusts? I just made you realize that a League character would be a perfect monk subclass. Listen, League of Legends Smash Brothers, League of Legends, and Smash Brothers are two of the easiest things to build homebrew around because they have very specific abilities. So you can kind of one-for-one transfer their powers into D&D mechanics. And then you can scale them up based on, like, you can just put them in the order of where they're more powerful or less powerful. I don't play League of Legends or any of those things, but if you do, it's a great, great place to get ideas for homebrew. Easy, easy. Every time I've built homebrew around a Super Smash Brothers character, I felt like it's been amazing. In a way that I'm, like, a little too proud of it. Like, my fucking Kirby Barbarian is amazing. One of the best pieces of homebrew I ever made. Shockingly good. My Pikachu fighter, not as good, but still pretty fucking good. All right, let's take a look at the 17th level feature. At 17th level feature, you can overwhelm a creature with your key and end them with a swift blow. At the start of your turn, you can choose one creature under the effect of paralyzing pressure. Again, paralyzing pressure literally doesn't mean anything, so I don't know how anything can be affected by it. Because I tried to... Chat, if any of you think you understand what this means, please let me know, but I genuinely don't. Their movement is reduced to 0. Why? Why do this if we already are getting that at 3rd level? Like, that just makes our 3rd level feature pointless. If you get within 5 feet of said creature, you can make an unarmed strike as your action. On a hit, the creature falls unconscious for a number of days equal to their missing hit points. What the fuck does that mean? So if they have 100 missing hit points, do they go unconscious for 100 days? I don't know, man. I'm gonna be real honest with you, buddy. I feel like I would completely drop this feature. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it also kind of feels too similar to the Quivering Palm. Wait. What am I waiting for? Listen, here's what I would say, my French friend. I would say spend a little bit of time building out the specific mechanics of this in a way that it feels like it's doing the thing that you want it to do. If you want it to be a movement reducer, then lean into that, but it still needs to feel like holistic and like it's doing other things. And I would be very careful not to make it feel too similar to some of the other subclasses that are going on out there. And then, like, I don't know, you can't just have a creature go unconscious for a number of days. Like, there needs to be something here. Like, there needs to be, like, an attack roll making creature go unconscious is not the move. It's still too much. Look at debuffs in the game too, like conditions for or debuff cantrips. That's a good idea. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Ray of Frost is basically what you want your unarmed strike thing to do. But there's plenty of debuffs and sort of simpler debuffs you could do that this could mess around with. If you wanted it to be a debuff monk, that would make a lot of sense. Where it's like you can hit and give different types of debuffs. Paralyzing pressure is active when any of the other features are active. An enemy under the effects of the strike are also under the effects of paralyzing pressure. Chris, I appreciate that you understand it. I'm going to be honest, though, if it still doesn't, it's still confusing to me in a way that I do not think is well designed. Like, I think that the back and forthness of it will lead to people being like, I don't want to play this. You disagree? You don't agree with paralyzing pressure? Well, if you understand it enough to say why, feel free. In my opinion, it's like, no, I understand that it sets the duration of abilities, but, like, you have to keep in mind that, like, this is going to be so fucking tedious. I don't know. It's just not the move. It's just so different. I don't know. There is a lot of value in making something that is radically different. There's a lot of value in making something that's radically different. But you have to keep in mind that the more different you make something, the more you have to prove that it's worth it being so different. And you have to prove that it's worth it being so different through the gameplay mechanics, through the way it's written, through how easy it is to understand. And in my opinion, this has not proved itself to be worth existing for these other features. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I genuinely don't understand why you would do this as opposed to just having it function in the normal sort of way where you're under the effect until the end of your turn, or you have to make a saving throw at the end of your turn to prevent the effect from keep going on. I think Paralyzing Pressure would be a base debuff, and then different branches of debuffs each get stronger as you go, but still should be different per class feature that are all still valid. That could be it, but I don't think it should be a thing that has to do with the duration of your other monk abilities. I just wouldn't build it that way. I think just even tweaking the impact, the wording would change the impact. Any effects caused by abilities last for turns equal to your wisdom modifier. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, to be very frank, it's just too strong if that's how it works. If this ability makes it so when I do Stunning Strike, that means that whoever is stunned is guaranteed to be stunned for rounds equal to my wisdom modifier, that alone makes it too strong. Just straight up. So if that is how it's intended to work... Oh, Matthew, you silly goose. Would it work if the monk used concentration on that? I don't think so, man. I think allowing a Stunning Strike to go on for many rounds is just going to be frustrating. I think that you could maybe make it work. I just don't understand the logic of it. Like, why is that important? I guess my argument for you would be everything that you've said about what you want this thing to feel like, none of it has... Well, then you need to clarify that it's only meant for subclass abilities, because you say class in the language here. You don't say subclass. But even then, I would argue that this doesn't make any fucking sense for how subclasses are normally designed, and it's a buff in a way that I don't understand the reasoning behind it. Like, allowing your subclass features to last a minimum number of rounds is very strong in a way that I just genuinely don't understand. Like, it so defies the traditional gameplay loop that I question why it's there. And I don't think that I see why it's there in this. That's what yeah, so I'm a Moron says, if it's only for subclass abilities, just make those subclass abilities scale. That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, if it's just for subclass abilities, then just write the mechanics for it into the subclass features. Like, why does it need to be a thing? It doesn't. It's just there to confuse me. So yeah, I would get rid of this. If this is really important to you, figure out how to write it into the subclass features, and we need a couple other unique things. We need some things that feel less like, oh, this is just a monk, but better. But, like, we need some detailed specifics. And a great example of that would be the Way of Open Hand. With the Way of Open Hand is probably the closest monk to monk, but better. But it still feels unique in the things it can do. Don't copy it. You want to be different than it. But, like, this is a great example of a way to make a monk that has sort of a more ordinary flavor to it, like a less specific flavor to it, but still is solid and, like, feels like it's building towards something. I don't really have anything else to say, my dear Kel Kaan do today. But thank you for sharing. And good luck with you on your journey with it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. If it's a pressure-themed monk, give it a healing feature revolving around chiropractics. I mean, then you're sort of getting close to the Way of Mercy monk. You know? Derek, what did you send me, you fiend? Yeah, that is the Way of Mercy, exactly. Hooded bow. I think people hate on Stunning Strike because it stands out more when a monk finally lands their only good ability. Like, wow, you actually did something. Here's the deal with the issue with the Stunning Strike, Tradosio, is the same issue with abilities that paralyze or stun player characters, is that it is not interesting to do something that essentially has the power of you don't get a turn. That is not interesting. It is frustrating and not interesting when it's done against monsters. It's frustrating and not interesting when it's done against players. So it's not even that it's overpowered. It's that it's very strong in a very specific way that is not fun. That's the issue. Like, there's a lot of arguments for it to not be as strong as other features, but other features that are potentially way stronger than it are still fun features to engage with. Yeah, exactly the same with Hold Person and Hold Monster, exactly. So there's, yeah. Okay, let's take a look. This is called the Hooded Bow. You're new to D&D, so you don't know a lot about subclasses. You're on your second campaign, have only ever been a cleric, and you're in a starter campaign and a bard. My God, if you're new to D&D and your first two classes were a bard and a cleric, I give you props. Those are two somewhat more complicated classes to play. Your first character was a monk? It's a save or suck ability, I know, but if monk didn't have it, there's just nothing viable about them. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm saying that I think the frustration with it is as justified as the frustration with any sort of feature like that. Any feature that just tells another character that it doesn't get a turn is frustrating. So it just is what it is. Your first character was a ranger. Your first character was a druid. My first character was a druid also. Actually, my first character was a warlock, and I played them for 2 sessions. And then my second character was a druid, and I played them for 2 sessions. And then I started being a dungeon master and didn't play as a character again for about 2 years. In your opinion, what's the most complicated class? Probably druid. I think druid. Because not only is druid a full spellcaster, they are a full spellcaster that can change their spells every day, and they are a full spellcaster that gets the wild shape feature, which gives you a ridiculous amount of options and requires you to pay attention to a great deal of monster stat blocks. So they get hit on a lot of sides. So I would say druid is probably the most complicated class. I don't think it's... That being said, you can be a very simple druid, right? Like, you can pick a couple spells, and those are the only spells you stick to. You can pick a couple animals, and those are the animals you stick to. But if you really want to play it to its maximum, it's the most complicated class to play, in my opinion. Your first character was a ranger? I've only played a ranger once, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, druids have the most moving parts, exactly. Druid is complex due to wild shape. Wizard is second because of spellbook. I don't know. I agree to a certain extent. I feel like it really depends on how much you lean into spell swapping and preparing. Because if a cleric, the nature of being able to switch your spells every day kind of adds to a level of complication, I think. We're looking at the Hooded Bow by our dear friend Derek Silverstone. Derek, I keep trying to call you Silverspire because a character that I played for a long time. No, yes, but they're not picking from all of their spells, Tradosio. They're still picking from the spells in their spell book, so it's a little bit more limited. Barbarian is the most complicated. Barbarian is not the most complicated, but I will say the difference between being a barbarian that does fine and a barbarian that has a shocking impact on the battlefield does require a lot of experience. Because if you are a very experienced player, you can do a lot with a barbarian simply based on where you put yourself in the battlefield and when you use what abilities you have access to. Like, which creatures you choose to engage with, what type of unusual things you're using your athletics checks for, and where you're standing can be everything. It's a huge deal. I don't know. Yeah, they have a medium-high skill ceiling. It's more like, it sort of just depends on the type of player you are. It's like being a tank in any game. Like situational awareness is a lot more important on the tank than it is on a lot of things. Tradosio, we can agree that both are complicated. It's fine. All right, let's see. Like, you guys are reading this before I even. You guys are reading this before I got there. Like, let's take a look. You picked the name Snowfall in Silver Spire for the new campaign. Oh, very cool. Let me know if you need help for a fun wizard NPC with the last name Silver Spire or not. This elegant mahogany bow has short recurved arms that help it fit neatly hidden under a cloak. The small silver shield that serves as the arrow rest is inlaid with a black hood. It was commissioned by an old ranger when he retired to live in the city as a graduation gift for his apprentice. All right, so it's a dormant, awakened, exalted. Okay, so let's see. Dormant, you have advantage on any check you make to conceal this weapon. Cool. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage. All right, solid. Awakened. +1 to attack and damage rolls, fine. While you're concentrating on Hunter's Mark, you can add D6 to the result of any stealth check you make. Oh, that's kind of fun. I really like that. That's interesting. I like that a lot. Protective Ward. As a bonus action, you can call for the essence of the silver shield to protect you. For the next minute, you gain a +2 to your armor class. Once you use this feature, you can't do it again until the next day at dawn. Okay. This is more of just like an ordinary buff, and I think that that's fine, because this is a very interesting. I like this. This is the best part so far. All right, let's see the big boy version. Now it's in big kahuna mode. +2 to attack and damage rolls. While your protective ward, this is active, you have resistance to damage from ranged attacks, and you have advantage on dexterity saving throws caused by spells that target an area. I would probably just change that to you have advantage on dex saving throws from area of effect spells. Okay. When you are hidden from a creature and hit or miss with it. Wait, what? When you are hidden from a creature and hit or miss with it with an attack, this weapon. There's some weird language in here that you mixed up. Making an attack doesn't reveal your position. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this is kind of boring for a capstone feature. I feel like you could put this here and it would be the same. And you could give them something else crazy here. AJ with the 5. Thank you very much, AJ. A little round of applause for AJ. First time joining live and having a lot of fun. Love your stuff. Always put a smile on your face down here in Australia. Oh, good day, mate. Good day. Oh, Aussie. Chip. Oh, Bunda Shop. And Gibbity Bits. And Whimsel Pottins. I am not good at Australian accents. But I am friends with a couple Australians, and I love their accents. You know Zach Speaks Giant? He's a buddy of mine. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would probably move this to earlier and give you something else crazier at the capstone. Oh, yeah, I know I started going Brit. I'm sorry. AJ, fun fact. Zach Speaks Giant and I are good friends in real life. There is a good chance that I am going to call him after stream and hang out with him for a little bit, depending on how tired I am. Any ideas for what else to give it? Maybe... I'm not exactly sure. I mean, maybe just move some features around. I don't really know. I just feel like this isn't exciting enough for capstone. Like, I feel like here's the problem. The two coolest things this gets are these two. And I guess this improvement is pretty cool. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. You found him through me? Nice. What do you think of Dark Souls weapons being ported to D&D? It really depends on the weapons and what you have them do in D&D. You could make the Exalted be something like it spawns a cloak, giving you the ability to fly, travel through shadows. That doesn't really fit the vibe, I don't think. You know? Double Hunter's Mark is not a bad idea, actually. Double Hunter's Mark. The Gentleman Mind suggests a Double Hunter's Mark. I like that idea. Especially because it's like fucking capstone. It's like, yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Maybe Double Hunter's Mark a limited number of times per day if that feels too strong. Based on the urban thing, maybe, what about this? What about this? Here's an idea for the urban thing. You can, as an action, fire an arrow at a piece of, at a location you can see within range. When the arrow strikes, you can cast Pass Wall on that area. So, like, you could shoot at a building 100 feet away and put a door in the wall. There you go. Something like that. It's a cool idea for an item. I like it. I like it. It's a very straightforward item. Thank you, Derek. For the urban ranger in need, call on Derek Silverspire. Not Silverspire, whatever your name is. Silverstone. Rope arrow. Ooh, Crimson Witch. I think Crimson Witch was the first person to submit this time. Look at that. This is my second time submitting Homebrew, and this piece refers to a generic mechanic I use a lot in my game called scaling dice. Okay. This is intended to be in a book. Scaling dice will double your proficiency bonus as dice. Okay, so it's like a D4, and then when your prof bonus becomes a 3, it's a D6, and when your prof bonus becomes a 4, it's a D8. Okay, I understand. Path of the Mutant. It's a barbarian. Ooh. Note, this flavor text is setting specific. All right, then I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see what we get here. Oh my god. Dude. Okay. I'm going to be honest. When I see 12 options, I roll my eyes a little bit. But we're going to see what happens. I'll read the flavor text first. Now I need to prepare myself to seeing something that gives us 12 options. Jeez Louise, that's a lot. If you submit something now, will your name be on the wheel? If you submit something now, your name will be on the wheel Monday, Wednesday, every day for the rest of the week up until next Sunday. So no, not for tonight, but it will be on the wheel for the next week. The star's corrupting light has seared its influence into your flesh. It has left some form of physical sign, which could be as small as a discolored birthmark or a completely altered appearance. The corruption has caused you immense pain. However, you are still adjusting to its powers. There's not really enough in the flavor text for me to understand what this is supposed to feel like. right, let's take a look. Change of face. Starting at 3rd level, when you take this subclass, your flesh becomes more pliant. You can use your action to cast Disguise Self, using your choice of intelligence, wisdom, with no spell components. Creatures that physically interact with the illusion can feel the texture of your skin, such as the flesh. The casting of Disguise Self cannot veil your equipment or born or carried, only your body. This is just what my guy. This is just alter self. You're describing the alter self spell. You're literally just describing this. So what I would do is I would probably copy this language, not make this a spell because you're a barbarian, and I would just let you do this feature separate from a spell a couple times a day. Mutable form. Starting at 3rd level, when you take this subclass, whenever you rage, your body changes in some strange way. Roll 1 scaling dice. You gain the following benefit for the duration of the rage, as determined by the number rolled. If a benefit refers to a saving throw, it's con modifier. Okay, so we have a D4, then a D6, then a D8, then a D10. Okay. Part of the bonus action. You can force each creature within 10 feet of you to make a con saving throw or take necrotic damage and be poisoned until the start of your next turn. You can take the search action as a bonus action. That's really weak. Barbs produced from your body. Whenever a creature hits you with an attack, you can slam your body into them as a reaction. They take damage. While raging, you have resistance to psychic damage and can add 1 scaling die to any charisma check you make, any of these checks you make. Your range of speed becomes longer. All of these are kind of interesting. I don't think any of these are really messed up. This one feels a little too strong, and this one feels way too weak, which is a little bit weird. I can't speak tonight. Am I messing up? Is my lisp coming out? Or am I just buying a lot? Oh, you're delayed? What's 9? Small leathery wings unfurl from your shoulder plates. While raging, you gain a fly speed equal to twice your walking speed. Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's the only thing, is if you're going to do this sort of scaling die... Hey, Pat, what's going on, buddy? If you're going to do this sort of scaling die, these higher level features are like... You have to sort of account for getting them at higher level. This sort of counts as a lot of your upgrade. So... You shouldn't be getting that much crazy stuff in as the higher levels. I don't know. I'm just not the biggest fan of super random effects that are like dramatically different. Unless that is the intention. Like if you want the subclass to feel like lol random, then it's fine. But if you don't want it to feel like lol random, I think it's always better to give the player options, to let the player have agency, to give the player choices. I just think it always works better. Yeah, guys, this weekend was Pat's birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to my dear dungeon master, Patrick. The rest is all just improvements. All right, well, we'll take a look at the rest of it. But I do feel like I'm not the biggest, this is a personal thing, but I'm not the biggest fan of lol random. I like players having agency. Patrick is a legend of a DM. Derek is sort of new to the podcast, and I love how he's sort of like really impressed. Oh, Patrick, Derek wanted to know what episode, okay, do you know the episode where we go to the small town and there's the puppet show, and then we leave the small town? The episode where we leave that small town, who edited it? Did you edit that one, or did I edit that one? Because I don't remember. But Derek really liked the editing in that one. So I wanted to ask you. He thought the music at the end was really fantastic. So I was like, I don't know if that was me or Pat, but thank you. Arc 3, Episode 5. All of you should go listen to our podcast, by the way. If you need the website to help remind you, here it is. All right, let's look at 6th level. Tame mutations. At 6th level, whenever you roll a mutation while you rage, you can roll twice and choose the result. So, while I do like this as a feature, I do feel like this sort of feature should almost be a capstone on a random on a subclass that encourages random. This should not be given right away. This should be given towards the end. This is a very powerful effect on the... Because the whole point of why the random effects can kind of be a little bit extra strong in some places is because of the fact that you're not controlling the way that they work. Thank you. I'm glad you like our website. Yeah, look at the load-in. Isn't it cool? Wow. So cool. Why didn't the middle part change? The middle part sometimes changes, but it didn't change that time. Maybe it will change if I reload it. There we go. It's different. Okay. But when you get rid of the random immediately, you immediately have to think a lot more about power balancing. The episodes are like 1.5 to 2 hours, and they are edited down from like 4-hour sessions. Yeah, they're pretty cut down. And they're usually split into 2 parts with a little, hey, come follow us in the middle. So you could kind of break them down into like 45-minute chunks if you want to. Yeah, it's a good binge. So I would put this later. Or you're going to need to tone these features down and spend a lot more time focusing on balancing them. At 6th level, when you morph your body, you can also morph your vocal cords. I really like that, actually. I think that's cool. Being able to be better at changing your voice, I think, is a really fun little flavor. Fluid body. At 10th level, your ability to shape change has improved to the point that it can even aid you in a fight. Again, you're not casting the disguise self. You're doing alter form or whatever I told you to do. You should just make it alter self instead, you silly goose. I don't know why you didn't, like, I don't know why you made this distinction initially, because you said you cast disguise self and then you described the effects of alter self. So I'm not sure what the fuck you're doing here. Calm that shit down. Additionally, when you rage, you can expend a use of your change face to cast alter self without... rewrite. This just needs a whole new feature. I'm sorry. This 10th level feature just needs to be something new. You know? You have an addiction to making characters. You have so many in your backlog. I know, man. I used to have that problem. Then I became mostly a dungeon master. Starting at 14th level, you've mastered your mutations. When you roll, you can choose one die and change the result of it. And move. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is kind of a fine feature, but I feel like this should just be this feature. Like this feature should just I feel like this feature should just be this feature. I love the flavor of Mutant Barbarian. I just think the execution needs a little bit of work here. For the first time you're playing, you've made approximately 100 characters a year. Oh my god. That's a lot of characters, my guy. Thank you, Crimson Witch. Let's give a round of applause to the Crimson Witch. A good example of a good example of something to think about for how you want to have your creature grow would actually probably be the College of Spirits, where they get this special thing that grows over time. And it kind of builds in the same way that yours does. So I would look to them for how they empower the picking of what this is, even though it's a bard subclass and not a barbarian subclass. Do you still do, like, classes? I'm a moron. Are you asking me because you genuinely don't know, or are you asking me because you're playing the voice of the audience? I really do not like reviewing. I'm going to be honest. I really do not like looking at classes. I would much prefer it if I never got sent a homebrew class. Because I feel like the whole time I'm reviewing a homebrew subclass, I'm trying to figure out how much to look at. And it's just annoying. It's just like, oh, here's a lot of stuff I have to read to give very little feedback. So if you want to send me one, you can. But you should know that whenever I'm looking at a class, I'm immediately like, everything goes up to 11 in terms of like, I'm looking to be critical as quickly as possible so I can stop reading it as quickly as possible. Just going to be very honest. Because I don't think it's particularly fun or interesting to read a whole class. Or even the beginning of one most of the time. There's been like 1 or 2 classes that I've looked at that I thought the idea of the class was interesting. I would say 99% of the classes that I'm sent, I am not particularly interested in the core idea. And I think the core idea kind of just feels like something that could be a subclass. And even if it doesn't feel like it could be a subclass, it's something that I don't think is that interesting for D&D. That's like most of the time. Even like the really well-designed ones. Like someone put together a pretty solid alchemist a little while ago. And I was like, it was interesting enough mechanically to read up to, I think, 3rd level features, which I rarely do. But even then, it's like, I'm so uninspired by that. Like, that's such a common idea. There's so many ideas that, like, are common, and I just don't care. I have no interest in... Like, it's the same reason why when you make a subclass that's just, like, fighter but better, I'm immediately bored. All right, Korn said their first time they're sharing Homebrew. Made by sorcerers for sorcerers. All right, let's take a look. You're playing a homebrew class that has been really cool. I'm not saying they're not cool. I'm saying they're incredibly not interesting to read on stream. This is the Dream Sculptor. There's a reason there's only been one official new class. Yeah. Is there any other Mistborn other than Sanderson? I don't think so. Although somebody might have called something the Mistborn without knowing about Brandon Sanderson. Because it's a cool name. And it's in the zeitgeist, you know? What's your favorite character from Warhammer 40k? Any of the orcs. I love the orcs. The orcs are my favorite times a million. Go orcs. Go team orcs. And if you don't know why the orcs are cool, maybe one day I'll transition a little bit to we'll do some Warhammer stuff. The thing is, I don't know how to stream about Warhammer unless we just like watch videos and talk about it. Which I don't know how engaging that would be for you guys. Corona Moon, I'll look at it. it's gonna be a harsh criticism, and I'm gonna look at the level 1 and maybe level 2 features. Them's the rules. I'm pretty clear about them in the submission, so it's fine. All right, let's take a look. You are a dream sculptor, a sorcerer whose magic is rooted in the power of imagination and creativity. Your mind is attuned to the endless possibilities that exist beyond the mundane realm of reality. With a mere thought, you can blur the line between fantasy and reality. Blah, 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 blah. You're just repeating what you're saying up here. You don't need to say that. You're just repeating yourself. Get rid of this whole second paragraph. All right, let's see what we get at second level. At first level, your innate power allows you to learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class, as shown in the Dreamscaper spell table. When you reach one of these specific levels, you can learn 2 spells from the illusion or transmutation. Why aren't you giving us spells? Why are you just making it any spells? So, while there's absolutely nothing wrong with not giving us a spell list, letting us pick our spells, you just need to keep in mind that this is a lot stronger than just getting a spell list. So, I think it's fine, but this is essentially a class feature in the same way that the Divine Soul Sorcerer is, like the Divine Sorcerer. No, AJ, it's okay. It's okay if there's not a class restriction. I'm going to point something out. the divine soul sorcerer just gets access to the whole sorcerer class list. The whole sorcerer spell, the whole cleric spell list. So it's okay. But this is most of our feature. That means that everything else we're getting's got to be toned back hard. You like the commitment to the piece? Getting playtesting before submitting for its review shows a lot. Getting playtesting is a great idea, but I will also say that my platform, this platform, is just not a good platform for getting feedback on a full class. It's just not. I'm going to be able to point out some core stuff towards the beginning, but at the end of the day, we're not here to do a deep dive of one person's piece for an hour. And that's what you would need to do to review a class. It would take minimum an hour. So I would encourage you to not look to me to be the one that's going to be the game change between your piece being a solid, awesome class and not. I can point out that what I'll basically say is I'll let you know if I think the first level and the second level features are too powerful, not powerful enough, not evocative enough, etc. And that's what I'll say. So there have been some classes that I've looked at where the core concept of the class I kind of disagreed with fundamentally because I felt like the first, second level features were not good in a way that if the rest of the class built off of them, I didn't think it would work. Okay. So let's see what else we get at first level. Starting at first level, you gain the ability to manifest illusions into reality. When you cast an illusion spell to create a visible and intangible illusion, you can manifest its content into reality for the duration of the spell. Let's see how powerful this is. Because this is very much like 14th level illusion wizard power. A manifested illusion is tangible, no harder than glass, incapable of dealing damage, has an AC 13 and 1 hit point. Why an AC of 13? Why would it have a strength? What? Oh, I guess if it's the illusion of a person. This is kind of just major illusion. Even if a manifestation consists of several objects, it's treated as a single unit. Again, I'm not really sure what the manifestation would be. When you manifest an illusion that is perceived only to certain creatures, it's perceivable and tangible to other creatures. A successful investigation check against your spell save DC or physical contact with the manifestation reveals the illusion to be a creature. Reveals the illusion to a creature. Once a creature is aware of the manifestation is an illusion, they can treat the semi-transparent but it remains tangible. What's the point of this? Chat, what is the point of this feature? All right, I need to look up major illusion because y'all are talking about major illusion. I don't remember exactly what it does. Oh, major illusion is the wizard feature, right? Yeah. No, it's not. That's illusory reality. Is it major image? It's a spell? Major image. I looked up I'm so dumb. Is it physical, though? This doesn't have physical interaction. What are you guys talking about? What is tagging you, AJ? What are you talking about? Feels like a cross between major image and animate object. Yeah, I'm not totally against it. I just feel like it kind of eats some really high level class features for other classes, but also is not particularly useful in any way. I don't know. It also certainly has to be limited. Here's what I'll say. It is too strong for this. If you want to give this much opening, it's too strong. I would also argue that I don't think it's the I don't know. I don't think it's the move I feel like there's enough things that do changing illusions and manifesting things. I think you need to simplify the way that you're shaping reality at first level so it's not quite so open-ended. It seems to be a meandering ability and lacking in focus on what it's intended to do. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I wish I understood more what its goal was. Like, it sort of sits between an illusion wizard and a conjuration wizard in my mind. Let's look at shape reality. At 6th level, you've gained the ability to alter inanimate reality in simple ways. As a bonus action, you can spend a key point to evoke one of the following effects. I would say to activate one of the following effects. Also, manifest illusion strikes me as very conjuration. Yeah, it's super conjuration feeling. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why I think this feature needs to dramatically change or just go. It just sits too much in places that don't feel unique to this, but also feel overpowered. At least for a first level feature. It feels unclear. It feels like it sits between a lot of different features, and it just feels too strong. So for a sorcery point and a bonus action, you could choose a 10-foot cube of ground originating on a point within 60 feet of you that you can see, and it changes consistency, turning into difficult terrain. Okay, so a sorcery point to create 10 feet of difficult terrain. A sorcery point to create a 5-foot tall wall. A sorcery point to create... Why is it a 10-foot line? Oh, I see. 10-foot line, so it's like 10-foot wide, 5-foot tall wall. And then a sorcery point to create 1 non-magical material into another harmless material. This is too... My God, I'm so sorry. But what is happening here is you are taking aspects of the transmutation wizard, the conjuration wizard, and the illusion wizard, and you're mixing them together in a way that you're pulling like the strongest aspects of each. This is so much stronger than what a transmutation wizard can do with changing material into other material. I could turn wood into gold with this. I could turn stone into steel. I could turn stone into glass. It's just too strong. I'm going to ask you a question, writer. I think the question is, what is a dream sculptor? Can you answer that question in a way that is not going to sound like a conjuration wizard, a transmutation wizard, or an illusionist wizard? Patrick Perini says, I just don't get the flavor. And I agree. That's sort of where my head is at. Pat, also, zero pressure. But if you do want to come on stream, you're more than welcome to. But zero pressure. I know it's late. It's like 10:30 for you. But like, I just don't see what the flavor is. Like, I don't understand. Like, this just feels... I feel like there's no argument for this not being a transmutation, conjuration, or illusion wizard. Could it just change the AC HP of an object? It really depends. Only if you want to, Pat. Only if you want to. If you don't want to, then don't worry about it. The War Wizard is a mix of schools, but the War Wizard is completely different, Cloudian. Cloudian, did you make this piece? Is that why you're being very defensive of it? You don't need to be defensive if you did make this piece. You can just ignore the feedback if you disagree with it. But let's talk about the War Wizard, because I would argue that the War Wizard feels radically different than everything else in D&D and is not at all a combination of other wizards. Arcane Defense. I can't think of a single other wizard in D&D that gets anything like this feature. There is not a single other wizard in D&D that gets anything like this feature. There is not a single other wizard in D&D that gets anything like this feature. Huh, look at all these features that is... Sure, flavor-wise, it might be similar to other things, but all of these features are completely unique, and they drive towards the singular goal of being a distinct thing. I don't think... I mean, listen, combining schools can have some legs if it's a flavor thing, but I think that the War Wizard is a really bad example of combining schools. And I mean no offense by that. It's just, that's not what the War Wizard is. The War Wizard is just a wizard that's not tied to a specific school. It just does its own thing. Similar to the Bladesinger. Similar to the Scribe Wizard. This still feels just like a couple different subclasses mushed together in terms of the vibe of what it does. I still argue that the vibe of what this does is not unique. So it's hard to tell what direction we should go in here because it's just like animate illusion. Is this just going to be what the illusion wizard gets at 14th level? You're on Discord? Let me just call you. I'm just calling you, Pat.
Ooh, we're gonna call.
Yeah. We're not futzing around with chat rooms. How's it going, buddy?
Chat rooms. All the homies hate chat rooms. Going well. How you doing?
Happy birthday, buddy. Am I being too harsh on this homebrew?
Thank you. I mean, I don't
It's
think
getting
so,
later
right?
in the night, so my harshness does click up as the evening goes on. I acknowledge that.
For sure. No, I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's like, dream sculptor can be a very evocative idea, right? Like we have a lot of that in fiction. When I first glanced at it, I genuinely thought that it was going to have some like Gaiman vibes, right? I thought we were going like Sandman, right? Which I was, preconceived notion, doesn't have to go in that direction, but like it's evocative, and it's evocative in a way that feels like it needs to be more than just like very powerful manifesting of whatever reality bending you want to do, because that's already a really, really, really well-trodden thing. So well-trodden that it is broken into multiple schools of magic. It is, parts of it are conjuration and parts of it are transmutation. It's separated because together all of those things would be too much. And I think that from a power balance we're seeing that, and I think from a flavor perspective we're seeing it not tread new ground, because it's already like just the idea of manifesting shit into reality is like already done.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the illusion, the animate illusion, and even that, it doesn't. Yeah. There's no mechanics. It just says your illusions can deal force damage, but it doesn't give any suggestions as to like how much damage or how that works. It's just like they just do damage now. So I think that if I was going to give some feedback as to how to, if this person really wants to keep the dream sculptor as like a reality changer, and even people in the chat are saying this is a reality warper, not a dreamscape sculptor.
Yeah.
I think that you need to be a lot more specific into the ways that you're warping reality so that you can build on unique mechanics. So like going off of what our buddy said earlier, where he was like the war wizard is kind of a combination of things. The reason the war wizard works is because it has very specific mechanics that build on each other to feel like a thing. If you keep it so open-ended that it can be anything, it kind of is nothing.
And there's a lot that you could do here that you could figure out how to like, that you could figure out how to work in terms of like, look at the novel ways in which illusion magic interacts with the people who, sort of are suffering from it, right? Because a lot of what you're doing is sort of assuming that all illusion magic is major image or kind of this, you're creating a picture of a thing. And now I can make that thing manifest, and now I can make that thing do damage. And that's a very narrow slice of what illusion magic does. And I feel like if you could lean into, like, how does hallucinatory terrain affect things? And can you turn is there a way for you to effectively get like a real world hallucinatory terrain? And what could that mean? You can ask yourself some of those questions, and I think get some interesting shit out of that.
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit, though. Like, even then, you need to be more specific than that, because getting a real-world hallucinatory terrain, that's just a wizard. That's an illusion wizard. That's the whole point of illusion wizards, is that they can manifest illusions into reality.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, that specific example is something that gets bound up in illusion wizard. So yeah, I mean, it's a crowded space for sure.
Yeah. So you need that's why it's like there needs to be some focus. NZ with the 5. Thank you very much. They said, thank you. They said, is there any class or subclass in D&D that's like the Magus in Pathfinder, which is a magic fighter that can add touch spells to weapon attacks? I don't think so. I think there's a lot of stuff. Really? I don't think there's a specific class or subclass that does that. I mean, maybe like.
I mean, paladins do that.
Yeah, but that's they get smites, but they don't like. It's not like they get an ability where they can do an attack roll and cast Charm Person on you or something like that.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know if that does exist in 5e. I think that the closest thing, you can build it based on like what spells and abilities you take, sort of like what Pat just said with a paladin. I could see an argument for it with a warlock too. Like I feel like there's a lot of space for a warlock to feel like it's doing that. But no, there's nothing that just does that
explicitly. Yeah. Honestly, maybe interesting space for a subclass. That could be a cool fighter subclass. It could be a cool paladin subclass. It could be a cool wizard subclass. There's a lot of room there.
Oh yeah. All right, everyone, go watch Unbalanced Encounters. All right, let's say thank you to Korn for their dream sculptor.
Thank you, Korn.
You want to focus that idea in a little bit, at least the mechanics that are used to express that idea.
Yeah. I mean, I think you got to focus the idea itself, right? Because the idea itself right now is very much just illusions made manifest, which I think, as we've overturned in this conversation, is a done thing.
Yeah. It's been there. We've been done had it.
We've been done had it for a day.
Insert something interesting here is the flavor text for this piece we're about to look at.
Ooh, fun.
Let's see what we got here. You'll be watching Unbalanced Encounters. You're sold. Wonderful.
Amazing.
All right, this is the Kaitarian. The lore ain't done. All right, then we're going to skip it. All right, you get some ability score increases. You get an age. You get a size. You get a walking speed. You have claws that deal 1d6 plus your strength slashing damage. Okay. So
is this a sub race?
It's just a race.
So not only, I want to call out, not only do ability score increases basically not work like this in races anymore, you don't really specify what they get, you allow the player to pick. That math also just doesn't work. That's just a +1 to 1 stat, which is
is that really what I think you're getting the other pluses in the sub races.
Okay. Well,
yeah. But that is, again, that is a good point, that is not really how races are done anymore. We have 4 arms, which is pretty similar to the 3 crane. Let's see what we can do with them. We can manipulate objects. We can pick up stuff. We can make unarmed strikes or wield weapons with a light property. So this is basically the exact same as the 3 crane, I think. Let me just double check. Amatsu! Every time Amatsu comes up, we should all do like a dance or something. Okay, so let's just see what the 3 crane arms do. They can manipulate objects. They can wield weapons that have the light property. Yeah, so they're basically, so this is a little stronger than this is a little stronger than the 3 crane arms.
3 crane, yeah.
You have proficiency in a skill of your choice. This is a lot to pick between. I probably would lower it to like 3 just to help focus the lore a little bit. Like when I feel like when you pick this many options, it's a little bit too much. Like it's anything.
I would drop probably perception, stealth, and maybe athletics. Though athletics, I could see dragged. You could drag them back on that one. Just like the ones that everyone is going to take anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Drop.
I agree.
Yes.
Make it animal handling medicine in nature, so it's actually something you're gonna like pick. Like
right. And it's like this is a way to inject flavor and a little bit of I'm good at this too into the character. That everybody's going to take perception as one of their subclass skills, or they're going to get it from their background, or it's going to come from somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Same with language. I feel like you should just pick a language. I don't think you should be picking a bunch. And let's see. You could have a 35-foot walking speed and a climb speed equal to your walking speed, and a cantrip and dark vision. Or you could have natural armor that's 13 plus your dex modifier. That's pretty strong natural armor. As well as advantage on poison and exhaustion stuff, and another cantrip. A lot of these feel the same. Why is this one getting a climb speed and this one getting a climb speed? If one gets a climb speed, I wouldn't give the other one a climb speed. All right, we're going to stop reading them. There's too many options. This one says powerful build, resistance to cold damage, blade ward, and you can do a reaction version. I'm going to be honest. The main class features, there's a little bit too much going on, and also a lot of these feel like stuff that other races get. Like Stonehide is basically the same as what the Earth Genasi get now. The 4-arm thing is like the main thing that 3-Kreen get. What does your class's broken thing do, if I may ask? What does my class's broken thing do? I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe you're talking to somebody else.
I think if you're making homebrew for your home table, there's nothing wrong with grabbing your favorite parts of a couple different things and like mashing them together to create a super band of whatever you want, right? Like it's your game, play it that way. That's great. I love that about this game. But if you're thinking about something that you're going to kind of put out for public consumption, not only does it need to not be exactly the same thing, and I don't think any of these are exactly the same thing. Obviously, the 4 arms is slightly different from the 3-Kreen. It's got to feel very different, right? Like, you don't want to be stepping on the same narrative space as any of the extant races.
It also wants to feel unique. Like, we want it to feel like its own thing. Like gun to your head, what is this supposed to be? I don't really know. Yeah.
I 4 arms and then some other stuff, right? Like, that's kind of the picture that I've got in my head.
Yeah. So, I'm not really even sure what feedback to give immediately, other than I feel like, in general, the amount of things they get at a base level combined with the amount of things they get at a sub-base level is a little too much. I would give them way less at a base level or way less at a sub-base level. And then also, I would strongly encourage you to give them some distinct features that are wholly unique, that don't feel the same as other, like, that don't feel so similarly tied to other subclass features. All right. I don't really have much to say other than that. Thank you, Dragonite.
Yeah. Steph Bowen in the chat says you have 150 words to hook someone. And while I appreciate that as an idea, as a mantra, I feel like for homebrew, it's probably even less than that, right? Like, I realistically think that, you've got maybe 30 to get my attention, maybe 150 to keep it, but like 150 words can be a whole homebrew piece, right? Like, you don't have a lot of room to make someone feel how this is different. You got to make all of that space count.
Yeah. All right, let's give a round of applause for that wonderful little piece from Dear Dragonite.
Thank you, Dragonite.
Trodosio just said Cinder? Yes, it's me. Hello.
Trodosio, you know where we're at.
Probably a question that I missed earlier, but I don't know. I scrolled up a bunch and I didn't see anything. I'm like, I don't know. I totally missed it.
Oh, I think Trodosio was asking if there's any interest in creating Zelda races. I don't know if that's a question, but I did see.
I've never played Zelda. I don't give a shit about it. If they're interesting separate from Zelda, then yes. If they're not interesting separate than Zelda, I genuinely don't care. I have never played Zelda. I will likely never play Zelda. Patrick might be interested because Patrick loves Zelda. But the main thing I know about Zelda is I really like playing Zelda in Super Smash Brothers. And some people prefer when she changes into Sheik, but I actually prefer her in Zelda mode.
New Super Smash Brothers, they're 2 separate characters.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. But no, never played it. Don't really have any interest in playing it. Don't own any of the systems that require it and don't want to pay for them. So it is unlikely that I will ever do that unless somebody buys them for me or I make billions of dollars doing something.
And
or
I
not
think
billions.
I think it's one of those things that like the Zelda timeline is so chaotic and the races change so aggressively that if you were to you pick a game and you represent them, it's probably pretty well covered by D&D currently. And then, if you're trying to encapsulate somehow all of them, that's just going to be a mess. Because like the Rito are like canonically bird people and then descendant from fish people. And then they're also like half bird, half people. It's a whole thing.
Somebody said that they were about to unsubscribe, but I revealed that I like playing Zelda, so they're not going to. Zelda in Smash.
Dude, Zelda in Smash is fucking good. She's powerful.
Have I ever played Isabelle or Link? I don't know who Isabelle is. And I have played Link. I've played everyone in Smash. I used to play Super Smash Brothers a lot. In college, Super Smash Brothers was the main video game that I played, so I got quite good at Super Smash Brothers. My favorite character by far was Ike. I fucking loved Ike.
Ike is fun.
Anybody,
Ike is fun.
I like all of the giant sword, slightly slower characters where it's much more about being very good with your timing and getting getting the big hits. Those were always the characters that were the most fun for me, and that I think I got the best at. I was never super good at the super quick characters like Fox or anything like that.
It's so funny.
We like Ike. We like Ike.
So much the fucking opposite on Smash.
And Ike has the best catchphrase of any character in Smash.
Yeah.
Do you know what he says?
Fuck me, is it I fight for my friends?
That's exactly what it is, and I say it all the time because I fight for my friends. It's truly the best. It's truly the best catchphrase in all of those video games.
It's good.
NZ with the 5. Thank you so much. Anyone that says they like Zelda is lying and wrong. Gerudo Link is the way to go. You guys are now speaking a language that I no longer understand. I immediately, as soon as you said Gerudo Link, I was like, I don't know what that is.
I think this person is referring to the time in Breath of the Wild where Link cross dresses.
All right. Hey man, cross dressing is fun. Let's see.
I'm not against it.
Nah, it's a good time. Okay, so Vinny has some feats that were made for their campaign based on classes from the game that their campaign originated from. They want to know if they're balanced and stuff. Everybody always wants to know if they're balanced and stuff. That's reasonable. It's the main thing to check a lot of the time. Specialty feats. Ooh, I like the picture. Midna is your queen. What the fuck is Midna?
Midna is a character from Twilight Princess.
Is she a babe? Or is she a total babe?
It depends if you're into goblins.
That really depends on the interpretation of goblins, I think.
Yeah, like the classic, 3-foot.
Like if they have like teeth coming out of their face sideways and like little dark black eyes and they're covered in viscera, I'm not so into goblins. If they mostly just look like green people with floppy ears, I'm into goblins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's probably closer. It's probably closer to the latter. Gray.
Midna, let me look her up.
Yeah, go for it.
That's pretty fucking goblin-y. I don't think I want to make out with that. That looks like a child/creature. No, thank you. Not interested.
Tradosius.
The tall one?
Tradosius, this is the dangerous thing, because now you have to explain
Midna
more
tall. All right, I'm looking up Midna tall. All right, this is tall Midna? Oh, yeah. I mean, that just looks like a person. Like, if that's not a goblin. Yeah. That's just a person.
No, tall Midna's just a person, yeah. Yep.
You guys are a bunch of fucking perverts. All right, let's look at some of these. Yeah. Pat, I feel like one of the reasons why you and I are friends, genuinely, is that as much as you and I sometimes align and sometimes don't align on things like life experiences, on humor, on the type of media we like, even what we determine what we need day to day to like feel like we're having a good, healthy life. Like, we are very different people in a lot of ways. But one of the things that I think we deeply align on is we're not into any of the weird fucking cringy sex shit that is tied to any of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I just have no
You're not wrong.
Like, it's so far from what I like. I'm never attracted to video game characters, like, ever. Like, they don't.
That's fair.
Like, people are so good at being attractive as people. I don't need horns and green and scales and a tail. I just want to like, people are babes. You know what I mean?
I agree. Genuinely, there's been one character in the entirety of Zelda that I've been like, hey, that's a character that was designed to be attractive to me. And it's because she just looks like a fucking person.
What is their
looks
name?
Like a fucking person. It's the Tears of the Kingdom Purah.
Spell that?
P-U-R-A-H. P-U-R-A-H. And chat's going to be like, yeah, that's the most basic.
T-U-R-A-H?
P-U-R-A-H.
Oh, P.
Yeah.
That's just the librarian. That's just a hot librarian.
She's just a hot librarian. That's it. That's
Yeah.
the whole character design. It's like, this is just a person.
Tradosio, I'm not judging you. I'm just explaining why I have this friendship with Patrick. It's because we both aren't attracted to the video game characters.
Listen. Sometimes Emily gets deep into monster thirst TikTok, and I'm like, okay, that's a lifestyle choice that I don't understand.
It's just not for me. It's just give me people. I like a good, attractive human with all the bones and flesh and skin. Yeah. Okay. Teeth. Oh man. Listen, nothing sexier than a person covered in teeth. You know what I mean? Get them all up in there.
Christ.
Hey, who here is new to the channel? Anyone new? Say hi. This is my first time on
Chaos
stream.
Reaper.
Say this is hi. It's my first time on stream. If it's your first time on stream right now, say it. Just say hey. Hi. Hey, if you're new here, guess what? Wait. Oh fuck! I'm in the wrong spot. Hi. How's it going? Hi. How's it going? Oh wait. Let me redo that. Let me fix that. Anyway. Hi there, new people. Okay, there we go. Whenever we talk about teeth, I need to show that. Okay, let's look at some of these goddamn feats. These feats represent special abilities that heroes from the Plane Guardians campaign acquire. They're purely mechanical and can adapt to blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're just going to read them. We have Forest Craft Adept. I should probably put this in the chat, too. You got some stat prerequisites. You increase your dex, con, or wisdom by 1 to a maximum of 1. It is unusual, not necessarily wrong, but it is very unusual to give you an option of different stats to pick and have them not all be mental or not all be physical. So, like, normally it would be dex, strength, or con, or wisdom, intelligence, and charisma. The other thing that I want to point out that I don't know if you did intentionally here, but dex, con, and wisdom are all unquestionably the most important stats for saving throws. So you're sort of picking between the three of arguably the most important stats, that most important non-class specific stats in D&D.
Yeah. I don't know that I like that. I think sticking to mental or physical is probably pretty important. For that reason alone, right?
Yeah.
Because they're sort of balanced in that way.
Oh my goodness, all these $5 donos coming in. Ooh. Folks helping me pay my rent. Ace Adventurer says, whether through logic, madness, or study, the little no wild mage seeks to tap into the natural world forces of wild magic and control for their own. I don't know what that is in reference to, but I appreciate it.
We're gonna read it.
NZ says, not my question, but interesting. Has anyone done a D&D campaign idea where the world was normal like our medieval world till magic suddenly appeared? I have not, but that would be a very fun campaign, I think.
I did actually do that campaign. It was not medieval. It was sort of just pre-modern. It was set in like 1910, where magic was the sort of thing that got invented for World War I instead of like chemical weapons.
Oh, that's cool.
It was weird. It was interesting. It was a little tough to get your head around, especially at first. But you find your lane in it, and it is a neat place to play.
Yeah. I actually think that's a great idea to make magical characters feel really powerful. Like if you are one of the four wizards in the world, in a medieval world where most people don't know what a wizard is, that's pretty cool. And I actually think that that would be a great way to make characters feel extra powerful, because if you are in a world that isn't magical, spells and abilities are inherently more powerful because people don't know to expect them. Like a spell like Minor Illusion is incredibly powerful in a world where people don't know that something like illusion magic is real. You know?
Crown and Candy does that a little bit. It's not our world, obviously, even a tiny-ass little bit, but they live in a world where magic was, like, multiple generations abolished, and so they do use it for that power gap, where it's like Minor Illusion is, like, an act of witchcraft and heresy and, like,
really
a terrible, terrible weapon to wield. Yeah.
Huh. I don't know much about Crown of
part of
Candy,
the Crown of Candy
but
plot.
I've seen a lot of like videos about things from it, so I know parts of the plot. I probably will never listen to it, but it does sound pretty intense. The thing that I like the most about Crown of Candy, I think, is
cool.
is Brennan Lee Mulligan and the players all agreeing that they were going to play a game where he very actively was not trying to balance it for them. He was trying to balance it for the realism of the game, and that they would very easily be in situations that were shockingly against them. I think that that's super, super interesting, and only really works in a game where the players are excited by that too. But that could, it really changes the way I think you think about playing the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, that's going to be something that I'm going to bring to y'all for a future thing in Unbalanced Encounters down the line, because I think it's a really cool conceit. Not necessarily that kind of setting, but that idea of like, we're signing up for something that we may not be prepared for, and that's part of the fun.
Yeah. Chaos Reaper with the 10. Jeez Louise, that is so generous, my guy. Thank you so much. Trodosio, I saw your question. I'm going to get to it also. Don't worry, Trodosio, but let's give a round of applause for Chaos Reaper. Chaos Reaper said, I like the idea that if a party was made of people who lied about killing dragons and magic till they are called upon to save the world because it's now real. That is also an amazing way to start a campaign. You are a bunch of charlatans who go around pretending to stop monsters, and then monsters suddenly become real, and you have to start trying to stop them. Oh my god, what a fucking heavy hitter comment to come in with for the first time. That is that would be a very fun game to play. In fact, I feel like that's a perfect idea of a campaign to inspire the players to come up with interesting characters also. Like, that's a lot to play with as a player.
It's really good. Chaos Reaper was also the one who asked a question originally that NZ then boosted about a medieval world where magic starts to exist.
Oh my god, this guy's just fucking hitting hard. All right, what did you say, Trodosio? I heard one of my friends was running a World War II campaign where magic was a byproduct of making super soldiers. So it was a real world war. Then suddenly fantasy powers were brought in. I think that's a really cool idea too. I think that a lot of it is like, to be honest, I think that anything that you do where an aspect of the magic of the world is a new element of the world, and your players are somewhat either in opposition of it or tied to it in some way, is incredibly fun and immediately raises the stakes of the game in a way that's really nice. Really nice. Pat, I'm going to ask you about this. I have never really run a modern campaign, and World War II isn't really modern, but I think that one of the biggest hurdles of running a modern campaign is just how much you can do in the modern world. Like you have to plan the game pretty differently if somebody has Google or a cell phone. You know?
I think that's true to an extent, right? I think that's true to an extent. I think that genuinely what I found harder about those sorts of games is just the trying to maintain a level of accuracy, right? Like knowing street names and geography and like what neighborhoods.
Oh yeah, like accurate to real world cities and stuff. You mean? Yeah,
that's tough. I've done that before. It's really difficult. But you've seen Unsleeping City, which I think does a great job of dealing with the Google problem, which is that like the stuff that you need to find is not stuff that's going to be search indexed, right? You can play with the idea that Google is only showing you A, what Google knows about, and then B, what Google wants to show you from what it knows about.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
You can play. A big thing to play with fantasy in such a set in the real world is like figuring out how to weave in that almost conspiratorial element where it's like, this is secret knowledge or forbidden knowledge or something that's not as easy.
For sure.
But yeah, you're right. A lot of the easy stuff of just like, I'm gonna get a fucking cab across town, like makes stuff a lot easier. It genuinely does.
A lot of the game, the focus of conflict has to be a little bit different. NZ with the 5. Thank you very much, buddy. They say that's just PF Kingmaker, the PC game where you can face level 10 enemies as level 1 to 2 if you go to the wrong place. See, they're talking about
A lot of
making
open world has that, yeah.
The thing is, NZ, I friggin' love open world campaigns like that, and I will say that I run my games in that way. I don't intentionally throw my players into situations where it's too tough, but like, I allow for very powerful entities to exist in the game alongside where my players are that my players can fuck with. I'll give you an example. In a game that I was running not too long ago, the players went to I have a game world that most of my home games take place in that has like a fairly concrete history, so it makes it very easy for me to run games in it because I just know it well. And there is a city that is was sort of founded on a bunch of guilds. So it is very merchant and money oriented, and they're like the main religious sect there are basically like clerics for hire. The seat of power in the city is a giant casino, and the casino is run. It's not really run, but it's owned by an ancient blue dragon. And the idea is that the loot in the archive, in the vault of the casino is just their hoard. And they don't really do much they're mostly in human form, and they just walk around the casino, and they're super affable and everything like that. But if you fuck with them, they also are an ancient dragon if they need to be. But they're like very much above the law, and it's not a secret that they're an ancient dragon. Everybody knows it. So the players stole something very valuable from them, like really valuable, and then dipped back to their hometown to like try to figure out what they were going to do next. But the dragon knew who they were. The dragon knew where their hometown, like the dragon, they basically left and said, "Bye, ancient dragon. We're going to go back to our house. Here's the address." And then they left. And then the ancient dragon came, and I basically came to the town to like look for it. And I was like, "Okay, guys, you got to like figure out how you're going to deal with this. You're going to try to get the dragon out of the town so it doesn't destroy your whole town. Or are you going to try to hide? Like, it's an ancient dragon. This is not a fight that you're going to win." And the bard was like, "I'm going to go try to fight him." So the bard casts fly on himself, flies up into the sky, rolls like some sort of check to like try to intimidate or start a fight with the blue dragon. He rolled really high. And if you roll really high on an intimidation check against an ancient dragon, when an ancient dragon thinks something is a threat, it's not going to run away from that threat. It's going to be like, "Oh, that might actually be threatening. Let me kill it before it actually becomes a threat." So it breathed its fire breath, or its lightning breath on him and just killed him. Because it's like, dude, this thing is like a CR 20-something, you're level 5. Like, you're not going to win this fight. But he dove in, and he lost his character, and it's okay. It happens sometimes. But yeah. Throwing in monsters that are imbalanced for the party but fit the plot is always a lot of fun. I didn't expect them to fight it. I really expected them. I gave them a lot of outs to escape it, and I expected the plot to be a sort of like them trying to be on the run from it for a while, but instead it just killed one of them. Things moved on. Anyway, thank you again, Chaos Reaper, for the other 10. Very kind, very kind. Imagine a cleric who was just a priest that truly believed he was casting miracles, and suddenly he is told God is real, validating his whole life despite most of his past being delusions he made up. I mean, that I'm going to be honest, I don't actually feel like that is that unusual of a character background for a D&D setting. I feel like a lot of clerics have like moments of like revelation where it's like not all clerics have this power. You're like chosen by a god to do this. Like, gods are real. You can do this. I like that idea. I think a lot of people, it seems like one that I feel like I've bumped into that idea a couple times before. Anyway, thank you very much. Let's finally look at this fucking feat. We're getting so distracted. Although, my God, I love getting distracted.
Yeah.
Combo. At the end of your turn, your movement speed increases by 5 feet for each action you took during your turn. Standard action, bonus action, object interaction, movement. This bonus lasts until the end of your next turn. Swift retreat. When a creature ends its turn within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to move a distance equal to or less than the bonus movement from combo. This reactive movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. You then lose the effects of combo until the end of your next turn. You can use this swift retreat a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses after a long rest. All right, so I'm going to say one thing. I feel like at a minimum what this does is it increases your speed roughly by 10 and occasionally makes it so you can move 10 feet as a reaction without provoking opportunity attacks. That's basically what it does, right?
I would say a minimum of 15 every time.
Well, standard action, bonus action, and movement. Oh, I didn't realize. So yeah, it's definitely like
so standard action, movement, and object interaction. You're guaranteed to get every turn. Bonus action often, but not every turn. So somewhere between 15 and 20, basically.
Yeah, that feels like a lot for a feat.
And then you also have this reaction. The whole thing feels like a lot, not just from a power balance perspective, but also just like there's a lot to keep track of off of a feat, you know?
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where what I want to say is, like, what is the goal? And, like, what is the goal that we want to feel like? I feel like the goal that we want to feel like is we're moving more quickly, and then we are reaction moving. The mechanic...
I really don't understand the
combo
thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the combo... The mechanic for combo doesn't... I don't think it's adding to the gameplay loop in a way that is going to be particularly evocative of anything. I feel like this is just a different version of mobile. I don't know.
I mean, it makes being hasted buck wild. But, you know. I don't know. It doesn't feel thematic to me at all, right? Like, why? What does any of this have to do with being adept at forestcraft?
Well, what is it supposed
to... The whole feat.
Well, they said in the flavor text that it's like they're very vague. Like, the lore, the flavor of these is very open-ended. Which maybe is an issue. But partly because when you do something that's very open-ended, you got to make sure it's not, like, too powerful. Let's look at what mobile is, because this is basically an alternative to the mobile feat. So let's just peek the mobile feat for a second. Your speed increases by 10.
Yeah, this is also a half speed, which is a lot.
Yeah, your speed increases by 10. When you use dash action, difficult terrain doesn't mess with you. When you make an attack against the creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks against that creature. So the main difference between this and mobile is you get the ability score increase, and you get this reaction movement escape thing.
Well, and the reaction movement escaping is just a different way of achieving the same when you attack you get to escape, right? It's both just giving you like a disengage.
Yeah. So it's similar. I just feel like it's too similar to mobile.
Yeah, and to what end, right?
Yeah.
It's not selling me a better fiction. It's just a more complicated mobile that's probably slightly more powerful. Probably actually a lot more powerful because it's also a half feat.
Yeah.
But yeah, not 100% sure on this one.
Yeah, I'm skimming Swordcraft Adept, and it's the same feedback. It's just too strong, my guy. It's just like there's just too much going on. I think we're gonna stop with this piece here. I would say you should spend a little bit of time and read the feats that already exist, and make sure that these feats that you're giving aren't like dramatically stronger than them, and pay attention to the feats that are full feats versus half feat, half ability score increase, because the feats that are half ability score increase ones are, they're noticeably doing less most of the time. So, like, this...
Some exceptions are the ones that give you spellcasting abilities. Those are generally half feats that are pretty oomphy, but, like...
But it's not a lot, right? It's usually, like, it's like 2 spells a day is usually what it is. Yeah, or a cantrip and a spell.
Yeah. So you know the trade-off if you want to do a half feat that does something a little bit more oomphy is you got a really limited number of uses.
Like even this next feat comes with one feature that is proficiency bonus times per long rest, and then a totally separate feature that's once per long rest, and then a totally separate feature. It's just a little too much.
That's just too much to keep track of from a feat, right? Because you're taking this instead of an ability score increase that's happening nestled amongst all of your race level up features that you may be getting.
That's a really good point.
Your class
is this equal to is all of this equal to +1 to an ability score? I would argue +1 to ability score is not as strong as this.
ASIs are +2, right?
Yeah, but this is coming with a +1 already.
Oh, it's already coming with a +1. Yeah, so all of those things need to be a +1 to an ability score. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. AJ says this once a day feature is basically a whole subclass feature. This is a whole subclass feature in the Zealot Barbarian, they said?
Good lord.
I don't think this is a Zealot Barbarian feature. I think you're misremembering, but it is a big feature. It's a lot. Lot. All right, Vinny, a little bit too much in all directions. I encourage focusing it in a little bit, but thank you very much for sharing. if you're going to be making features half feats, you really got to make them half feats, you know? Thank you very much, Vinny. Vincenzo. Do you want to learn a Yiddish word, Patrick?
Always.
One of my favorite Yiddish words is wilde chaya.
Wilde chaya.
Wilde chaya. It means like wild beast in literal translation, but it basically means like hooligan, like somebody that's like like a rabble rouser.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
a great
good.
Word. Oh man, how was your birthday party?
It was good. It was fun. We had a couple people over. Emily did a cocktail menu, and we got some pizzas. Hung out. It was good.
Does Emily have? Is her friend visiting right now?
Yeah. She's staying near us, so she went home for the night. But yeah, she's in town for the whole week.
That's cool. That'll be fun.
Yeah. For everybody in chat who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, Emily. My wife is from England. And
my
friend
wife
from England. My wife. And her friend is visiting her from England. It's the first time anybody has gotten to come see her since she moved here. So
it's very nice. It's very nice.
We're all very excited.
Warlock idea. A warlock whose patron is his fey wife, and their pact was their wedding vows, but now he wants a divorce without losing power, so he takes her on a trip. Oh, why? Well, the band, that was almost a good idea until you got to start calling people bitches.
Yeah, that got weirdly misogynistic at the end there.
Yeah, buddy, that got awkward at the end. I would say check yourself before you wreck yourself. That just sounds like somebody that's like, I don't like women. Women are mean. Don't talk like that. You come off a little bit dingusy. And you might not be a dingus. You might be a dingus. I don't know. I don't know you.
It might not be the intent.
But I would say, so now he wants a divorce is where you should end that sentence to not sound like a dingus. It's okay. You can apologize. Just, learn from it. Move on. Let's see. Bandit says, this is my first homebrew subclass that I've actually finished. Cool. The concept is, you actually get to the concept. A character going through a transformation that turned him into what I imagined for this subclass. What the fuck? None of the barbarian subclasses felt like that, so you're not actually explaining what it is. You just talked about your experience.
Nitro boosting machine.
Okay, a nitro boosting.
That's what we're shooting for.
A nitro boosting machine, like a robot.
Definitely no. It's definitely nitro cold brew. They definitely want a barbarian that when you rage, you get like a thick, frothy. No, all right, fine.
like a coffee drink.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. I like Keith. Boomer comedy, haha, wife bad. Exactly. It's just it's the thing is, it's not even distasteful. It is distasteful, but it's just fucking cringe. Like I feel like if you're like, I tried to get a divorce from my wife, but she's being a real bitch. That's basically like saying either I'm old and am not connected to women, or I'm young and not connected to women. But either way, I'm resentful about it.
Good point. And
it's just fucking cringe. I like the idea of a warlock that got their powers from an archfey that they married, and now they don't want to be with them anymore. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I think you got to handle it well, so it's not just like, oh man, she's a real battle axe, my wife. You don't need to go down that road. You know what I mean?
Some Archie Bunker shit. It's
just super cringy. Okay,
not great.
Path of the Forgeborn. Ooh, that's a cool name. I like the Forgeborn. That also mixed with Warforged, so you could be a Warforgeborn.
A Warforged.
No, just mix them together. A Warforgeborn.
There you go.
Okay, these are barbarians. Don't say these are. Say, that's fine, whatever. I'm not going to... We're too late in the night to talk grammar heavy. These are barbarians, unless you do something hectic. These are barbarians who have decided to indulge themselves with their metallic bodies to bolster their combat ability.
Oh, they are Warforged.
Basically, I would probably say something like...
You were right.
Yeah, I would probably say something like, these barbarians bolster their combat ability with their metallic bodies. That's how I would say that for a sentence. Many have replaced their flesh and replaced them. Why are you saying replaced and replaced? Just say many have replaced their flesh with prosthetics to improve their lives. Some of them were already born metal, but decided to push their bodies further. Whatever the case may be, they bring commanding presence to the battlefield that may confuse the most experienced veterans with their new augmented fighting style. Why confuse? Confuse is an odd word. I might say intimidate. Confused makes me feel like, whoa, they're doing weird stuff.
I mean, I would be confused if I saw like a barbarian just all of a sudden become a robot.
Yeah. Aside from a couple little hiccups with your opening sentences, it's pretty solid flavor text, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad.
All right. Let's. Did I post it in the chat? I think I did.
Yeah.
Let's dive in. Integrated arsenal. Your body has been altered to be both sword and shield. At 3rd level, when you activate your rage, you can change the damage type of your unarmed strikes to be bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. You can roll a d6 in place of normal for your damage. It becomes a d8 at 5, a d10 at 11, a d12, 17. I'm going to say something right now, and you're going to hate it. You can't do that. That's just making it a monk.
No.
Just making it a monk. If anything, I would make it so, like, you can make one of your arms into a weapon, and then it takes on the aspects of that weapon. But I wouldn't just give your unarmed strikes that. Like, there is the unarmed fighting style, which you could put into this if you wanted to, but I wouldn't have them scale this way. Partially because it just sort of steps on the monk, but partially because I genuinely don't think it's that evocative. I think it's like, it's... Yeah. If it was very evocative but stepped on the monk, it might be fine, but it's not very flavorful. It's just monk punching, but better.
Could I make a slight suggestion and see how you feel about it, Cinder?
Sure.
A limited number of times per day, and I don't know what resource you'd want to do here, but we'll say proficiency bonus times per day. You can make an unarmed attack that does your choice of bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. That then, for damage, does a number of d4s equal to your strength modifier.
I wouldn't tie it to your strength modifier. I would tie it to something that scales a little bit more. Yeah, like you could tie it to rage damage bonus or proficiency bonus or something like that. I think that could work.
Give you like a specific, like, transformative punching attack, right? That then does like you make up for the limited use in this over and above damage.
Yeah, you can't, if you wanted to make it a bonus action and then it would be like on while you were raging, I think that could work. I think you just have to, like, it can't be that strong if it's a bonus action every turn to make that attack, especially if it's including your strength modifier and rage modifier damage. Like, I think the way that I would do it is I would make it a unique feature. Like, it would be something like you can, like, launch out a spear of metal, and each creature in 5 feet has to make a saving throw where they take some amount of D damage. Like, not tie it to your core attacking features. Or make it so, like, when you rage, your arm turns into a big weapon, and it's a little bit better than a normal version of that weapon. Yeah.
I mean, I think regardless, there's something that you need to do here to make it not just punching, because not only is it the thing that monks get and is the core loop of their class, it's also a thing that a lot of barbarian and fighter homebrew gets, and it's just not... It's not interesting, it's not evocative, and it never scales out.
I'm going to also say that it is not an arsenal. Like, integrated arsenal makes me think, like, I have weapons in me. So let's make them weapons. Let's look at overclock ventilation. I do think that the move is to make it like a bonus action little thing that you can do, or to make it a special weapon that you can activate that gets different features. And you know what you could even do? You could pick like, this is what I would actually do if I were you. I would make Great Axe. I would either make it Great Axe, Maul, and Great Sword, where they are all sort of the same weapon in terms of how much damage they do, but they get one extra special thing, and it's like changes depending on that special thing, or pick radically different ones and have them all get special little things. Maybe you could integrate weapons into yourself. I like that idea too, but I think that's a little different than what they're going for here. But you could definitely go in that direction if you wanted to. Let's look at overclock ventilation. You've opened new possibilities that are unique for those whose body has been stripped and altered. Starting at 3rd level, when you enter a rage, don't say may, say can. This is also an opinion thing I'm realizing, because lots of people say may. I just don't like it. You can dash as a bonus action, suffering 1 level of exhaustion when you do so. That is why. That's a lot. Additionally, when you hit with an attack, you can spend a reaction to ventilate your exhaust and heat. Creatures within 5 feet of you must make
exhaustion.
Ventilate your
exhaustion
and heat. Creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 fire damage for every point of exhaustion you have. You then lose those exhaustion points. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your con modifier. Okay, so basically you can take levels of exhaustion and then you can actively release them to deal damage in an area. I think that's an interesting mechanic. I feel like it's a lot to put on top of this other 3rd level feature. And I probably would not... I probably, like... would make either this the 3rd level feature or this the 3rd level feature, but not both. And then maybe give something else. I don't think I would base it off of
feels
exhaustion.
Like a 10th level feature.
I also wouldn't base it off exhaustion. Exhaustion scales badly. It's such a poorly designed mechanic. There's so many better. Like, can I give you an example? How I like what if you just got -1 to attack? What if you guys got -1 to attack rolls, saving throws, and skill checks for every time you use this feature?
I mean, so let me pitch you on why I think exhaustion is interesting, even though I wholeheartedly agree with the idea that exhaustion is not a good mechanic for this kind of thing. If you take levels of exhaustion for any other reason, you can basically immediately vent them.
But you could do that anyway. I'm just talking about what the mechanic is that you involve it with.
No, I know. I'm saying, if you get exhaustion from a different source, not from this dash as a bonus action, if you get exhaustion from not sleeping, if you get exhaustion from the effects of a spell, if you get exhaustion from whatever, you can immediately dump them doing damage. You're immune to exhaustion, is what this feature gives you, basically.
I don't know if I like that or not.
Kind of.
I guess it's fine.
I mean, fair enough.
I guess it's fine.
It's interesting. I don't know that it's good,
interesting. It is interesting. And I like the venting of it and doing fire damage around you in an area. I wouldn't base it around exhaustion. I think if you want, like, maybe, you know what I would maybe do? I maybe would make overclock ventilation system one feature and sort of keep it as is, except use the 6E version of exhaustion where you just get -1 penalty to D20 rolls and you can vent them. And then instead of integrated arsenal at first level, I would give you like something like, you know, like tinkered heart and just make you immune to exhaustion.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then do that both as the 3rd level and move some stuff around.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit weird to do, because the other thing is that this is already tied to your rage. So, like, that's all we really need, and it's doing damage, it's doing good damage. I don't know. I feel like...
Yeah. I agree. I think that could be enough. I genuinely agree. I genuinely think that could be enough. And feeling like you can kind of overclock and become immune to exhaustion feels a lot more robot super soldier than my punches do.
I'm just not a fan of giving a subclass a mechanic where you are taking levels of exhaustion and then getting rid of them. That gameplay loop, I personally...
It's weird.
I don't like it. I don't think it works well.
Yeah, I see why. Especially because, like, by the time that you're taking dash as a bonus action, but then by the time that you're at, like, what is it, the 3rd level exhaustion, you're now at half movement anyway. So it's like, why am I burning that far in advance?
It just seems like it's overcomplicated for what it's trying to do.
Yeah, I get that.
Let's look at advanced overclock. Maybe next time you get exhaustion, it's worse. Now I think we just dropped the exhaustion mechanic. Forest. What's up, Forest? Have a good night. Does this subclass have a good way to gain exhaustion? It's built in here, my guy.
Yeah. Right.
I still don't think it. I would just remove the. It's like whenever there's a lot of you guys do this. I think it's something that people lean into a lot because they're thinking about how to balance something. They will make a feature have a consequence, and then they will build in something to get rid of that consequence later in a way that makes the whole thing feel kind of redundant. Advanced overclock. At 6th level, you're considered one size larger for determining carrying capacity. I think all of that's fine. When you enter rage, you're considered one size larger for the purpose of grappling, shoving, moving through a creature's space. Okay, I like that. I think all of that's pretty cool. Whenever you're grappling a creature, you may spend... I want to blow my brains out when I see the word may. You can spend one of your art attacks to throw a creature. I would not do this. I'm going to be sorry.
No.
You can't do this. This is already... This is a feature that the beast... This is a feature that the... This is a feature that the Path of the Giant Barbarian gets, and I'm pretty sure it's their 10th level feature.
And also, it's got nothing to do with being like a robot super soldier, right? Like it's got. I mean, there are levels of exhaustion, and it ties back into that system. I mean, I think we've already talked about wanting to get rid of that as a core concept here, and that maybe makes it distinct. But like, you're big.
This is also
bigger.
There's also a whole other,
and you could throw people is not robot-y to me.
No, it's not. And there's also a whole other 6th level feature. So you're just making a lot of features. But the main reason that I would say that is here's a way that it's written way more clearly and simply, easier to understand. And also it is a 10th level feature of another barbarian. So from that alone, it's like, not going to work. We also have Onslaught. When you take the dash action or bonus action, move 20 feet in a straight line, you can shove a creature or grapple. This is too combat-oriented for a 6th level ability, I think, in my opinion. I mean, I guess you could do something like this, tied with something like this, maybe, but I think you're overloading this subclass so far. Overloading it a little bit, I think.
And I would also say generally overloading it with stuff that is pretty.
It's not robot
generic. Like Cinder and I worked together on a like a bar brawler barbarian way back in the day, and reorganizing a little bit for balance. This is almost exactly the same. This reads as like I'm a fighter, I'm a tough guy barbarian, which is frankly all of them, right? Like the bar brawler we built was not in and of itself super distinct, and that was kind of the point. This is a really distinct vibe. And the features are not doing it justice. Did you look at any of the 6E stuff that just came out? I'm going to be honest, no, because I have no intent to ever play 6E, but I am curious if there's something that's relevant.
They just came out with like 5 more classes. I think it's the rest of them.
Classes? The rest of them that they haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, like the warlock, the wizard, the barbarian, the fighter.
They did not invent 5 new classes.
The new mechanics for the barbarian, solidly interesting and good. Like, I like them a lot.
Cool.
New mechanics for the fighter, really interesting. But one of the fighter subclasses is a brawler fighter, where it's entirely built around fighting with improvised weapons and being like a tavern brawler. And it's like, it's like everybody knows that they want that. It's like everybody
knows. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Let's look at...
But like, you're not even doing that, right? That's not what we're doing in this subclass, so it shouldn't feel like that, you know?
Yeah. If you ask me, if you give your homebrew character an OP skill, it only makes them interesting if there are no ways to defeat the handicap you add. The handicap is what makes it interesting to me.
If you're going to put in a drawback, don't put in something that later allows you to get around the drawback.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying by, like, when you make a thing have a weakness to balance it out. If you get rid of that weakness later, it's like, now the beginning of it's kind of...
A rule to avoid the rule.
Yeah, and I would also argue that you don't want to do that too much. Like, generally, if you need to give something a downside in order to balance it, I would argue you probably just need to make it different. I'm not a big fan of giving classes, subclasses, lineages, races, feats, any of that downsides. I think the only place that I really think giving a genuine downside makes sense is magic items. Because magic items are imposing something onto your character in a way that, like, the dungeon master has a lot of control whether they're in the game, the player has a lot of control whether they're in the game, and
whether or not they use it.
And they're also alien from you, right? Like they are a thing in the world that you are interacting with, and that interaction might change.
It's a choice.
Yeah, and it's like, it doesn't make sense for your subclass to be inherently flawed. I don't think it does, but I do think it makes sense for a magic item to inherently fuck with you a little bit because of the magic that's in it.
I also think there's a design philosophy, Cinder, that you bring to the table for 5e stuff that's very 5e forward, and 6e references this as well, which is like races and classes should not provide drawbacks; they should only provide benefits.
Yeah.
And that is, I don't even think a lot of people say that leads to power creep. I don't think that it does. I think it's just a framing thing. It's just I'm going to provide positive mechanisms of interaction instead of positive and negative mechanisms of interaction, and a lot of older D&D wasn't designed like that. There were a lot of built-in negative interactions that were meant to be sort of part of the loop, and they've walked away from that, I think, for probably largely good reasons, especially for what D&D is.
I think
I think a lot of people bring that to the table.
Yeah, I think it comes from an era of D&D where characters were much more. It was expected that you would go through more characters. First
of all, yeah, holy shit.
Your character is going to have some pronounced weaknesses because it's going to have some pronounced strengths in a way that is a little crazy, but your character is probably going to die, so it's not going to. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's kind of the attitude.
I mean, 2E, as far as I'm aware, was a lot of you're going through a dungeon, expect to go through, a couple characters over the course of the campaign.
Yeah.
As many of them just get left in dungeons, right? That's just how it goes.
Let's look at 10.
I like actually. I like volatile overclock. I like what we're about to read.
Oh, you mean level?
Oh wait, I skipped heroic overclock. I'm sorry. I like 14.
Okay, well we'll get to 14 in a second. 10th level is heroic overclock. Whenever a creature within half your movement speed suffers an attack, what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
I think is hit by an attack is probably what they mean to say.
Then I would change it to say that.
You
can spend your reaction to run towards the creature, taking the attack action yourself. The attack targets...
Nope, taking the attack yourself.
Taking the attack yourself. The attack targets you instead of the previous creature. You suffer 1 level of exhaustion doing so and can only use this reaction of times equal to your proficiency modifier. Plus constitution modifier. That's too much. Pick. Is it proficiency modifier or con modifier? Not both.
Yeah.
Being able to use half your movement to run up to a creature and to take an attack, I think, is cool. I don't think it should give you a level of exhaustion. I think it's an interesting feature. I think it's a solid feature. I'm into it.
Is this? I feel like this is something. Is this not like a fighting style or a fighter feature or something?
There are a couple features that do exactly this, but they usually require. It's either like spell. I think there's a spell that does this. There's a couple subclass features that do this, but they all require you to be right next to the thing.
Got it.
So the main difference here is that you are not starting immediately right next to the thing. It's a cool feature. I would argue, though, that at this point, we still really don't feel like a robot.
Get to the next one.
Okay. Volatile overclock. If your character makes a death saving throw, a fiery explosion bursts from your character's body. All creatures within 10 feet make a saving throw or take fire damage equal to your unused hit die. And then, starting at 14th level, you can gain 3 levels of exhaustion to reduce your levels of exhaustion to 0 when you enter a rage. What do you like about volatile overclock?
One, I think it plays with death saving throw mechanics in a really interesting way. I've never seen death saving throws become offensive, and I think that is a really fucking cool cinematic moment. I also think that using your unused hit die as a mechanism of damage is interesting, and it makes me want to rewrite this entire fucking thing to make overclocking about hit die management.
I agree with that idea, actually. That would be so cool if you got rid of the exhaustion mechanic and made it a hit die mechanic. I think that's really interesting. The only thing that I would point out about this is you better hope there's no ally running up to you to help you when you're making that death save.
I mean, first of all, I would definitely make this optional, right? I would absolutely make this optional. Never make stuff like this. Never make offensive things happen by default, right? Like that lack of control is in and of itself negative. It is literally the fireball in the wild magic table. But if it is an option, it's an interesting one, right? Like it's a defensive option that can be a get off you button if you need it.
It's also
it's really cool.
As Zach points out, I think it's strong enough that it shouldn't be every time you make a death save. It should probably be once a day.
Honestly, what it should probably do, like everything else in the subclass based on what I just indicated, I would like to see is when you use it, you just lose all those hit die. You just burn off all the hit die. So you can't use it more than once a day because now you're out of hit die.
It expends the hit die. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I think that makes sense.
If you rebuild the whole subclass around hit die as a resource mechanic, you're managing these available hit die so that by the time you get to this 14th level feature, if you haven't been managing well, you might not have anything left in the tank.
I also feel like burning through your hit die is a better way to represent overclocking than levels of exhaustion.
That's why I liked this feature, was because it clicked for me where it was like, oh, that's a cool game loop that feels more like a robot, feels more like what you're trying to accomplish, feels less clunky from a mechanical perspective. Try that and see if you can figure out how to design around that as a resource, because that's interesting.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's give a little round of applause to Bandit. Pat, what are you doing tomorrow?
Way to go, Bandit. Shit, what a good question. Fucking probably editing the next episode of Rally. Are you streaming?
I'm streaming, and tomorrow night we're doing something a little special.
What's up tomorrow night?
The first half of stream, or at least the first hour or two, is going to be more looking at Homebrew. Basically, the way that I'm running my streams now is Sunday night is mostly all Homebrew review, but every other night of the week is a little bit of Homebrew review. We're going to start with like an hour or two of Homebrew review every stream. So the wheel is done tonight, but there is a new wheel that starts tomorrow that people can click you can find by doing the chat command or in the description. And every stream next week we'll do Homebrew review for like an hour or two, and next Sunday we'll do the big one. But what we're going to do after it, Patrick, is I am going to be looking at all of the monstrous subclasses that I have made.
Fun.
And that I haven't looked at in like over a year. And we are going to be feedbacking ourselves and updating and changing them, and then I will be re-releasing them to my members and on my Patreon.
Nice.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. But it's all going to be monster stuff. Monster subclasses.
Well, if you need some co-pilot for that, let me know. You know where to find me.
That's what I was saying. If you want to come by. Also, Pat, it's 11:45. What are you still doing here? Aren't you tired?
Yeah, I'm heading out. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm logging off.
Thank you so much for hobbing by, though, and I'm glad you had a good birthday party.
Definitely. Yeah, it was fun. Thank you very much, chat.
Guys,
the
best birthday present you could give Patrick is to go listen to Unbalanced Encounters and to go tell your friends and family to go listen to it. It is the podcast that I am a player in, but Pat is the dungeon master, and he really puts his heart and soul into it. I mean, we all do, but, you know, as a dungeon master, he's got a little bit more oomph he needs to put into it, so go check that shit out. Don't get him a Tesla. Don't support Elon Musk.
I mean, first of all, don't. Second of all, I would genuinely more appreciate if you went and listened to the show, because I don't have a car. Cinder, somebody suggested a great idea to me at the party tonight that I think we should fucking do, and I want these people to know about it, because if they go listen to the show, they should do this thing. We should start reading our podcast reviews and our YouTube comments in the mid-roll.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a great idea.
People get their words on the show, and then they go. So if you go listen to the show, and if you like it, get your reviews in. We're going to start reading them on the show.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That's how you get on the show.
All right, we'll do that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Cool. I'll read them in character. Right. That'll be more fun.
Fuck yeah, that would be so much more fun. All right. Y'all are amazing, and I'm going to go to bed, but have a great rest of the stream. Have a great night, and Cinder, have fun.
Good night, Patrick. You're wonderful.
Bye.
How do I hang up on you? Click. There we go. And Pat and like a ghost in the wind, he's gone. Like a fart in the wind, not a ghost in the wind, like a fart in the wind. A YouTuber named Slimesicle and his friends read their patrons' names in their mid-roll. We do read our patrons' names already. We do that already. We usually do it at the end, though, not the mid-roll. Pat, who's that? Pat's my dungeon master. We got Bebgab next. First attempt at a homebrew spell. Went for something simple. It's mainly for damage plus a few niche uses. So, with spells, I always feel like I really want to understand what it's supposed to feel like immediately. So let's see. Spells are tricksy because There's so many. We want to make sure we're not doing anything other spells do, you know? Okay, let's see. Chat, did I post it to you? Slinging Orb. 2nd level, 1 minute concentration. Action to cast. Choose an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. A blue glowing orb appears within that space with a thin cord made of blue light linking the orb to yourself. Interesting. So far, I'm on board. You are now tethered to the orb and cannot move more than 5 feet away from it. If the orb itself moves more than 5 feet away from you, you are dragged in its direction. Although you don't trip and fall from this, unless you choose to, okay? Can the orb be interacted with? If the orb touches any creature, it instantly bursts, breaking its tether onto you. The target must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, they take 1d8 force damage. On a bonus action on your turn, you can move the orb up to your walking speed in any direction. This does not retract from your actual walking speed for the turn. I think you mean detract. The orb can hover no more than 20 feet off the ground, at which point you would be left hanging 5 feet off the ground. So I like this idea for a spell a lot. This is a little bit too strong, though, for a 2nd level spell. The 1d8 damage is negligible because because you have to keep in mind, this is basically you can bonus action dash with a somewhat fly speed is basically what this is. And the issue there is that the spell Levitate is also a 2nd level concentration spell, and I would argue that the spell Levitate is not as strong as the ability to bonus action dash, to bonus action full movement speed up or down as well. It's only 1d8 damage over 1 round. It bursts. It's done. It only does it once. Yeah, I think this is meant to give you extra movement speed. And I think it's an interesting idea, but I think in its current state, it's like too similar to Levitate. Or it's like not even too similar to Levitate. It's just like, it's just better than Levitate. Like, pretty dramatically. If the orb falls to the ground at the end of the turn, would that fix it? That would pretty dramatically change it. I just think maybe the orb... Okay, I mean, here's what I would say. I would argue that the orb should not be able to go up. It should just be able to drag you horizontally, not vertically. It's not really a magic slingshot because it's not like launching you. It's just sort of pulling you around. It's more like a magical, like, tugboat. Make it a 3rd level spell but deal more damage? That could also work. Yeah, because it is sort of a fly speed. Right now it can drag you over a gap easy. I think the idea of being tethered to it is adding complication. It is adding complication, but isn't that the whole point? Yeah, 3rd level, you already get a fly speed. If you want, it's the fly spell. So it would have to be a little different than that. A magic large dog on a leash when you're small and weak. That's kind of what it is. Also, you can't... Oh, so you also can't touch the orb? I guess that's true, yeah. I think if it actually could sling you forward, but make you make a dex saving throw to succeed in landing, that would make it work like a grapple hook. But what's that saving throw going to be based off of? I could see it as a good counter to being pushed or moved by some effect. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of it's a spell where you can, like, tether yourself to a location where you can't be moved outside of that location. That's really cool. But that's very different than what I think they're trying to do. And you're calling it a slinging orb, but it really doesn't sling. Right now, it's kind of a dragging orb. I think it's an interesting idea. I think right now you need to make sure... It just feels a little too strong right now, and it also feels like it's not doing any slinging. Yeah, like an immovable tether instead of an immovable rod. Exactly. I feel like that could be pretty cool also. I think having this just be the upcast version of itself would be pretty good. It's a neat idea. I just feel like in its current state, I think it's doing a little bit too much for a second level spell, personally. You can't walk away from the orb, but you have to keep in mind that the first turn you're casting it is allowing you to do a bonus action dash, which is not nothing. After then, yes, it does eat your bonus action to keep going, but it's still that first, you're getting at least one round of 60 feet of movement. Okay, but would it be too much to make this immobile, but you can launch out of range like 60 feet, then you get pulled? You could do something like that, but that would be pretty dramatically different. I mean, I think that's a neat idea, but I don't really understand. We'd have to like you have to like write out all the mechanics for that, which could be pretty complicated, but definitely be an interesting idea. I like the idea of a spell that drags you around. I think it's kind of cool. I just feel like in its current state, it just feels like it does a little too much. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say. That's like double Misty Step range every turn for a minute. If it did 60 feet, then yes. Forced movement doesn't provoke opportunity attack. I guess that's true. It also prevents opportunity attack, which is pretty good. You can hit a creature with it. It deals damage, and then you get yanked to a space within 20 feet. That's kind of an interesting idea, too. You'd argue it's not forced. It would be interesting if it tethered you to an enemy to act as a forced taunt-like duel. I like that idea too. But again, that's kind of different than the goal here, I think. But I like that idea too. I'll be honest, my favorite idea is that you pick a point within range and you can't move out you can't be forced to move outside of a distance from that range. I think that's cool. A magic leash that drags you along with another object could be a good change, or a creature. Yeah, that's also a neat idea. The main problem is it's called slinging orb, but it can't really sling. Yeah. I would argue that it's not, I don't know if it's stronger than Misty Step. I mean, it essentially gives you a hover speed for a minute. Is basically what it does in its current iteration, and prevents you from being moved a certain distance against your will. And yeah, you're not using movement when you fly it, you're directing it, so you probably wouldn't provoke opportunity attacks. But that should be I would put the language of that in here, solely based off the fact that people are having a disagreement about it in the chat, means that it is not clear enough based on this whether or not it has an effect on opportunity attacks or not. So you should actually think about that a lot as the creator of this spell and clarify that, because that will also pretty dramatically impact the power of it. Why can't warlocks cast this? I don't know. It's everything. That's true. It's everybody but it's all the arcane casters but warlocks. I have no idea. It feels like an argument of raw versus rules as written as rules as intended. Oh no, I agree. That's why it should be clarified in the spell. At the end of the turn, it slings you in randomly. Oh, that would pretty dramatically change it. But I do wish it was more slingy. It's a neat idea, though. I think it could use a little bit more focus. All right, thank you, Bebgab. For a first-time spell maker, it is it's a pretty unique idea, and it's pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing. I hope you keep working on it. Yeah, it's always nice when a piece provokes a little conversation. I'm always a fan. Oh. I don't know if you guys like it, but I'm loving the silent wheel. Camellia. First time ever completing Homebrew. Okay. You made this after College of Ink appeared to be really popular as an idea on the Bard stream. Decided you should try to make it yourself. Did you try to make your own College of Ink? Huh. Did I look at this already? I don't think I did. All right, let's take a look at it. You miss it a little? Oh, I'm sorry. The College of Ink subclass. Cartoonists, summoners, and artists frequently find themselves falling under this subclass. By fusing magic with their arts and supplies, they can manipulate the world around them, bringing things into reality. The only thing that I would say is you want to make sure this is like very different than the College of Creation Bard, which is essentially that, right? They're like manifesting things into reality. Bonus proficiency. You get proficiency in some painting stuff. Cool. Using Bardic Inspiration, you can draw an inky paint monster, which you command. It can look like whatever you want, but it's always classified as an ooze, and its stat block remains the same no matter which form it takes. You need to clarify how it sits in the action economy. Is it an action to summon it? Is it a bonus action? Does it take a minute? We need to know what does it take to actually do this? Their creation only lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a weird amount of time. Why did you pick 5 minutes? You can only have one active at a time, but you can use an action to bring it back without expending a Bardic Inspiration until the 5 minutes have passed. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean that if it dies before 5 minutes are up, you can use an action to bring it back? It has weakness to water. What does that mean? Must succeed a DC 13 con saving throw each round it's in water. With the use of your con mod on a failed... If it takes 2 damage. 2 damage is such a... A lot of this feels really arbitrary. I'm going to be honest. Why 2 damage? Why a DC 13 con save? Why 5 minutes? I feel like there's a lot of things here that I don't understand why they got picked. It has a stat block. It has hit points. It has all this stuff. I'm curious why you decided to build it that way. Yeah, I would say 1 minute or 10 minutes makes a lot more sense. I also don't really understand what you're trying to say with this. It has 5 plus charisma modifier hit points, so very few hit points. So this thing is going to be going down a lot, and then you're going to be using your action to bring it back a lot. Okay. Armor class 13, speed 20. So this is very weak for a summons. It's like shockingly weak. Although it's resistant to bludgeoning, it's resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, which is honestly going to be almost irrelevant because of how much little hit points it has. Why does it have a +2 to hit? And why does it deal 1d4 plus 2 bludgeoning damage? This should be based on your spell attack modifier. You should be looking at other things that summon things and look at how they build their monster stat blocks. The things that they give features to, the things they don't, the things that scale based off of you, the things that don't. It will help you a lot. Bonus action, you command it to do your bidding. Outside of battle, you command it to do tasks. In battle, it can do stuff. What does all of this mean? What is going on here? It can be commanded to defend, attack, fall back. What is this? What does this mean? Or interfere with stuff? Don't write this way. This is like, your formatting makes me want to punch you in the eye. Write it like a stat block, and it seems like half of this, like it seems like this half is just like, you can do normal stuff with it. And this half is the special ability. I shouldn't have to hunt for the special ability. Yeah, look at subclass companions for how to organize this. So far, this is super fucking weak, though. And since we have no idea how it interacts or distracts, it's sort of like, I don't even know how to balance this. Like, what does it give an enemy disadvantage on? Saving throw? All saving throws? One saving throw? Distract an enemy during an enemy's saving throw. What does that mean? Are they using is that a reaction? What can trigger that reaction? How close do they need to be to the target? There's like, you need to write out the feature as a whole feature. Endless possibility. Like, I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm not going to give a lot of feedback to this because it feels like it's half written. There's a lot that is not written clearly as mechanics. So it's very hard to understand, like, how to balance it because, like, let's just look at this, for example. These are the specific mechanics of its existence, okay? These are just passive features it has, and then this is its action. So we can all understand very clearly what it does. We can just see it, we understand it, it's immediately there. And Everything sits in the action economy. This is an action to do. These are passive features, but they still clarify specifically when they happen. You need to be writing it in that way. You need to make it as clear as possible how features work. Nothing should be left up to interpretation. Generally, you want movement speed and reactions to always be free. What do you mean to be free? That doesn't make any sense. And you want to trust the player to know what the generic actions are. Yeah, usually that's like built. The generic actions can sort of be built into the way you describe how the feature works. That's like the whole point of this. That's what this is basically saying. I can see that they're trying. It looks like they're still really fresh to mechanics writing. I'm not saying they're not trying. I'm just saying in its current state, it's very hard to understand what it's trying to do. And the other thing that I would say, which I think is important here, is I don't understand what it's trying to do from like a bigger picture perspective. Like, for example, like we'll just talk about the bardic. Now, this bard only gets to the 6th level, but because of this specific irrepressible dance feature as like the main unique feature popping out, we can kind of see really specifically what role this thing is supposed to take in combat. And we're just not seeing that here. So it's hard to understand like what the point of it is. And when we understand the point of it, it's easier to focus it. And if we don't understand the point, that means the point needs to be made more clear. Movement costs your turns movement. Movement costs your turns movement, and your reaction costs your reaction. Only get 1 per turn unless you get extra from something. I don't know what that's in reference to, but yes, that is correct. Endless possibilities. At 6th level, you can alter your surroundings to fit your needs. With a flick of a paintbrush. Using an action, you can expend a bardic inspiration die to cause some sort of effect to your surroundings. I would not make both the ink monster and your 6th level ability cost a bardic inspiration. Pick one or the two, not both. You can create difficult terrain. You can paint a functional door on a wall or other surface. You can erase a door, lock, wall segment, or obstacle. You can paint a solid platform or object no bigger than 5 feet. The effect remains for 10 minutes or until it's washed away. This is a really cool feature, but it's too strong for a 6th level feature at the cost of a bardic inspiration. I could see it being a once-a-day feature, but I'm going to be honest. This feels more like a 14th level of feature. This feels more like a 14th level feature than a 6th level feature. This is like true reality warping in a way that I think you should not just have access to at 6th level. Erasing doors, locks, and walls or creating doors or walls or it's like really strong. This is really strong, especially because you don't say if it takes an action or a bonus action, but I'm assuming it takes an action or a bonus action. So it's just happening instantly, which is a lot. So this should probably be a 14th level feature, and it probably should be limited in use. Pass Wall is a spell. That's true. This is very similar to Pass Wall, but this is a little bit better than Pass Wall in some circumstances because you can just actually maybe it's just the same as Pass Wall. Also, when you say create difficult terrain, we don't know how much difficult terrain. Is it 5 feet of difficult terrain? Is it 30 feet of difficult terrain? So we need to have that organized. One of the most important things when you're making a subclass is like everything needs to be explained to the clearest as possible. It says action. Oh, I see. Using an action. Yeah, there you go. So it is an action. I missed that part. Excuse me. I apologize. Good night, Nameless One. But yeah, we still need all that other stuff that I just said. And let's look at 14th level. At 14th level, you can see through your ink monster's senses and use it to cast spells. This is kind of boring. I don't mean to be rude, but this is like just things that you can do with a familiar. It's not particularly flavorful. You can also summon a second monster to work with. I would completely rewrite this 14th level feature. I would actually maybe make this the 14th level feature and come up with the new 6th level feature. This is just not specific to being a ink bard in any way. This is just you have more of your minions. And you can do stuff that anyone else that summons familiars can do. So I think that if I were you, I would spend a little bit of time to try to think further down the line of what makes this thing unique. So far, this 6th level feature is pretty unique, and it's pretty cool. It's very strong, but it's pretty cool. The ink blot is vague in a way that I don't understand what makes it specifically an ink blot and why it being ink has anything to do with its existence. So I wish I felt more of, I can understand that more or see it more in the mechanics. And I feel exactly the same about the 14th level feature. The 3rd and 14th level feature, I think if you called this a College of Shadow Bard, I think if you called this a College of Water Bard, I think if you called this a College of Ooze Bard, they would all basically feel exactly the same. And I don't love that. So I think you should spend a little bit of time trying to figure out how to make this feel distinct and express that in the stat block that you will write for this monster. And in the 14th level ability, that makes me feel like it makes more sense and it's building towards something that makes a little bit more sense. Feels like you should just do that from the start, except for the 2 of them. I mean, getting 2 minions is a lot. You'd have to really be intentional about... You have to be really careful about how you limited what actions they could take in combat, which is going to be tedious. But if you're down to take that journey... it could definitely be an interesting idea. But I don't think I'm not feeling the ink blot other than in the endless possibilities, which is not what we want from the bard, especially because a bard only gets 3 things. So if you want to make you summon a little ink pet, you need to spend a little bit more time. I would look at the Drake Warden. I would look at the College of Creation Bard. I would look at the Beastmaster Ranger. I would look at the Battlesmith Artificer. Anything that gets a core... Anything where its core subclass mechanic is a pet, and look to that for inspiration as to how to make your pet specifically unique, how to make it grow in unique ways, and how to tie it better into the action economy and express its mechanics a little bit more clearly. The ink blot could take an action from monsters of CR or less, maybe, to make it unique, and give it flavor. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. I wouldn't give it spellcasting. I would not do that. That's just going to be overcomplicated. I would come up with, I feel like that's also the lazy way out. Like, I feel like if you are excited by this idea, you should allow yourself the time to figure out how to express the idea in new, unique mechanics that uplift what excites you about the idea. If you make ink-based spells, I think it would be interesting. Leave traps based on ink spells you scatter. Yeah, that's kind of a fun idea, but a lot of that stuff could also just be reflavoring regular spells. You know what I mean? Glad to see we're still cooking. I saw this launch like 5 hours ago. Yeah, I do long streams on Sunday nights. When I saw originally, my feedback was to make the ink monster more of a Looney Tunes kind of thing. I think that could be kind of fun to make it more Looney Tunes kind of thing. I agree that that's not a bad idea. Wild shape, but for the ink blot, that could work again. Okay, that could work, but that means you need to be willing to figure out how to express that mechanically. So don't do that if you don't want to have to figure that out. Like, what does wild shape for 1 attack mean? That doesn't mean anything. Does that mean you can take the attack of another creature? How would you balance that? Like, there's a lot of questions that I'm immediately asking, not because I think it's not a good idea, but because those are the kind of questions that you need to immediately ask if you're going to be doing something like that. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I wish I saw a little bit more flavor in the monster stat block expressed, and I encourage you to lean harder in that direction. Yeah, it is a lot of work, for sure, which is why I think maybe simplifying first is a better idea. Anyway, thank you, Camellia. Thank you. Thank you all. And to thank you. Both at the same dang time. 1 second.
Stop.
Okay. I'm going to open Twitch for a second, just because I want to see if any of my friends are streaming. Nobody that I am comfortable or know well enough to interrupt. All right, that's fine. I accept. Hey, Zach the Lit, you're up. I just saw you in chat. Pikmin Ranger. Oh, interesting. It's purposefully a bit complex, but the goal is to create a subclass around resource management. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. I might fundamentally disagree with you about it, if that's the case, depending on how simplified or complicated you made the resource management. But let's see. This is the Elemental Captain Ranger. Because resource management on its own is not fun. Resource management is only fun if it serves a purpose. Okay. The elemental planes are as dangerous a place to be alone, which is why you've enlisted the help of unassuming local sprites. Oh, that's a great way to reflavor it. As you grow into the role of a respectable leader of these creatures, you'll have more sprites that join your side. I really like this flavor off the bat immediately. Getting little elemental sprites instead of Pikmin, beautiful. Really simple, straightforward way to reflavor it. Choose an elemental affinity. You learn additional spells when you reach certain levels, as shown in the elemental things. Each spell counts as a ranger spell. Okay, so at 3rd level, you either are an air, earth, fire, or water one. Featherfall, Thermal, Searing Smite, water. Gust, fly, storm, control winds. I'm gonna point something out. Water is pretty fucking weak compared to the other ones, in my opinion. You should just keep that in mind. I don't know if that matters to you. This is weak as hell. This is pretty solid considering it's just some good damage spells. This one's pretty solid just for Earthbind alone. Everything else is kind of mid. Air might be the strongest one. I don't know. Rime Ice is super good. Rime's Binding Ice. It's kind of the same as, like... What does Earthbind do? Is Earthbind just maximum millions? Earthbind just drags you to the ground. Okay, never mind. That's not what I thought it was. I think Fire should have Burning Hands instead of Searing Smite. I kind of agree. Rangers already have... I think Rangers already get Searing Smite anyway. For their spell list. Earthbind is anti-fly. Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot what it was. These spells are not that strong. Like, across the board. Fly is really strong. Wall of Fire is really strong. Wall of Stone is really strong. Binding Ice is okay, strong. Featherfall is pretty strong. Depending on what the other things do, I'm going to tell you that you should make these spells stronger. You should pick stronger spells. There's a lot of spells here that, like, just kind of suck. Maelstrom kind of sucks. Immolation kind of sucks. Water Breathing is so situational. Create or Destroy Water definitely sucks. Earth Tremor sucks. Melt the Stone, super situational. Stone Save, super situational. Okay, let's see. You have 2 elemental sprites that assist you by performing assigned tasks. Oh my god. I hope this is easy to read. If this isn't easy to read, you have to rewrite it. You have 2 elemental sprites that assist you by performing assigned tasks. At the end of each long rest, you choose what elemental affinity to attune your individual sprites to. Each element is associated with a damage type, which affects certain tasks the sprite can perform. Air with lightning damage, earth with thunder. So this kind of stuff, this is where you start to need charts and tables and stuff. Immolation, it's just like a single target spell that does about as much damage as Fireball and sets someone on fire. It requires concentration. Unless I'm misremembering it. It's like pretty mid. Oh, it's different than I thought it was. I was thinking of a different spell. What does this one do? Oh, it's alright. Yeah, it deals damage. Yeah, it just deals a bunch of fire damage and then deals more fire damage. I don't know. I feel like there's way better uses of a 5th level spell than that. It's just not super exciting. That's all. It's fine. Keep it if you want to. This is like, we start to need tables and stuff here. As a bonus action, you can assign each of your elementals to one of the following. You can assign up to 5 sprites to this task. Oh my god. No. Immediately no. If you're going to have enough sprites that you're going to be organizing by that many sprites, that is so tedious. Oh my god. I almost don't even want to read it. I'm so turned off immediately. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going. I got to change my attitude. You can assign up to 5 sprites to this task. For each sprite assigned, you get +1 bonus to your attack roll. No, this is just broken. I immediately don't feel like I need to read all of it. I'm going to, but getting a maximum to a +5 to your attack is just broken. Just broken. Bounded accuracy problem. Look up bounded accuracy, Zach. Come on, man. You've been around for a while. You know this by now. You can assign 2 sprites to this task and must have at least 1 sprite assigned to Harrow to do so. They deal extra 1d4 damage of associated type. The second sprite will inflict the damage of the associated type on a target at the start of each of its turns. How do you pick the target? I guess it's a bonus action. The creature targeted by the second sprite can bat the sprite off as a bonus action by making a melee attack against it. The sprite has an armor class of 10 plus your wisdom modifier. Zach, do you honestly think that this is a reasonable amount of an ability to keep track of at 3rd level? I don't. This seems like such a convoluted way of just saying, I deal 1d4 damage to that creature. Like, super convoluted way of doing that. Yeah, I'm trying to find something I appreciate about this, but it just seems complicated for the sake of complicated. Like, I don't know, man. Let me keep reading. You can assign up to 5 sprites to this task. Again, don't give us that many things. It's too fucking much. TensorFlow. This is also just too much at 3rd level. Jesus fucking Christ, my guy. Okay, so you can do Tensor's floating disk with some sprites. You can assign a sprite to... you can change your elemental affinity with a sprite. I don't know. It hasn't said how many sprites we have yet. We'll see. You can... The sprites assigned task can be assigned... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. We have 2, and then we get a 3rd at 7th, and then another at 11th, another 15th. So the most we probably get is 5. I'm going to be really honest with you here. You are not explaining the core gameplay loop enough for me to visualize it in a way that is fun. Like, I get that you're just trying to make it Pikmin, but this is one of those moments where it's like, I think you are trying too hard to literally make this gameplay mechanic the same as Pikmin, and you're not spending nearly enough time thinking about what this actually does in the game. Because all of these features in the game are so much simpler than this is making them. And that is a problem. Like, at the very minimum, you need to figure out how to change the language that this should just be a charge-based subclass. Because the complication of them being guys that run around, that can all just be flavor text. But what you could say is you could say, you gain 2 elemental sprite charges. I don't know. It just seems like it's just too much to keep track of. And like, I don't know. It's just like, it just seems like such a complicated way to essentially do, you get bonuses to attack. You do a little bit more damage. You get Tensor's floating disk. It just seems like it's too complicated to do that. Is Swarmkeeper technically a Pikmin subclass? Kind of, yeah. You get Primordial. An advantage on checks made to discern hidden messages in primordial text. That's kind of a neat, very specific feature. But like, yeah, the resource element here, I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I think it's like, I don't feel like it's worth the level. I don't think it's worth what you're trying to do. Like, it just seems like it's too much. We're gonna keep going. But, like, I do feel like at a certain point, it's just, like, complicated for complicated's sake, more than it's complicated for doing something that feels like it's going to be a lot of fun to figure out. You gain 2 new tasks, which you can assign to sprites. You get armor class boosting, and temporary hit points. You get pluses to dex saving throws. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I feel like I've lost the plot by now. This is just too much. This is too much, my guy. Just too much. This is gonna be really, like, this is the kind of thing where this player is gonna be really fucking annoying. Whoever's using this is gonna be the most annoying player to play with. Because they're gonna use their bonus, they're gonna have to look up all these fucking features, they're gonna be trying to figure out where to assign things with their bonus action, making adjustments on their sheet to accommodate for those adjustments. It's like, this is for a one-player game. This is not for a multiplayer game. The damage increases to d6s of stuff. Yeah, I think we're gonna stop reading it here. This is a fun idea, but I think that the core gameplay loop you have here is just overly complicated for what you're trying to do, and I genuinely think that it would work better if it was not this. I think that you should get rid of the Pikmin element. You should get rid of a lot of these features because there's just some of them are just doing too much and too strong. And I would focus in on the elemental aspect and on you being able to shift between different elemental affinities and that sort of thing. If the thing that you are the most in love with is the gameplay loop of the sprites and moving them around as resource management, I would strongly recommend that if you're going to be doing that, none of these features should be longer than this one. None of these features should be longer than this one. If you're going to be able to assign these guys to tasks, you need to be able to read each task in a second, because this is going to be so fucking tedious. This is all my opinion. You can ignore me if you want to. But I don't really have much more to say about it. I kind of think that it seems like it's built to be a one-player game character. I don't really have much more to say. I think that it's an interesting idea. I think it's a noble attempt, but I think that in its current state, too many pieces of the puzzle. And some of those pieces are just kind of busted in how strong they are. This one is just busted, etc. The sprite should act like how movies depict telekinetic powers when you send it out. I don't really know what you mean by that. If you had proficiency bonus sprites that were really weak and you had to use your bonus action to command them to do very simple tasks, it would barely be just not too much. I feel like that, Tradosio, I feel like that is what this is, but they're just too strong. And the things they're doing is just too much. Dylan agrees with Chaos Reaper, even if I don't understand what Chaos Reaper is saying. So there you go. I hope if it sounds like something that will be fun for you, you rework it in a way that will be more, that will allow it to be more real-life time economic. I agree. I think that if you like the research management thing, you just gotta figure out how to make it fit into the thing so your turn isn't gonna take 10 minutes every time you take your turn. You mean like interact with an object simple task. I got you, Tradosio. Yes, I agree. I don't feel like any character should really have more than 3 pieces on the board at that level. That's bad past that. Yeah. Mentioning Pikmin makes you want to hand party a colony of veggie pygmies. Yeah. I think the concept of sending out sprites is cool. I agree. I just think that it needs to be a little simplified. Like I could you know what I think it could be? Like I think it could be like you have this many Pikmin. As a bonus action, you can send one to a creature that you can see within range. Every time you hit it, something happens, or that creature has some sort of debuff depending on the Pikmin that you send out. And that could just be it. Or you could also send a Pikmin out to go interact with an object, and that could just be Mage Hand. That's how they did it with Swarm Creeper. That's how they represented animals going out and doing stuff. It's just fucking Mage Hands. You don't need to do that exactly, but I do think that you need to think about how to simplify this. It is an interesting idea, but right now it is just a little bit too much, I think. All right, let's give Zach the Lit a round of applause. A noble pursuit. Thank you for sharing, Zach the Lit. I appreciate it very much. I think it's an interesting idea. I just think it's a little bit too much. and it's a little bit convoluted in terms of what you want it to do and the mechanics that are representing the idea. The middle getting there is overly complicated. Or they go out when or they go out and then it comes back to you. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, you send it to do a thing and then it immediately pops back. So it's more just like bonus action special abilities that you have. Yeah, that could definitely work. That could definitely work. A ray or a cone? I don't know what you're talking about. Cody? One of my first homebrew subclasses, a ranger. I think I looked at this already. 99% sure I looked at this already. I looked at this already. Boop. Wyvern Knight. How am I feeling? I'm pretty good. My tooth stuff's doing great. My mouth is almost recovered. I still have some weird feeling at the top of my lip where there was like where the surgery was. Like, it still feels a little weird and hurts a little bit sometimes, but it's mostly good. Thank you for elaborating for you. There you go. Yeah. Dylan's a good guy. Chaos Reaper. I understood what you were saying after Dylan clarified, but yes, I agree. Thank you for clarifying. And Chaos, I want you to know I was not in any way trying to diminish what you said. I just didn't understand it. Good night, whoever just left. This isn't my first homebrew, but it's the first one that is reviewed here. Okay. I'm thinking this feat is a little strong, but I don't really want to play. I don't really play a lot of campaigns where short rests are critical. I was thinking of adding some sort of penalty or alterations to long rests after taking a feat. Don't add any penalty or alterations based on a feat. Just make the feat less ridiculous. You didn't make it shareable, so I can't look at it. There you go. One of the things you got to do, make the piece shareable. Okay, good. I wasn't... The thing is, Chaos Reaper, sometimes I get in a mood where I come off rude. And I really... Sometimes I feel like I can be rude in a way that's goofy. And other times I feel like it comes off bad. So anyway, just trying to... just checking in, man. Just, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. The expanded spell list is split in two. One half is this... I looked at this piece already, too! All these pieces I looked at already. Be aware that name is not me, and is my username one. All right, cool. Good to know. Oh, we got ugly games. All right, good night, Tradosio. You're wonderful, my guy. Deja Vu starts playing. Yeah. Oh, this is our most recent. This is the last person to get a piece in. Very last person to get a piece in. Really just getting into homebrew. And thought I'd send over a couple spells. Nothing groundbreaking or anything. Just something to dip my feet into this whole thing. Would love your thoughts. For the switch places, it's just a fun little effect. Are you asking for anything specific? Looking for basic thoughts as well as thoughts on the formatting. All right, let's take a look. They were at the start of the stream. Well, somebody go tell them that... Somebody can tell them that we looked at their piece... later at night. But that's okay because guys, after tonight, remember, after tonight the wheel is fresh. So starting on tomorrow's stream, we're going to be doing fresh wheel, fresh pieces, fresh ingredients, Papa John's. Actually, Domino's. Domino's beats Papa John's. Sorry Papa John's. Domino's kicks your butt. Why does this fucking song keep playing? This same fucking song keeps playing. Stop playing the same goddamn song. Getting sick of it. All right. Switch places. 5th level conjuration spell, bonus action. A whole new wheel. Don't you dare close your eyes. You'll miss the wheel around the town. Switch places. 5th level conjuration bonus action, range 300 feet. With a simple whispered phrase and a wave of your hand, you attempt to teleport both yourself and another creature within range to each other's position. If the creature is willing, the exchange simply takes place. If the creature is unwilling, they must make a wisdom saving throw or be transported to your position while you simultaneously appear in the former location. Wisdom saving throw. I don't know how I feel about it being a wisdom saving throw. I almost feel like it should be a charisma saving throw. This is already a spell. What's the spell called? I believe you, Joff. Just tell me what the spell's called. I'll look it up. Vortex Warp? Let's check. It literally is Vortex Warp. So, you made Vortex Warp. Go look up Vortex Warp, you silly goose. All right, I'll look at a different spell. Trace Presence, 7th level. This is a Conjuration Wizard feature? Yeah. Let's look at this Divination one. 1 action, range 500 feet, concentration up to 10 minutes. 7th level, so it's pretty strong. You speak a creature's name and uncork the ever-smoking bottle. Oh, you need an ever-smoking bottle to cast this spell? That is very weird, but I accept. If the creature's name you spoke has been within the immediate area in the last hour, the dark smoke emitting from the bottle instantly turns rich purple and begins to flow to a specific location within range where that creature was last known to be. While the spell is active, the caster can spend 4th level spell slot and cause the smoke to take the form of the creature in question. The smoke in its new form will act out the creature's physical actions within the area once, then lose its form. The smoke doesn't dissipate or lose its hue until the... seems overcomplicated to basically just say you can, like, see what a creature did within the last 24 hours. This seems like just a really overcomplicated way of doing that, or within the last hour. Right? Last known by who? The player? They should already know that. I guess that's true. That's a good point. This is what I would do. If I was going to do this, I probably would do, like... I probably would say, like... Casting time 1 action. You speak a creature's name, and I would drop the ever-smoking bottle stuff. You speak a creature's name. If the creature was within, 100 feet or 500 feet of where you cast the spell within the past hour, you immediately can see an illusory visage of the creature and what they did during that last hour. Period. And just that. I would make it like that. I don't think you need to do all the smoky stuff. Seems like it's a little overcomplicated. Oh, yeah, it's hollow memories. Yeah, I got you. I think it's a neat idea for a spell. I just think you overcomplicated the middle a lot. All right, Ugly Games, thank you for your piece. An interesting idea for a spell, for sure. Thank you for sharing. I think it's a little overcomplicated, but I do really like the idea. I like the idea a lot. It's one of those things, this is one of those spells where I feel like the flavor text of smoke showing the visage is really cool, and I would encourage you to use it, but don't make it a fundamental part of the spell. Like, allow the mechanics to sit on their own. Just got crazy with that flavor. I'm down for the flavor, but the way that it's written, the flavor feels like the mechanics, and it's like... You don't want the flavor to get in the way of understanding the mechanics of the spell, and you certainly don't want it to get in the way of, like, the simplicity of the expression of the spell. So what I would do if I were you is I would figure out... I wouldn't make it require an ever-smoking bottle. I don't think it's strong enough to require a specific magic item, especially for a 7th level spell. Like, it's a 7th level spell. That's a high enough level that it can just be really strong and you're fine. Just make the... Stop the description of the smoke, like, here. And then just get into the mechanics. And certainly don't reference the I don't know. Don't worry about, like, the way that you write a spell to make it easy to use is there should be a sentence or two of flavor text and then all of the mechanics. And no more flavor text in there. Because The thing is, when you're writing a spell, and it's very similar to when you're writing anything for D&D, you're going about it from a couple different angles. There's the angle of, is it cool? There's the angle of, is it evocative? There's the angle of, is it useful? Is it balanced? All these things. But one of the angles that is important to think about, especially for spells, is it easy to navigate? Can a player or dungeon master look at it very quickly, and very quickly, maybe not very quickly understand what it does, but very quickly know where to look in the spell to understand what it does? You don't want your player to have to sift through a bunch of flavor text to find the mechanics. You want them to be able to skip the flavor text if they want to get right to the mechanics. That's usually why flavor text is first and the mechanics are second. And it's why I strongly encourage people to write in that way. Yeah, I think making any smoking object could work. You could just say, a torch, you could say a match. It could be anything. It doesn't really need to be anything. Like, I mean, you could just say, yeah, it could be any of those things. I think it's a good idea. You just need smoke, period. I mean, again, material components are, the thing is with material components, if you are ever making a spell cost a material component, unless you very clearly say the gold cost of that component, you don't actually need that component. You just need a component pouch or an arcane focus. You only actually need the component if it very specifically says the gold cost. Good night, Derek. All right, thank you, Ugly Games. Thank you very much. Did we give you a round of applause? I don't know. Let's give you another one. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate very much. All right, folks. I think we maybe got one more spin in us. Maybe. Well, I already clicked spin, so I'm committing to at least one more. Cersei, pronounced Caircree. I like that I immediately mispronounced it. I wrote this subclass as one of a set of martial subclasses themed around different dragons with the philosophy of giving these class options. Okay, this fucking song keeps playing. Okay, I just need to change the music. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay, we're going back to we're going back to Middle Earth. Fuck it. Where's Middle Earth? Where's Middle Earth? Where are you, Middle Earth? I need something grounding. Okay, there we go. I've never shared your work before, so some stuff might be a little out of whack. That's why you're sharing it, see? The entire preamble is overdramatic fluff, but otherwise flavor is pretty much just one sentence per ability. Alright. It's too late for techno. Barbarian, Path of the Black Dragon. So I'm gonna say something that I said at the beginning of this homebrew review. Somebody else was like, should I, Trodosio, I think it was saying, should they share their dragon subclass? And I said, I only want to see your dragon subclass if it's doing unique shit. I don't want to see it doing any of the traditional dragon stuff. So I'm hopeful that we're going to see some unique shit. Destruction, rot, death, screams tearing through, blah, 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 acid damage. Okay, cool. So yeah, just like fucking intense lizard language. If you're making this, I guess it's like, whenever you make flavor text and you put it in italics, it's kind of assumed that it's like a quote or something, so you can be a little bit more weird with it. But I would also strongly encourage you not to just make the flavor text this. Sort of similar to the feedback that I just had for Ugly Games. If I'm a new player, I want to be able to quickly look at something that just tells me what this is going to be. So you should still, even with all this nonsense, you should probably have a paragraph that is like normal text that's like, Path of the Black Dragon Barbarians are ba 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 ba. So I can just look at it and see that. Okay, at 3rd level, we get corrosive attacks. Did I put the link in here? Also, hi, Caircritty. Nice to see you. It's like Kookity. At 3rd level, you can enhance your attacks with burning acid. Whenever you hit with an attack that would add your rage damage on your turn, you can instead choose to forego your rage to deal one of the following effects to the target on your attack. Interesting. The target's armor is reduced by 2 until the start of your next turn. Don't make this damage. Don't do this. It shouldn't stack. Bounded accuracy. Look up the term bounded accuracy, accept that it's important, and don't do this. If you want to keep it like this, maybe that's fine, but don't do this. You're going to want to drop all this stuff. Burning Flesh. Your attack deals an additional 2d4 acid damage. That can stack. That's kind of fine. Although stacking at 9th and 16th feels weird. I don't think it should improve anywhere past 14th level, personally. Bind Prey. The target of your attacks has its movement speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. This increases to 15 feet by 9th level. I'm not sure why you picked 9th and 16th, but I disagree with those levels as levels of an ability enhancing. I apologize. I just do. This should also be a once a turn feature. It should not be an every attack feature. Here's what I'm going to say. It feels like you made these a little bit extra strong to balance out the not doing your rage damage. But I am going to tell you that I fundamentally disagree with that design philosophy. I just don't think you should. I would argue that I feel like, realistically, I don't think that this should reduce your rage damage. If anything, I would make these weaker to accommodate for including rage damage. I think that would be better, in my opinion. It's when rage damage increases to make them viable alternatives for rage damage increases. Again, Kerkity, what you're doing is you're solving a problem that you gave us. So you can just remove that problem, and then you don't need to solve it. I don't understand the intention behind removing the rage damage, other than to just make it so you can be a little stronger with the features. But I don't think that's a good idea. I wouldn't do that. So I would not remove the rage damage. I would probably make corroding armor reduce a creature's armor class by 1, not by 2. I feel like the fire damage could kind of stay the same, and I feel like Bind Prey could kind of be the same. But why? What the hell does Bind Prey have to do with being a black dragon? I don't buy the flavor of this part. You think it's taking inspiration from the 1 D&D rogue? Maybe. I'm not familiar with the 1 D&D rogue. It doesn't matter that Bardic dice grow at 16. I'm just telling you that this doesn't feel like it fits. The numbers don't. I disagree with having the features scaling with the rage damage increase, in my opinion. Sticky is acid damage. This doesn't feel like sticky, though. I also don't think sticky is acid damage. I think a lot of things are sticky and do acid damage, but I feel like sticky and acid is something that's like mimics. That's more mimic than dragon. I don't know. I don't buy it. They sacrifice sneak attack die to do other things, their version of weapon specialization. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that for the barbarian, though. Okay. Or ooze, but oozes aren't sticky a lot of the time. I mean, some of them are, but I don't know. This isn't an ooze. Again, it's not an ooze. It's a black dragon. Maybe it grows with rage damage, but D4, D6, D8. You could also do something like that. Oozes are more engulfed than sticky. Yeah, well, some of them. It's a little bit. It depends on the ooze. But I would. I mean, maybe you want to make this more of an ooze barbarian then, and maybe not so dragon focused, which I think would also be fine. To be fair, all of this feels more like ooze features than dragon features now that I'm thinking about it. Like, oozes are the ones that corrode armor, not dragons. But either way, I feel like these are all pretty cool powers. They're all very strong. So getting them once per attack, per rage, while you're raging feels fine. I think it's pretty good. I think they're interesting. I don't think they should scale. I probably wouldn't make them scale. Maybe make the damage scale, but I don't think Bind Prey should scale, and I don't think Corrode Armor should scale. Tormentor. And I don't think they should lose your rage bonus damage. That feels silly. Whenever you rage, a pair of horns sprout from your head, your teeth are sharpened, and your eyes glow sickly green. When you finish a long rest, choose one of the following effects. As a bonus action, you can choose a creature within 30 feet of you. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw or suffer your chosen effect for the next minute. This feels like a 10th level feature immediately. I don't even need to know what they do. This is definitely more of a 10th level feature than a 6th level feature. Effects end early. If you attack any creature other than the target on a successful save, the creature is immune to this for 8 hours. Make it 24. Why 8? Don't be silly. The creature cannot willingly move away from you and has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you. This just feels like what the Ancestral Barbarian does. The creature is frightened of you and must use its reaction to move half its speed away from you. The target's mind is bent by your splendor, causing it to be dazed. You get this ability twice and regain both uses when it finishes. Just make it recharge on a long rest, not a short rest. Don't have it in all of these extra. You're doing so many of this stuff. Stop doing this. You can do some upgrades, but don't make everything upgrade, because when you make everything upgrade, everything continues to get overpowered. Like, it's just not. Don't make everything upgrade. It is compelled duel. It's basically compelled duel and fear and disadvantage on stuff to make concentration checks. It's an interesting mechanic. It doesn't really... I don't feel like it sells the Black Dragon thing. It also... I don't mean... You can take this or leave this. I guarantee you, if I showed you this 6th level feature and this 3rd level feature separately, you would not think they were for the same subclass. How do you feel about that? Is that okay? I don't know. But it's how I feel. They feel like they are for radically different subclasses. The other thing is that it's also just pretty damn strong. It's pretty damn strong. So I feel like I would either make it stronger, a little stronger, and make it the 10th level feature, or tone it back a little bit. I don't feel like being able to frighten or compel or daze creatures makes sense for a barbarian 6th level feature. All of that feels way too offensive for me, especially considering how offensive our 3rd level features are. Good night, Chaos Reaper. You're a champion. I'll see you tomorrow. You do like how evil the subclass feels? Does it feel evil? I'm not seeing the evil, but I accept. Territorial. At 10th level, you gain some control over the natural environment around you, allowing you to mark it as your own. As an action, you can cast Plant Growth spell once without a spell slot. You're immune to the spell's effects when you cast it. And you can designate any number of creatures within 15 feet of you to share the immunity. Once you cast the spell, you must finish a long rest before you can cast it again. But remind me what Plant Growth does. This is another one where it's like, why is this part of this subclass? 100-foot radius, difficult terrain, right? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I probably wouldn't make everyone immune to it. Making yourself immune to it's pretty strong. Making everyone immune to it's also pretty damn strong. It's a good 10th level feature. It's very strong. I think it's pretty cool. Dragons affect their territory. Is this the best way to represent that, though? That's my question. I don't know. Blind, corrosive, fear, and forced combat feel very villainy. I see that. I just think all of this stuff both feels a little too strong and a little bit too different. It's just too all over the place. I wish it was a little more focused. Like, none of these features independently are bad, although this one is definitely not a 6th level feature. This is a 10th level feature for sure. But I don't feel like they build on each other. Like, I don't know what this thing... I don't feel like this thing is feeling like something specific. Yeah, maybe reflavoring it so that it's like a swamp would be the move. That makes sense. That could help sell the lore a lot, actually. Let's look at the 14th level feature. You gain the following benefits. When you hit a creature with your corrosive attack, you can force all creatures within 15 feet of you to make a dex save or suffer the effect of corrosive attack. What? At the start of each of your turns, you lose this ability. Roll a d5, a 6. Don't do a recharge mechanic like a dragon. It's not balanced on player characters. Recharge mechanics are balanced on monsters because you're only really paying attention to a monster for one combat encounter. If something is on a recharge mechanic for a player, it just means they have infinite use of it if they have time to recharge it between combats. This is also kind of just, I feel like it's just maybe too strong. While in your area of plant growth, there's... I don't feel strongly about this one. While raging, acid infuses your body. You spare powder. What do you actually get? You're immune to acid damage and the frightened condition, and your creature type changes to dragon. I feel like this is enough. I would probably drop these two. I think, honestly, I would probably... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. If I were you, I would probably dramatically change or just drop 6th level feature. Come up with something new to put here, but make a part of it you gain resistance or immunity to... Make a part of it resistance to acid damage, or tie resistance to acid damage into 3rd level. And I would probably not do this weird sort of convoluted thing where you can, like, do one of these things in a 15-foot line. I would just give you a unique breath attack feature or something that feels like a larger scale draconic feature. Listen, it's an interesting idea. I like a lot of the features individually, but I think it's too strong and a little bit too hard to pull the pieces of lore together. It's almost like everything is doing a little bit too much, is sort of the way that I'd put it. Like, every feature feels like it's doing a little bit too much. So I think you got to tone it back a little bit and focus a little bit. I wanted unusual dragon stuff. This isn't unusual dragon stuff. This is just random stuff. It's not random stuff, but it's like, I don't know. I don't think it feels like unusual dragon stuff. A lot of the features are taking different parts of the dragon stat block and trying to turn them into features, so I absolutely get what you're saying. Yeah, I want you to, like, I almost wish... I don't know. Like, if I were you, like, this is... Like, the reason why the Beast Barbarian gets 3 options at 3rd level is because none of them are that... They're all okay. These are all pretty much fantastic. The reason the Beast Barbarian gets 3 options at 6th level is because they're all different movement-based stuff. These all feel like attack features. Plant growth representing a swamp, I think, is fine. And there's just too much... I don't know. I know I said I wanted a different sort of dragon, but this is almost so different that it doesn't feel like a dragon subclass. It just feels like a lot of shit slammed together with the vague theme of acid. Easier to tone back. I think the breath weapon is what you were saying about regular dragon stuff. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll give you credit where credit's due. There is a lot of stuff that is definitely not regular dragon stuff. That's not the issue here. The issue here is that it's too much stuff and it's too disparaging. Like, if you are building a subclass based around an idea, that idea still needs to build on itself. And I don't think the way to build this on itself is to just have each feature improve at different levels. I don't know. Copper Dragon is acid and has a slowing effect, but it's still weird here. Think this. How can you simplify becoming a dragon while raging? That could be a path you go in it. I think it's an interesting idea. I just, like, let me rephrase this for you. Let me reframe what I'm saying here. Could you elevator pitch what this is supposed to feel like without the flavor of a dragon? Could you just talk about what the point of this subclass is? That's a good way to think about it. Because I could do that with every other barbarian subclass. And most well-written subclasses, you can kind of elevator pitch what it's supposed to feel like without even really referencing the flavor text. And I think if you can do that, but it uplifts the flavor text, then you're in a good spot. So, like, just to show you what I'm talking about here, let me just show you I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So, barbarians. What are all the barbarians supposed to feel like? The beast barbarian is supposed to be a Swiss Army knife barbarian. It is a barbarian that can adapt to different situations. That's the whole point. That's it in a nutshell. The zealot barbarian is supposed to be a barbarian that just keeps going. It is not going to stop. You just keep going on. No, we're not talking about flavor text, Pokemon. I'm talking about mechanics. The zealot barbarian is about a barbarian that is a unstoppable force, okay? The ancestral guardian barbarian is a barbarian that can support and mitigate damage for other characters, okay? So, like, that's the way that you should think a little bit about how to build your barbarian. You don't have to think about it exactly, but you think about it a little. The giant barbarian is built around throwing stuff. The wild magic barbarian is built around interacting with magic. So it's a good way to think about what you want this thing to be. Because right now, mechanically, and I'm not talking about this thing supposed to feel like a dragon. Mechanically, where does this sit? What is it supposed to do? I don't really know. I would argue what it's closest to, the thing that it's closest to, is a debuff barbarian. This is a barbarian that is designed to give debuffs to your enemies. That's probably where I would put this more than anywhere else, because it's got corroded armor, it's got movement speed stuff, it's got more movement speed stuff, it's got fear and shit. So it is a debuff-oriented barbarian. And if that is not your goal, then you need to change a lot of your features. And if that is your goal, I think you need to look at where you're giving this thing the ability to give debuffs and potentially get rid of a lot of the other stuff. That's what I would say. I think it is a very interesting. I think that in terms of making it feel like different than a traditional dragon-based subclass, I think this actually does a very good job of steering in that direction. But it needs that fundamental gameplay loop a little bit more. And the way that it's written right now, the biggest thing that I see is debuffs. This seems like it's built around giving debuffs. So if I were you, I would lean into that. That's really all I have to say. Where's the applause? Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a really interesting one to read. AJ says when they think Black Dragon, they don't think debuff. I think that's fair, but I would also argue dragons are the same. Dragons are, unless you're talking specifically about the gemstone dragons. Dragons are incredibly boring in how similar they all are. They are all exactly the same, featuring different damage types. So I think that if you are trying to build a bunch of different subclasses based off of a bunch of different dragons, which it seems like this person is, seems like Carecree is, then leaning into different interpretations has to be the way you do it. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly boring. You know? The only difference is lore, which 5e doesn't do that well. I would also say the other difference is regional effects and layer effects. But again, those are very... Yeah, those often are sort of sitting in a different place. A debuff barbarian could... 09's a barbarian. I don't know what that means, but cool. Thank you so much for the honesty. I'm trying to make some real good notes for everything here. Yeah, and the other thing I'd say, my guy, is don't forget to take everything I say with a grain of salt. That's true for all of you. You know, I don't exactly know what I'm talking about all the time. And it's late at night. And when it gets late at night, I get more aggressive with my feedback. Why? I don't know. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Should I do one more? I'm getting tired. I'm feeling myself losing focus. I get cranky late at night for sure. All right. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. You guys can decide. I will do one more, but if it's long or tedious, it is okay for me to go like and not do it, or to pause in the middle. That's your call. Do you guys all agree to that? Do you agree that if it's going to be one that will require a lot of brain energy to understand, I can kind of stop and say, that requires too much brain energy to understand? Okay. Good night, Zach. You're wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing your Pikmin Ranger. I think the idea of it is a lot of fun, and I hope you keep working on it. Let chat review one? How? How do I let chat review one? You guys already review it. You leave comments. You're chatting with me. We're reviewing it together. A large mechanic of a full camp. This is from Lycus. A large mechanic of a full campaign module. This mechanic is good to go with where it is, but I have a hard time letting go of my baby. Would love any notes. All right, we're going to take a look at it, but I'm going to be very honest. If this is a lot to read, I'm just going to skip it and do something else. I'm going to be honest. This is too much for me to want to read right now. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, my guy. TLDR. TLDR, if you send me 3 pages of mechanics, there's a chance I'm not going to read it. Sabertooth. Started in D&D about 6 months ago. I've already made 5 characters, a bunch of fucking bullshit. Just had my first actual game. Okay, you're not saying anything about what this homebrew is. Let's take a look at what this homebrew is. Keep it on the wheel to be wiped. The wheel's wiped next. I've reviewed this fucking 30 times. I'm going to tell you to stop sending me this fucking bullshit. You've sent this thing 3 times, my guy. The first time I told you it was too powerful and too fucking convoluted. You didn't change it. And guess what? It's still the fucking same. And then you didn't change it again. Stop sending me this fucking hummingbird Aarakocra. This mechanic doesn't work. It's too strong. Stop. Jesus Christ. Don't send me that again. Certainly don't send it if you don't dramatically change it from the first fucking time I reviewed it. All right, Calvin. Calvin, you're our last hope. Please let this be a cleric. Okay, this is a cleric. Thank God. If this was an artificer, I was going to break my computer. You guys decided to keep going. What did you want me to look at? You just want me to pick any cleric? All right, aberrant domain. Fine. We'll look at the aberrant domain cleric. Why? How come when I click it, I can't fucking see it? You gonna make me scroll to it, you son of a bitch? You piece of shit? You scumbag? You scum of the earth? You're gonna make things that look like clickable things that aren't? I'm just kidding, it's fine. Here's the link. Alright, we're skipping the flavor text. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Arms of Vidar, Dissonant Whispers, Detect Thoughts, Tasha's Mind Whip, Hunger of Vidar, Intellect Fortress, Black Tentacles, Summon Aberration, Contact Other Plane, Telekinesis. How close is this to the Aberrant Sorcerer spell list, I wonder? Medium the same. Medium the same. There's a lot of similarities here. I should just do a cranky stream one time where I just yell at you the whole time. Okay. I would maybe it's okay to have medium the same spell list. I don't know. I'm not the hugest fan of medium the same spell lists. Maybe change it a little bit. Bonus Dylan, you want me to have an angry stream? I have to make a separate separate thing for it so people know what they're getting into. Listen, I used to be way harsher all the time. The thing is, if you submit all your Make Cinder mad stuff, I'm just going to stop reading it. I'm just not going to look at it. I'm just going to look at it for 2 seconds. But you can do that if you want to. All right, bonus cantrip. When you choose this domain at first level, you learn the Mind Sliver cantrip. This is also exactly the same as the sorcerer domain so far. Alien magic. At first level, you can infuse your spells with strange alien magic immediately after you cast a cleric spell that deals psychic damage. You can force a creature... you can force one creature targeted by the spell to make an intelligence saving throw or be incapacitated until the end of your next turn. It ends early if the target takes any damage, or if another creature uses its action to shake the target back to its senses. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Oh, that's interesting. Dylan, thank you for the 5. You're putting in for the angry stream pot? All right, fuck yeah. Listen, guys, maybe when I do maybe we'll do an angry stream as part of the... Maybe we'll do, like... Yeah, we'll figure it out. I like the idea of an angry stream. It's kind of fun. Incapacitated should probably say 0 movement as well. Doesn't incapacitated already say that? Or is it just no actions and reactions? I'm okay with them still having their movement. The thing is, this is a pretty strong feature for a first level. So because it's pretty strong, I would not take away the creature's ability to move here, because it's pretty dang strong to just shut a creature down on an intelligence saving throw. I like it. It's fine. It's not, like, crazy. The main thing that I'd say right now is I don't love how much of this is just the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer to start. Channel Divinity Telepathic Hub. Is this literally just is this just telepathy? I wouldn't do this here. I would come up with something different. This is just the fucking Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. Make it different. Deviant Mind. At 6th level, your connection to the Far Realm has gifted you great mental fortitude. You have resistance to psychic damage, advantage on intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throws. That's a little too strong, I think. I probably wouldn't give you advantage on all those saving throws. That feels kind of hectic. Psychic on clerics, cantrips is fine. Aberrant Aura. At 17th level, you can spend an action to cause the environment around you to take the amorphous putty-like quality. Hostile creatures in the space within 15 feet of you are difficult terrain. They move within 15 feet of you for the first time. They make a strength saving throw or be grappled. Creature grappled this way can repeat the saving throw. It's not very strong for a 17th level feature. All right, main feedback. Too much of this is the same as the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. I would make a whole new channel divinity. Alien magic is kind of neat, but it's not super evocative. It's very strong, though, so if you like it, keep it. Deviant Mind is similarly, it's not very evocative. It's just strong. An Aberrant Mind is, like, not nearly strong enough, in my opinion. It should be massive. And I wouldn't make it creatures within 15 feet of you. I would make it like you can pick a spot and it creates a giant environment of it. This is not a cleric that's designed to be up close and personal. So I wouldn't build the 17th level feature around being up close and personal. Alien magic should be the channel divinity. That's not a bad idea. I agree with that, actually. You could even make it a little stronger if you made it the channel divinity. Who said that? Your name is hard to pronounce because you're using letters that aren't in English. I'm going to call you Manny. Manny. Good feedback. I agree. This definitely could fit as a channel divinity. You could also make it a little stronger. Faux show. And then you could come up with something kind of new and fresh for the first level feature to allow the Aberrant Cleric to feel unique compared to the Aberrant Sorcerer. Can you remove your submission for tomorrow? You used different homebrew because you figured the first one you submitted for this one was going to get done. So can you resubmit the one? You can edit your document, my guy. You can edit your submission. I'm not going to. I changed it so you can. Literally, you can click the form icon again and you can click edit submission and then just change it. I don't need to make the changes anymore. It's on you. Yeah, listen, I love aberrant stuff. I wish this was more aberrant and a little bit more uniquely aberrant. That's my main feedback about it. The 17th level feature should spread to creatures you have a mental link with. That's kind of a neat idea. I like that. If you, of all creatures you connected with mentally got the effect, that would be a way to make it more balanced and also allow it to be so you don't have to be super up close and personal. Like if you have a link with your fighter or your barbarian, it procs with them too. That's a cool idea. I like that. You think the symbol is the TH sound? Thorvalder? Thorvalder. It's a cool name if that's how to pronounce it. Yeah, it is decent, but again, it's just too similar to the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. You love the horse trotting music? Good. We're on a carriage together. We live our lives on a carriage together. All right, boys and girls. Let's give a big, massive round of applause to everyone that submitted Homebrew this week, please. You guys are all amazing. It is so amazing and wonderful, and I feel so lucky that you are willing to share your work with me. You are willing to put yourself out there to be vulnerable for me and for everyone here. Because whenever we look at Homebrew, everyone is learning together. So if you submitted something this week, whether or not it got looked at, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for sharing it. It really does mean a lot, and it is a wonderful, noble thing that you are doing. If you want to submit a piece of Homebrew for next week, the link is still in the description of this video. You can also find it on my Discord. We will be reviewing Homebrew for the wheel starting tomorrow on Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday of next week. So try to come to those if you want to. Tomorrow we're going to be doing some Homebrew wheel, and then we're going to be looking at my old monster Homebrew. And then Wednesday, I don't remember what we're doing. We're looking at nautical stuff and Homebrew. Thursday is member review. If you are a member, I will be posting the member submission wheel tomorrow on YouTube member channel and on Patreon. So keep an eye out for that. Also, try to make it to the stream if you can. If you can make it to the stream on Thursday and you're a member, you can jump the line and I'll just interview you while we look at your piece. Anybody that can make it to stream live gets to get their piece looked at, is the way that I do it. So if you can make it to stream, you'll be brought in. Now, separate from that, I'm a tired motherfucker. Check out my other stuff if you want to. You guys are the best. Let me make sure that I have everything prepared to say goodnight to you. Yeah, you guys are absolutely the best. Thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this. And I want you guys to have an absolutely fantastic night. I shall see you tomorrow. Check out the Discord if you haven't. Support me on Patreon. Become a member if any of those things seem interesting. If they don't worry about it. And I love you, and have a good night.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk. think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.